Chapter 658. After the emotional recital, it was time for the legendary story. From the stories of drifting robberies, Sulu finally knew what this Bureau of Proclamation tri-wing spaceship had been through in the past year and turned into a pile of junk. At the end of the plan to assassinate Countess Katon, the MXT was shot in half by Peach Miasma. Sulu watched the tri-winged spaceship fly away in front of his eyes and unfortunately failed to get a return ticket. Then the Imperium's flagship started to explode one layer after another. Sulu was heavily wounded and captured by Huai Chaosher and transferred to another warship. The tri-winged spaceship controlled by the old thing could not do anything when surrounded by the Imperium's fleet, especially when the Imperium's fleet started to chase after the tri-winged spaceship of the Bureau of Proclamation. It was forced to leave. The tri-winged spaceship left, but it did not leave. For some reason, the old thing did not let the tri-winged spaceship return to the Federation. Instead, it silently stayed in the Imperium and waited for Sulu's return. It had been more than a year. If Sulu was really dead and could never come back, would it continue to wait? In short, from that day on, this tri-winged spaceship without any crew members became a ghost in the southwest space zone of the Imperium. With its high speed and powerful navigation calculation ability, it wandered from one end of the southwest space zone to the other under the cover of countless dead stars. When its energy ran out, it started to rob. When the spaceship's mechanical failure could not be repaired, it started to rob. When the spaceship needed to be thickened to increase its collision force, it started to rob. The Imperium's fleet could not find the tri-winged spaceship that was deliberately hiding, and those smugglers and pirates could only sadly become the victims with only one pair of underwear left in front of the old thing's flawless plan and its high speed. The tri-winged spaceship's silent and determined wait in a foreign land was made up of endless loneliness and repetitive robberies. Like a naughty ghost, it tore off countless coats from the Imperium's spaceships and put them on itself layer by layer. Like a strange magnet, it absorbed a lot of scrap metal and turned the spaceship into this strange appearance. Although I know it's a little stupid to ask this, I really want to know. Sulu put his feet on the console and looked at the light beam that still had a few spots of dust. He frowned and asked solemnly, "Nobody is talking. You've been in the universe alone for more than a year. Do you really not feel bored?" Earlier he had asked a similar question, but this time he was more serious and did not sound like he was joking. The charter computer seemed to have gradually gained some kind of human-like intelligence and emotions. This was something Sulu could not understand, but it was something he was concerned about. If the old thing was really becoming more and more like a human, then it would definitely be very difficult for him to endure a year of loneliness. "I'm used to it. Although I'm not very sure if I was me before I met you, or if I would have the emotional reactions of a program like I do now. You should know that I've been alone for tens of thousands of years." The charter computer replied softly, "Me leaving the tri-winged spaceship in the Imperium is actually not in line with the result of the calculation. According to the calculation you should be dead. But I don't know why, but I still stayed. Maybe it's because according to the sacred rule of the first charter, in this universe full of cold planets and rays, I can only communicate with you. Without you, I would have no one to talk to." Listening to the charter computer's calm self-analysis, Sulu had a lot of feelings. While he was struggling to survive in the Imperium, the tri-winged spaceship was wandering alone, trying to survive. It was a good feeling to have someone waiting for a wanderer who was thousands of miles away from home. If what was waiting for you was a ragged spaceship, it would be quite good too. What's the situation on the Federation's side? Where are the troops? After a short pause, Sulu immediately asked the situation he was most concerned about. The tri-winged spaceship has been drifting in this star field, unable to successfully activate any hidden signal relay stations. "I don't know the situation on the Federation's side," the charter computer replied. "But according to the feedback from the peripheral nodes of the Imperium's military intelligence network that I hacked, the Federation forces have completely occupied the yellow disaster star system. The command center should be planning a transition to the X3 star system." The speed of the Federation forces' advance was about the same as Sulu's calculation. During this year in the Imperium, especially from his conversation with Huai Chaosher, he could roughly guess the Imperium's strategic intentions. It was nothing more than using the vast space of the star field to delay or dilute the Federation's military pressure. And the information he knew about the Imperium's military made an invisible pressure appear in the quiet spaceship. "We need to contact the Federation as soon as possible." Sulu rubbed his forehead, suddenly took out a chip, took the toolbox and modified the Imperium's universal serial port before placing it into the reading device on the control panel. Looking at the reading device's linear display, he gently pursed his dry lips and said with a serious expression, This is a piece of information given to me by the Imperium's underground resistance organization. There is no evidence and it's a bit vague, but it should be related to the attack on the ancient bell. Before we came here we already sent the information back to S1. The last seed of the Imperium should be dead, but for some reason I feel like something is wrong. What do you need me to do? The old man asked. Calculate this information from the Imperium. How did Keaton's fleet avoid your surveillance after passing through the Night Scorpion Nebula? I know the universe is too big and there must be some omissions, but that damn fleet is too precise. It's like walking on a tightrope in the dark, but not a single step is off. It might be the information given by the seed of the Imperium. I'm more worried about the Bureau of Proclamation, Sulu said with a touch of seriousness. After we go back, help me investigate. We do need to go back. Although this tri-wing spaceship is equipped with the most advanced computing platform, its computing power is still seriously lacking, especially when compared to my home under the Bureau of Proclamation. The fact that I can maintain my current state is beyond the scope of my own calculations. I also feel that it's very strange. If the you on the spaceship is you, then who is the glory of the Charter in the Federation? If it's also you, then there are two of you in this universe? This is a very troublesome philosophical question. My fundamental computing core is based on the quantum state, and there is no overly precise theory of causality in that scale space. It seems that I can only use inexplicable philosophical arguments to explain inexplicable physical facts, but this is not something that I, who is good at computing, can come to a conclusion. After a moment of silence, the charter computer continued, whether or not I will be devoured, and whether or not I will continue to have self-consciousness after the devouring is indeed a question. The reason why I have been wandering in the Imperium and refused to contact the Federation when I had the chance, is it because my core program has mutated and generated a biological instinct that makes me feel fear like you when you face death, thus silently pushing my logical analysis to develop in a direction away from the Federation? Sulu was also silent for a long time. Scratching his greasy hair hard, he said bitterly, "It's too long and too hard to say. Let's not continue this topic." It was obvious that the part of the charter computer left in the Imperium, the old thing, or one of the countless independent old things, was very happy to finally find an intelligent object to communicate with after waiting alone for a year. Therefore, it was not ready to end the philosophical debate that often troubled its self-consciousness after it was awakened. What ended the long and boring conversation was a dazzling light suddenly flashing outside the porthole and a sharp alarm that suddenly echoed in the long quiet environment. Warning. Enemy attack. The spaceship is under attack by high-speed weapons from outer space. Enemy attack? Sulu looked at the few terrifying beams on the light beam in shock, as well as the dozen or so Imperium warships marked with green light clusters right in front of the channel. Fear surged into his heart and his wet hair was numb and itchy. The ragged tri-wing warship had already passed through the secret smuggling route in the L9 galaxy at this moment. After almost 13 hours of peaceful flight, Sulu almost forgot that he was still in the Imperium space zone and that he was still on the run. At the same time, the old thing on the tri-wing warship could not detect the Imperium's warships that were hiding behind the asteroid belts like hungry wolves in advance because of the lack of necessary equipment. Muen once said that the Imperium's military was now sweeping the smuggling routes in this space zone. Around the most secret space zone, there would be warships cruising at a high density. However, it was obvious that the Imperium's fleet that appeared in front of the tri-wing warship right now was definitely not for cruising. Staring at the dense green light spots that kept appearing on the light beam, Su Li's scalp was numb. Did the Imperium bring all their warships in the southwest galaxy here? He could not believe that those warships were all used to kill him. He subconsciously thought that he had accidentally entered the battlefield of a large-scale air battle. My life is too hard. Sulu sighed silently in his heart, and strangely, a feeling called boredom appeared in his heart. Escaping again and again was really tiresome, even if it was related to life and death, which was much higher than life and death. Under the control of the old thing, the tri-wing warship did not give him a chance to express his feelings at all. The engines that had been modified multiple times were all activated, and it suddenly turned around in space, narrowly avoiding the high-speed attack of the Imperium's cannons. Old thing, charge over there and smash these motherfuckers to death. Sulu narrowed his eyes and ordered in a low voice. The charter computer paused for a moment before replying confidently, "Motherfucker, you're not in a warship. There's no way I can transform this ragged tri-wing warship into a giant mothership even if I rob it for another 800 years. Smash your ass. Air, use everything you can to contact the federal forces and ask for backup. At the same time, send the relevant information back and then, Sulu looked at the dense black and green warships of the Imperium on the light beam and felt a little cold. He said helplessly, "Let's hurry up and run." Today the Federation forces stationed on the administrative planet of the Huangyi Galaxy were filled with a somber and strange atmosphere. The generals of the headquarters landed in the base in the morning and gathered all the officers above the regimental level to begin planning the follow-up attack on the X-3 Galaxy. In the Federal Military Strategic Plan, the X-3 Galaxy, which was rich in crystal mineral resources but had never been fully developed due to the limited technological capabilities of the Imperium, was the most important part of the Imperium's invasion strategy. From the presidential palace of the S1 Capital Special District to the logistics soldiers of the lowest level of the frontline forces, everyone knew how important this pre-battle meeting was. The somber and hot-blooded atmosphere gradually heated up in every military facility in the base. However, in addition to this, there was also a strange atmosphere that began to spread in an extremely uncoordinated manner at this time. In the base conference room where the pre-battle military meeting was held, a pungent smoke filled the air. Almost every officer had a special cigarette between their fingers. The burning was either long or short, and they all had a cup of coffee in their left hand, either warm or cold. The expressions of these generals were all different. Some were silent, some were excited, and the expression of the new 17th Division commander, Yu Qinghai, was extremely ugly. Sitting in the middle, the Federation's frontline commander, General Yi Changtian, had an even uglier expression than Commander Yu Qinghai. His old but firm expression revealed a trace of intense dissatisfaction. His sharp eyes scanned the surroundings and coldly said, "This is war, not a fight between hooligans. This is a pre-battle military meeting that concerns the interests of the entire Federation, not some bullshit court of appeals. Since the verdict has already been passed, then there is no need to mention it anymore. We will immediately enter the official phase." In the face of such an important battle, the battle conference had to be brought forward because of a small matter that happened in the camp. The general's expression was naturally very ugly. Of course, even he knew that once any matter involved the Iron 7th Division and the new 17th Division, involved Du Shaoqing and that colonel who had already died, as well as those old grudges that were indifferently paid attention to in the dust of history, no matter how small the matter was, it would become a big matter. That was why he allowed Commander Yu Qinghai to make a brief speech on this matter. However, he would not allow this matter to affect the preparation of the frontline troops in any way. "Execute the execution immediately." Commander Yu Qinghai heard the faint sound of the military order coming from outside the room, and his extremely ugly expression gradually returned to normal. As the commander of the new 17th Division, in order to protect his subordinates, he had already tried his best, arguing with reason. Even if there was no reason, he had argued until now. However, in the end he still could not save the life of that officer named Bai Yulan. Lifting his cup and taking a sip of the cold coffee, Commander Yu Qinghai glanced indifferently at the person in front of him. Seeing that the lieutenant general wearing sunglasses did not seem to have any change in expression, Commander Yu Qinghai could not help but smirk mockingly. Then he immediately focused his attention, and with the composure that an outstanding Federation general should have, he turned his attention to the giant three-dimensional star map in the middle of the meeting room. The Attack X-3 military plan, which had been deduced by the General Staff Headquarters and verified by the Federation Central Computer 3 times, was so detailed that it included the combat objective and direction of advance of each mecha team. It appeared simultaneously in the form of text on the annotation column at the bottom of the star map and on the military work platform of each general. As the military plan scrolled down, the visual color blocks on the three-dimensional star map of the enemy and their allies kept changing slightly. Commander Yu Qinghai held his coffee cup, his brows furrowed as he carefully watched the progress of the military simulation. He was analyzing the 25% mobility adjustment that his troops would have to undertake and how to deal with it. Suddenly, his furrowed brows relaxed inexplicably, and a puzzled expression appeared in his eyes. Almost at the same time, all of the high-ranking Federation officers, including Commander Yi Changtian, were stunned. They stared in confusion at the three-dimensional star map in the middle of the room. Even Commander Du Shaoqing, who could not change his expression even in the face of a collapsing iceberg, slowly took off the sunglasses on his nose. Because the three-dimensional star map that was continuously deducing the attack plan of the X-3 system suddenly stopped. Those color blocks that represented the Federation and the Empire's fleets, as well as land-based forces, disappeared at an extremely fast speed like snow in the hot sun. What was most shocking was that the three-dimensional star map actually began to adjust its angle of view on its own. Those planets and routes formed by the dots of light instantly shifted, arriving at a somewhat foreign background of the universe. This is a 65-degree view of the L9 system? The headquarters staff looked at this scene in shock, somewhat unable to believe his own eyes. He hurriedly lowered his head to look at the control panel in his hands and nervously explained, "Maybe there's a problem with the calculation program." Commander Yi Changqian's expression became more and more gloomy, but he did not get angry. He did not have time to get angry because everything that happened next proved that the strange scene before him was not a problem with the calculation program, but the Federal Central Computer believed that a very big problem had occurred somewhere in the Empire star system. At this time, the main control panel of the base computer was completely out of the control of the staff officers. It completely gave up on the simulation of the X-3 system's military plan and mobilized all of the calculation units. The dots of light on the matrix storage rack flickered rapidly. At the same time, a cold mechanical synthesized voice rang out from the conference room deep inside the base, the flagship outside the atmosphere, and even further away the Federal fleet stationed at the periphery of Planet Yellow disaster. According to the authorization of the first charter, the orders are as follows. 1. The X-3 system's military plan will be suspended indefinitely. The fleet stationed at the periphery of Planet Yellow disaster will be suspended from all missions. All troops will be loaded with ammunition and depart according to the following route to 367, 8329, 2788. After that, you will pass through 3 small warp voids. The specific space data is currently being calculated. The report will be submitted later. A clear navigation route appeared on the 3-dimensional star map in the middle of the conference room. At the same time, an eye-catching dot of light indicated the location that the Federal Central Computer requested the Federal Fleet to head to. 2. All participating units are to be on standby. All mecha units are to be prepared to board the ship. Once the fleet fails to rescue the target, or if it is determined that it is impossible to rescue the target will enter a habitable planet and immediately engage in a forced landing battle. 3. The entire mission of this plan is to rescue the target and return. 4. The target is. The Federal Central Computer's mechanical voice paused for a moment. Old Butler Spaceship. This spaceship is a tri-wing spaceship under the Bureau of Proclamation. The relevant modification data will be updated later. The high-ranking officers in the Federal Forces Forward Base, the Bureau of Proclamation officials on the flagship, General Hong Yuliang, and the others in the Federal Fleet Command Hall were all shocked speechless when they heard these orders. What kind of bullshit is this? Commander Yi Changqian's eyes widened as he stared at the star map in front of him in shock. He said in disbelief, "Even the charter computer has a programming problem? Where did a tri-wing spaceship from the Bureau of Proclamation appear in the L9 system? Even if a tri-wing spaceship that belonged to the Bureau of Proclamation suddenly appeared on the other side of the universe, all the Federation officers and hundreds of thousands of Federation soldiers present would never accept delaying the plan to attack the X-3 system. They would not take the countless risks to carry out this baffling rescue mission in such a crazy and unprepared manner. Do we have a signal relay station over there?" the commander asked angrily. "We just started to set up the net. Not many of the previous concealment devices can be activated," the staff officer replied. "Then what is going on?" At this time, no one thought of anything because of the name of the tri-wing spaceship from the Bureau of Proclamation. Only Commander Du Shaoqing's sword-like eyebrows furrowed, a hint of disbelief appearing between his brows. Warning: this is a first-sequence incident. The Federal Central Computer completely ignored the shock, confusion, and anger of these high-ranking officers. Calmly, yet with an irresistible tone, it stated a fact that made everyone even more shocked and confused. Warning again: this is a first-sequence incident. The Federal forces that had penetrated deep into the Empire Star region were all iron-blooded soldiers who had experienced hundreds of battles. These officers who stood in shock within the conference room had faced who knew how many dangerous situations in their lives on the battlefield, but they were all stunned by the words first-sequence incident. Not many people knew that the Federal Central Computer had killed that Eastwood mechanic. For most people in the Federation, they only knew that the Federal Central Computer had issued a first-sequence incident once in their lives, and that was, several decades ago the Empire invaded the West Woods. Could it be that the Empire's Emperor suddenly died? Commander Yu Qinghai rubbed his messy white hair and guessed somewhat unconfidently. Then he somewhat shamefully took a sip of coffee. Many people in the conference room were guessing all sorts of strange reasons. Only Du Shaoqing calmly looked at the screen, knowing that the answer was about to be revealed. The three-dimensional star map blurred and dispersed, and an even more blurred image appeared. From the perspective, it should have been taken from the inside of a spaceship. The high-ranking officers of the Federation stared at the screen and found that the interior of the spaceship was extremely shabby. Then they saw a face on the screen, a face that was still smiling so brightly and happily even though they had not seen each other for a long time. Seeing this face, Teacher Yu Qinghai spat out the mouthful of coffee that he had just drunk. The logistics department director was so shocked that he loosened his grip and the coffee cup fell to the ground. Then a series of noises could be heard. Some people spat out coffee, some spilled coffee, and some dropped coffee cups. Because of the return of a certain person, the scene of the Federation's pre-war military conference turned into a sea of coffee. At this time, the internal affairs officer who had gone to carry out the military order returned to the conference room with an anxious expression. He was about to report the unexpected incident, but he found that the officers in the conference room had all turned into crimson statues. Only Du Xiaoqing remained calm, but if one looked closely, they would be able to see a hint of a smile and some indescribable feelings flashing in his eyes. He slowly placed the coffee cup on the table, looked at the blurred face on the screen and sighed in his heart, "You're still alive? Then you have to come back alive." In a remote corner of the base was the execution ground for the execution of military law. In the past month, other than a Federation soldier who was executed for raping and killing 3 young Empire girls, no one else came here. However, because of the Federation officer who was about to be executed in the center of the execution ground, it became lively. The Federation soldiers were used to seeing life and death on the battlefield, so they were not like the citizens of the Empire's slums who were excited to see the execution scene. The lively scene was not because the soldiers came to watch the show. Many of the soldiers of the new 17th Division came to send Bai Yulan off. Gu Shifeng and the other former members of Group 7 anxiously waited for a miracle to happen. However, the sad thing was that Commander Yu's efforts did not yield any results, so naturally there were no miracles. An officer from the Internal Affairs Department hurried over and passed through the crowd of gendarmes to read the verdict of the court-martial to Bai Yulan, who was in the middle of the execution ground. Bai Yulan nodded with some difficulty and then said a few words. Because they were too far away, the soldiers outside couldn't hear what they said. This corner of the base gradually became quiet. Many people were waiting for the gunshot, including Commander Dongfang and his subordinates who were standing furthest away. Their faces were covered in bandages, and their expressions were cold and filled with hatred. Gu Shifeng nervously looked at the military police in front of him. He watched as the military police slowly raised their guns and aimed at Bai Yulan. He took a deep breath, cursed, and exchanged a look with the members of Group 7 beside him. Then he bravely walked out of the crowd. Robbing the execution ground? Dongfang Yu coldly looked in that direction and said in a vicious tone, "That's a plot that only exists in Schiller's old-fashioned novels. I really hope these bastards of Group 7 can be a little more impulsive. When the time comes, more than one will be executed." At this incomparably tense moment, a jeep sped over from the depths of the base. In the jeep, the regiment commander of the new 17th Division was waving his arms and shouting something loudly. Dongfang Yu narrowed her eyes and looked at the jeep that was rolling in a cloud of dust. She said mockingly, "Fuck, your acting is getting better and better. Do you really think that there's an imperial edict that allows you to keep your life?" A few years later, when Bai Yulan looked at his smiling wife with a child in her arms, he would always remember that morning when he was facing the military police at the base on planet Yellow E. At that time, when he was facing death, he did not think too much about it. He only felt that his life was somewhat ridiculous. He did not know when it started, but he had changed from a professional soldier who believed in money to a newly married young man who did not care about violating military rules and injuring people. Yes, it was all the little boss's fault. Then he suddenly heard cheers coming from all around the execution ground. The cheers were brought closer by a foreign wind, and they grew louder and louder until they reached his ears like a sudden clap of thunder. He raised his head with a frown and looked at the crowd with some resentment. He thought to himself, "Do you have to be so happy about my death?" Then he realized that something was wrong. For some reason, the military police who were carrying out the execution put down the guns in their hands and cheered excitedly. What exactly happened? Federal Forces Forward Base, Flagship, Federal Fleet. All the soldiers who heard the news were cheering. Even the soldiers of the Iron 7th Division standing in the distance were applauding with smiles on their faces. Although that person had embarrassed their beloved division commander, on planet 5460 in the West Woods, that person had controlled a black MX and fought alongside the soldiers of the Iron 7th Division. That thrilling and heroic scene had remained in the hearts of many soldiers of the Iron 7th Division. These cheers from the bottom of their hearts proved one thing. Whether or not he was deliberately created as a war hero by the Federation government, that person had long become a role model in the hearts of the Federation soldiers through the things he had done. Iraq did not need to speak. As long as it rolled over with great difficulty, it would naturally be able to press its way out. Commander Dongfang Yu slowly walked down the small slope with an ashen face. When the cheers gradually died down, he walked in front of the Internal Affairs officer and asked in a deep voice, "Why can't the execution be carried out? This is the verdict of the military court. Do you think it should be stopped because of some cheers?" The Internal Affairs officer looked at him with great difficulty and tried to persuade him. "Commander Dongfang, no one dares to overturn the verdict of the military court, but it's really not the right time to execute Bai Yulan. At the very least, it should be delayed for a while, right?" Just as Dongfang Yu was about to speak angrily, Gu Shifeng walked over and gently rubbed her round fingers. She smiled and said, "If old Bai dies today, I'm sure you know very well what will happen when the boss comes back." At this moment, the new and old members of Team 7 all rushed over and looked at him with mocking and disdainful gazes. Gu Shifeng's smile suddenly disappeared. She lowered her voice and said seriously, "Even if it's to protect your own little life, you better pray that old Bai is still alive before the boss comes back." Immediately after, the military order urged the cheering soldiers to run back to their respective camps. The military police, who were talking in shock, escorted Bai Yulan to the temporary prison. Bai Yulan looked around in confusion. He subconsciously wanted to flick the hair in front of his forehead, but he did not manage to do so. He looked at the group of people outside the police line who were beaming with joy and cursed, "Motherfuckers, what the hell is going on? The boss is still alive." The members of Team 7 excitedly reported this shocking good news to him. Then they all returned to their respective camps, leaving behind Bai Yulan, who was speechless and staring blankly at them. The members of Team 7 did not say anything. They did not need to say anything. Their expressions showed how they felt at this moment. For them, if the boss was still alive, old Bai would naturally not die. As for the military regulations and court rulings, yes, these were all sacred things that could not be violated. Even they could not think of a way to save old Bai even if the boss came back alive. But the past few years of fighting had made the members extremely determined. There was no reason, and even a trace of the unreasonable spirit unique to Team 7. They were convinced that as long as the boss came back, anything could be solved. Hearing this news, Bai Yulan stood there like a wooden statue for a long time. Then he said to the military police beside him, "Brother, give me a cigarette." The military police looked at this lucky guy and smiled with a shrug. He lit a cigarette and put it in his mouth. Bai Yulan's lips trembled slightly. He took a deep breath and said vaguely but with incomparable certainty, "As a soldier, you should draw 37 cards." He thought that after Sulu died he had stopped smoking. But today he had started smoking again. Bai Yulan sighed with emotion. That guy who did not speak and only knew how to laugh foolishly seemed to have nothing to do with miracles. In fact, he was the best at creating miracles. Everyone thought that he was dead, but in the end? Yet, he had come back alive by announcing to the entire universe. With the cigarette in his mouth, Bai Yulan narrowed his eyes and tilted his head. He smiled and was silent for a long time. Then he gently shook his head. At this moment he did not think that he should be glad that he was still alive. He was only surprised that the guy was still alive. The so-called comrade-in-arms was probably a relationship between men who felt that the other person's life was more important than their own. If you're not dead after all this, then you have to come back alive. In front of the miracle of the hero's return, all the Federation soldiers were cheering. However, the situation was not like that. The words that Commander Du Shaoqing said in his heart showed that he had realized before anyone else that Su Li's glorious return to the Federation was definitely not a smooth journey. Otherwise, the Federal Central Computer would not have activated the first sequence of events. Now, the news that the Federal military received only showed that Su Lu was still alive. It did not mean that he would definitely come back alive. The tentacles of the glory of the Charter had no way of reaching the L9 system. The reason that the tri-wing battleship that had drifted in the Empire's territory for a year was able to send back images was because they were extremely lucky to have activated 2 signal relay satellites that the Federation had aimlessly spread out several decades ago. The blurry and soundless images that were sent back intermittently showed that this tri-wing battleship of the Bureau of Proclamation was currently being pursued by the Empire's fleet. Although the Federal military did not know that the extremely important Princess of the Empire had sent out 2/3 of the battleships that the Empire's fleet used to cover the retreat of the Southwest system to encircle and annihilate them, The surveillance images that were occasionally sent back showed the densely packed silhouettes of the Empire's battleships. This made the generals in the base conference room know that the situation was very bad. Under the urging of the Federal Central Computer's first sequence of events, the fleet that had been preparing to attack the X-3 system at the outermost edge of the Huanghe system had already set off. However, after calculating the distance between the two sides, especially with the incomplete data of the 3 warp holes, almost no one in the conference room believed that the extremely tattered tri-wing battleship would still be there when the Federal fleet arrived. After the cheers, there was endless silence. About a few minutes later than the front line, the sharp first sequence alarm also sounded in the Bureau of Proclamation building. In the office, old Director Tai and Assistant Chui Judong were both stunned when they saw the data feedback. The latter even thought of a very thorny problem. Immediately after, the news was sent to the President's official residence. After President Pabre was slightly stunned, he immediately stopped the Joint Staff meeting and rushed to the command hall with General Myers and other cabinet members as quickly as possible. Parliament Hill, which was in the middle of a closed-door discussion on the proposal of the temporary wartime budget adjustment, was temporarily adjourned after a series of shocked whispers between Vice President Xian and the chairman of the Military Committee. Chapter 659. In the command hall on the outskirts of the Capital Special District, dozens of senior generals with gold stars on their shoulders were either standing or sitting. They were staring at the circular light beam in front of them nervously. President Pabre, the National Security Advisor, the Director of the Military Committee of the Parliament, and other senior officials were standing next to the railing on the second floor. The picture on the enormous circular light beam was intermittent. Because of the loss of long-distance transmission, it was very blurred. One could barely see that a ragged 3-winged warship of a weird shape was moving at full speed in the strange space. Around the 3-winged warship, hundreds of black and green warships of the Imperium could be vaguely seen. The pursuit that took place in the distant space zone of the Imperium caught the attention of all the big shots in the leadership of the Federation. When the optical capture systems of the 2 signal relay satellites that had been activated by luck failed, they could no longer see the picture from the external perspective. They could only see the deeper path of the universe through the equipment of the fugitive 3-winged warship. In the intermittent picture, except for the warships of the Imperium that occasionally showed up from above and below, no one could see the large group of warships of the Imperium that were chasing the 3-winged warship closely. However, the green light spots that represented the warships of the Imperium on the radar system were increasing in number. They were as dense as vultures, making everyone extremely nervous and worried. Charge. Accelerate. The high-ranking generals of the Federation who were usually extremely solemn finally could not help but shout in a low voice. Noises rang out on the first floor of the command hall. The generals knew that their cheering from billions of kilometers away could not make the fleeing tri-winged warship fly faster, but they still subconsciously clenched their fists, frowned, and shouted loudly. Are the people of the Imperium crazy? The National Security Advisor of the Federation looked at the calculation result that he just received in shock. Looking at the count of the warships of the Imperium that were chasing the 3-winged warship, he exclaimed in disbelief. 3 medium fleets have been mobilized just to chase 1 3-winged warship. Does their space zone not need to be defended? Such a crazy and undisciplined pursuit. If they run into the Federation fleet, all they need is a crossbow formation to shoot at the same time, and 1/3 of their warships will be destroyed easily. The generals in the command hall had long noticed this, but they were also puzzled. They couldn't understand why the Empire would take such a huge risk to chase after that fleeing 3-wingers. General Miles' thick eyebrows furrowed slightly as he mocked. Could it be that Colonel Sulu raped the princess? Laughter burst out from both the upper and lower floors of the hall. However, the laughter soon subsided because the intermittent images on the light beam had begun to show the shadows of the cannons of the Imperium. Those deadly lines brushed past the porthole of the 3-winged warship and were extremely dangerous. No one knew if they would hit the 3-winged warship in the next moment. The head of the military committee who had hurried over from the Parliament Hill glanced at President Pabre who had been silent all this time with a complicated expression. He moved closer and said in a low voice, "The Federal fleet has set off in a hurry. If we really start a war with the Imperium fleet, both sides are not prepared. I'm worried that the losses will be too great." The senator did not speak too clearly, but in fact, this was the innermost words of the big shots present, including the military. The frontline troops of the Federation being disrupted, the plan to attack the X-3 system delayed, and the fleet setting off in a hurry, no one knew what price the Federation would pay for such a change, and all of this was just to save one person. Was it worth it? Although the three-winged warship had sent back a piece of encrypted intelligence, and it was said that Sulu had a second piece of very important intelligence in his hands, was it really worth it? Don't worry about the benefits of intelligence. Don't even consider that this is a first-order incident for now. There was not the slightest expression on Pabre's dark face. He raised his arm and pointed at the dense dots of light that represented the Imperium fleet on the holographic screen. The Imperium is willing to pay any price to kill him. Do you think our Federation can't do the same? I said it just now. We have to pay any price. Remember, pay any price. Right at this moment, the director of the presidential residence office, Brin, hung up the phone and walked behind President Pabre with a solemn expression. He said in a low voice, "Mr. President, CO Nutshell called to ask about this matter. He is very concerned about the safety of Colonel Sulu." President Pabre frowned and looked at Brin in confusion. Brin then continued in a low voice, "Many other parties have also called. They want to confirm the truth of this matter. For some reason, the news that Colonel Sulu is still alive has been leaked online. The Federation TV station has asked if they can broadcast the official news. Out of consideration of political influence, the Federation would definitely not make a big deal out of this matter before it was certain that Sulu could be safely brought back. However, for some reason, the situation that should have been strictly confidential had already started to spread on the civilian network in an extremely short amount of time. "I'll arrange the network channel management right away," Director Brin said immediately after seeing that President Pabre had been silent this entire time. "No need." President Pabre waved his hand. "I'll authorize the news channel to release the official news, but you must be very careful with the image selection." Yes. Sulu was still alive. He was flying towards the Federation on a broken three-winged battleship. Behind him were countless battleships from the Empire. This news that shocked the entire Federation society was naturally deliberately released by some big shots who had the means to get in touch with this matter. There was no wind or rain in the back mountain today, but the air was a bit cold. Lady Tai was wearing a fur shawl with her arms around her elbows. She silently looked at the lake and mountains in front of her and thought to herself, if that little guy is really lucky enough to come back alive, will the political situation in the Federation change? Will he pursue the matter of the ancient Bell ship relentlessly? Definitely, according to Su Li's temperament, he will definitely do so. Lady Tai's lips curled up into an inexplicable smile. She said to Secretary Shen beside her, "Every war will add a lot of bargaining chips to the military's power, especially those crazy young men. It's not a good thing to have too much power. I'm very curious. When Sulu comes back in such a glorious manner, how are they going to deal with it?" Secretary Shen was silent. His right hand that was hanging by his leg moved slightly. After a while, he said softly, "According to your instructions, the entire Federation knows about this matter. All we can do now is to hope that Colonel Sulu can have this luck." All the people of the Federation who were watching TV stopped what they were doing almost at the same time. Whether it was the update manuscripts that their superiors were desperately urging or the dishwashing towels that their wives were forcing into their hands, they were all put aside. They looked at the news channel in shock, listened to the female anchor's excited and joyful voice, and listened to the name of the hero of the Federation that had gradually faded away. Some of them couldn't believe their eyes and ears. In countless apartment buildings and university dormitories, loud cheers and excited screams rang out. Some people even excitedly threw beer bottles downstairs. On the news channel, the tri-winged battleship that carried the hero's complex and dreams hidden in the depths of countless people's hearts was silently moving forward in the dark background of the universe. Countless densely packed battleships of the Empire chased after it. The picture was very blurry and intermittent, as if it was covered with countless layers of mosaics. The excited and nervous people immediately turned their attention to the internet, trying to find more information and more pictures of the tri-winged battleship. A wedding was being held in the Wenhua Hotel in Gangdu. There were many guests and expensive cars. The scene was very grand and extravagant. It attracted the attention of countless people. Putting aside the fact that both parties involved in the wedding were youths with extremely good backgrounds and prospects in the Federation, just by looking at the fact that the witness today was the president of the Nutshell Mobile Company, a giant corporation in the Federation, one could roughly imagine how grand this wedding would be. "I'm just a distant relative of the Chow family. I'm not a member of the 7 major families." The dull and honest young man was wearing an expensive suit today. He looked at the exceptionally beautiful bride and said honestly, "So I didn't mean to hide it from you. The legendary 7 major families have nothing to do with our wedding." Shang Qiu was wearing a red strapless dress today. Her tender breasts were particularly charming and proud. However, her face still maintained the calmness of an engineer. She didn't show the shyness or nervousness of a newlywed. When she heard the groom's words, she shrugged and said, "It doesn't matter if you hide it or not. I agreed to marry you because you're probably the only one who can agree to my unreasonable conditions. But then again, I still have an important technical meeting to attend tomorrow. In order to deal with your parents' S3 honeymoon trip, I'm afraid I have to end it early." The groom was a little disappointed. However, he noticed from the corner of his eyes that the most important guest of today's wedding, as well as the witness of their wedding, the president of the Nutshell Motor Company, seemed to have a strange expression. The president of the Nutshell Motor Company hung up the phone and walked in front of the two with a complicated expression. After thinking for a long time, he said to the groom, "I'm sorry." The groom and Shang Qiu looked at the president in surprise. They thought, even if you have something urgent to do, you don't have to say sorry so sincerely, right? The president turned to Shang Qiu and said with a smile, "I think I have to tell you before you get married. Otherwise, I'm really worried that you'll choose to resign from the Nutshell Motor Company because you hate me for the rest of your life." Sulu is still alive. Hearing this, Shang Qiu, who was about to get married today, was stunned. She held the hem of her dress and froze. Then, without hesitation, she turned her head and looked at the groom, who was also shocked. She bowed and apologized very sincerely, "I'm sorry." Then she turned and walked out of the Wenhua Hotel. On the giant screen across the street, the female news anchor had begun to speak and was about to play a video. "I finally understand why you said sorry just now." The young man with the surname Chow looked at the figure walking out of the hotel reluctantly. Surprisingly, he was not angry. Instead, he was unusually calm. He said to the president, "It turns out that Shang Qiu and Colonel Su Lu are old friends. It seems that my taste is really good." Shang Qiu did not hear the man's very elegant words. At this moment, all her attention was on the huge screen across the street. Her left hand gently pulled open the tube top that made it difficult for her to breathe. She took out the foldable glasses from her cleavage and put them on the bridge of her small nose. Shang Qiu began to watch silently and attentively with a smile. The late autumn wind blew on her tender white face, making it a little itchy. Nan Xiangmei had just finished her holiday with the foundation. Under the persuasion of her mother, she was going to take another long holiday to tidy up her mood. At this time, she was packing with the help of the servant. After putting the books she liked into the suitcase, her eyes fell on the train ticket on the table. The journey this time was like a high-speed rail. She was prepared to retrace the path of the past. It was just that she no longer had any contact with her best friend, and the man she had seen in the carriage for several years had long gone to a faraway place with no return. Nan Xiangmei did not cry. A kind of peaceful, soft, and strong luster appeared on her beautiful cheeks. She picked up the train ticket and said softly to herself and the man who left, "I'm not reliving the journey of the past because I'm afraid of forgetting you. It's because I won't forget you. It's just that since you don't want to come back, I want to have a formal farewell with you. The farewell is not to forget you, but to hide you at the bottom of my heart. In the future, when I'm old, I'll tell my granddaughter that I once liked a real man who was never afraid in the face of difficulties." While the beautiful girl was feeling sentimental, a scream suddenly sounded from the living room next to her. She walked over in surprise and saw the nanny who had raised her since she was a child and knew all her secrets. She was pointing in a direction with a strange expression. Her mouth was wide open, but she was so shocked that she couldn't say anything. Nan Xiangmei turned her head curiously and saw the scene on the TV screen. When she heard the voiceover commentary, she suddenly covered her mouth and her body trembled slightly. She decided that she would never cry for that man again. Tears began to roll down her cheeks. Inside the old mansion in the Weitu district of the Sunset region of the West Forest region, little Watermelon, who had just finished school, was eating an ice cream cone while watching a pirated CD she had brought back from the Wangdu apartment more than a year ago. It was very obvious that the fat Uncle Tian had a sense of failure when it came to family education. Although this little princess liked to comfort herself with this kind of pornographic video and audio works, fantasizing about avenging her parents and brother Su Lu, it was always a little boring to watch the purple-haired captain lead the federal army over and over again to defeat the Empire's invaders, so she subconsciously moved her fingers slightly and switched the channel back to the TV. The ice cream cone in the little girl's hand that was in the middle of feeding her adorable mouth hit her sharp nose with a bang. She widened her bright eyes and only came back to her senses after a long time. She screamed and jumped up from the sofa, her short black hair spread out like a watermelon skin in the AIR.INA detached villa in the West Mountain compound. Zhou Liuhua, who had been spoiled by the defense minister's wife and countless idlers, was angry at this time. The little boy, who had already learned to recite Schiller's poems, was unwilling to say a word to his grandmother and the nanny who were trying to persuade him. He screamed and kicked the glass coffee table in front of him. He grabbed everything around him and threw it at the TV screen in front of him. It was because his favorite cartoon was suddenly gone, and a woman with heavy makeup that he hated appeared on the TV. Minister Zhou's wife had retired, and for the past few years she had been taking care of this little ancestor at home. She spoiled him a lot, and none of the orderlies and logistics aunties in the minister's building dared to disobey his wishes. Also, he inherited some of his mother's bad temperament, so no one dared to talk to him. No one dared to teach him a lesson. But a crisp sound rang out. Zhou, who was still wearing pink pajamas like an unmarried girl, hurried upstairs and slapped the little boy in the face. "What are you doing?" Mrs. Zhou screamed in shock and protected the little boy behind her. Seeing that his mother, who loved him so much, had slapped him, the little boy covered his red face and cried loudly. His little arms and legs kicked even more fiercely. After a while, he saw that his mother was staring at the TV in a daze and didn't care about him at all. He angrily reached out his hand from his grandmother's side and tried to grab his grandfather's precious ashtray. He was about to smash it on the TV. "If you dare to smash it, I'll kill you." Zhou kept looking at the TV screen and didn't turn around. This simple sentence was full of coldness, but it stunned everyone in the living room. Children were naughty animals who could sense real danger the most. Sensing the lethality of Zhou's words, he sniffled and put down the ashtray in his hand while crying. He didn't understand. Last time, when he burned his grandfather's hair, his mother wasn't so angry. Why was she so serious today? Of course, he didn't know that it was because the TV was broadcasting the return of his father. The same scene happened in many other places. Just as Schiller said, happy families were always similar. Then they in their happiness and excitement were at least similar at this moment. However, there were also many people who cared about Su Lu who didn't see this historic scene. At that time, Tai Ziyuan was personally applying for a financial subcard for Bai Qi. He had a headache over these trivial procedures. Because Macho's financial support to him was suspended, even Butler Jean and the staff were forced to leave the West Woods with tears streaming down their faces. At this time, Shi Qinghai was like a gopher, walking through the underground sewer of the Federation's Investigation Bureau headquarters. The small blue device in his hand glowed faintly, illuminating the rusty nameplate in front of him, clearly showing the serial port of the database. The news channel's breaking news report ended very quickly, and the screen returned to darkness. There were no problems with the specially selected video. Only the conspiracy theorists on the internet who were used to scanning and analyzing frame by frame were still researching. Soon they came to a conclusion that this video was real. The problem was that 1 second before the video ended, the left abdomen of the tri-wing spaceship that Colonel Su Lu was on seemed to have been hit by the cannons of the Empire's battleship. Countless protest calls were made to the Federation's TV station, asking if the tri-wing spaceship had been sunk by the Empire and why there was no follow-up video. The Federal forces are locating it. The fleet has already begun the rescue operation. "Let us pray for Colonel Su Lu," said the female news anchor sincerely. Just like the atmosphere in the conference room on planet Huangyi, after the excitement and joy, there was endless worry. The entire Federation, from the distant East Woods to the West Woods, from the capital to the 4 states around S2, anxiously and nervously waited for the latest news. The Bureau of Proclamation's tri-wing spaceship was one of the fastest spaceships in space. Although it had drifted in the Empire's territory for too long and had become a little strange and tattered, under the old man's policy of robbing supplies, it was still in good condition. This was especially true for its engine system, which was even more powerful than a year ago. However, because the repair parts were all smuggled spaceships or pirate spaceships, the tri-wing spaceship's assembly system was not stable. After a long period of high-intensity flight, there were already ominous signs. The most important thing was the densely packed battleships of the Empire. Such a terrifying number of battleships was beyond Su Li's imagination and the old man's calculation. Although the tri-wing spaceship still had the advantage in speed, the Empire's battleships had obviously been waiting outside the L9 system's smuggling tunnel and were already prepared for an ambush. Even though the tri-wing spaceship had almost crazily charged through 2 warp holes, it was still surrounded by the vast universe's fleet and was forced into a desperate situation. Huai Chaoshi is crazy. This woman is crazy. Su Lu looked at the decreasing value of the life support system with a pale face and shouted angrily, "Hundreds of lions chasing a rabbit? How can there be something so crazy?" At this time he was already sure that the densely packed Empire's fleet was not preparing for some big military operation, but to prevent him from returning to the Federation. The moment he thought of this, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. The tri-winged spaceship had been hit by the Empire's cannons 3 times in a row. 3 terrifying melted holes appeared on the high-strength, tattered metal outer shell, and the spaceship's life support system was on the verge of collapse. A violent tremor hit again. Su Li's body was bounced high up in the air and then fell heavily. 2 streams of blood flowed out of his lips. He said angrily, "Why didn't I dodge again?" Rushing out to the streets in a storm to play romantic games. "How can your clothes not get wet at all?" The old man's tone was obviously not very good. "I only let 4 drops of rain fall on you. What more do you want?" This sentence was very powerful. The Empire's fleet did not care about the cost, and some of them even fired aimlessly from a long distance. It was like a basin of angry rain pouring down from the sky. No matter how hard he tried to dodge, it was impossible to dodge all of them. In fact, under the control of the old man, the tri-winged spaceship made some unbelievable movements in space from time to time. The fact that it could survive until now under the intense bombardment had already shocked the commanders of the Empire's fleet and the generals of the distant Federation. "Warning, the spaceship has suffered severe power loss. We must land immediately." The old man's voice returned to its mechanical and calm state. "Where are we now? How far is the Federation's rescue fleet?" "We have entered the periphery of the Gamma Galaxy, not far from X3. 3 seconds ago, we successfully activated 4 charter signal relay satellites. The Federal fleet is still very far away." Miserable, so miserable. Looking at the collapsing metal pieces outside the porthole, Sulu narrowed his eyes and sighed softly. "Old man, just find a planet where people can live and land." The old man's mechanical voice jumped again. "This is not the escape after the catastrophe. No one has prepared a planet where people can live for you. Give up the hope. The closest planet to us now is a deserted mineral planet. It is absolutely not suitable for human beings to live on. You will die if you live on it." "Why?" "It has an atmosphere. Light wave analysis shows that it is not poisonous, but the oxygen level is too low. Even ants can't live there." "You just mentioned the escape after the catastrophe? A planet where people can live. What do you mean?" Did I say that?" What ended the conversation between the man and the machine in desperation was the cannon fire of the Empire's warship. Accompanied by a violent explosion, a cluster of gorgeous flames appeared at the tail of the tri-winged spaceship, and then quickly extinguished in the vacuum environment. The last scene that the Federation's command hall saw was that the tri-winged spaceship was hit by the fierce cannon fire of the Empire's warship. The tri-winged spaceship was severely damaged, and it miserably fell toward a nearby mineral planet. After a long time, a small light appeared in the darkness. A small light that was so far away could actually be a terrifying explosion. The 4 charter signal relay satellites that had just been activated were instantly destroyed by the Empire's fleet. The anxious technicians adjusted the image to the tri-winged spaceship's main view, but it was also dark. The generals in the advanced base of planet Yellow Doom were silent. Du Shaoqing slowly stood up, holding the sunglasses that he had taken off. He leaned forward slightly and stared at the light screen in the sky, as if he was trying to find the figure of that guy in the darkness. The people in the S1 command hall were silent. General Myers slapped his thigh angrily and stood up with his eyes wide open. President Pabre frowned deeply and was silent for a long time. "The parameter analysis report that we just received." A staff officer looked down at the light screen on the workbench and reported in a deep voice, "According to the image before the tri-winged spaceship was hit, the main tank on the rear wing of the tri-winged spaceship was destroyed, and the life support system collapsed. Adding the impact of the fall, it should be completely destroyed. The oxygen content in the atmosphere of this mineral planet is 0.14%, which is not enough to support the respiratory system." The staff officer raised his head with some difficulty and looked at the people with serious expressions. He said, "According to the analysis of the charter computer, Colonel Sulu should have been killed." After a long silence, the National Security Advisor suddenly moved close to the President's ear and said, "Mr. President, should we order the Federal fleet to withdraw immediately?" President Pabre's dark face showed no emotion. He stared at the dark circular light screen and suddenly slammed the table with force. He said loudly, "Order the Federal fleet to continue to move faster and prepare for battle." Then he said to Director Breen in a deep voice, "Let the news channel continue to broadcast this dark image live. I want to see a miracle happen." In the distant space, the Federal fleet was also silent. Three-star General Hong Yuliang wiped the sweat off his forehead and closed his eyes to think. After a while he ordered, "Continue to move forward. Order the 3rd Airborne Mecha Brigade to prepare for a strong landing." After a long time, the distant Empire finally sent back news. The 3 crazy and cruel Federation fleets started to turn back and retreat when they were 14 astronomical units away from the Federal fleet. For them, the tri-winged spaceship of the Federation was destroyed, and the person on the spaceship was dead. Their mission was complete. Naturally, they didn't want to engage in an unprepared space battle with the Federation's main fleet. However, there was still no news from the mineral planet. The news channel started to broadcast again, but the anxious Federation citizens could only see darkness. They roughly understood what had happened, so they started to pray silently. In the command hall, the light screen in front of President Pabre was dark. In the charter square, the citizens put their hands under their chins and prayed, but the giant light screen was still dark. Countless TV screens in countless apartment buildings were dark. There was no change at all. Time passed by slowly. At the main entrance of the Wenhua Hotel, Shang Qiu looked at the dark light screen across the street through the glass. She didn't know why, but she slowly put her hands behind her back. Her right hand held her left wrist in the autumn wind. Although silent, she was unusually firm. In the office on Parliament Hill, Zhang Xiaoming slowly took off her glasses and rubbed her forehead. She looked at the black TV screen and closed her eyes. She put her hands behind her back and gently clasped them together. Based on her beliefs, she never prayed to the Creator, but she prayed for that person to live. In the courtyard of Shishan Mountain, Zhou Yu frowned and looked at the dark TV screen. His hands were behind his back and his knuckles were slightly white. There was a piercing coldness in his eyes. "Since you have inexplicably come back to life, how dare you let me watch you die inexplicably again?" In this long and torturous wait, countless light screens were still dark and cold. No image appeared. However, just as everyone was about to lose hope, a hoarse voice filled with electrical noise sounded in countless places in the Federation at the same time. "I'm Sulu. I'm out of the cockpit now. I feel good." Chapter 660. 3 medium-sized Federation air-to-ground transport ships dragged their long tails as they charged into the atmosphere, drawing 3 clear lines in the air. After leaving the mothership, the transport ships used their fastest speed to search this strange and desolate mineral planet. They finally found the weak signal near the southeastern plateau. However, due to the magnetic interference, they couldn't pinpoint the exact location. After a while, the alloy gate at the bottom of the transport ship slowly opened. More than 10 tall black MX mechas roared as they jumped out. With the help of the auxiliary wings, they instantly glided over a height of more than 10 meters, completing an extremely risky forced landing. The surface of the dead mineral planet was filled with large rock peaks. Amidst the clouds of dust caused by the forced landing of the Federation MX mechas, the 3 transport ships drew an arc from left to right and flew towards the slightly flatter temporary landing site more than 10 kilometers away. "We have landed. Searching in progress. Signal source within 3 kilometers." On the surface of the mineral planet that was severely lacking in oxygen, the 10 black MX mechas activated vacuum mode. In the quiet and slightly noisy communication system, the voices of the pilots rang out from time to time. These Federation soldiers knew the importance of their mission very well. They knew that these reports would not only be transmitted back to the Fleet Command Hall and the forward base of Planet Yellow Disaster, but also to the ears of the President and countless Federation citizens. "We found him." The voice in the communication system suddenly became agitated. The elite pilots of the 3rd Airborne Mecha Brigade of the Federal Fleet did not think that the target they were rescuing was still alive. Although the target had said something calm and exciting, the oxygen content in the atmosphere of this planet was too low. Hence, when they saw the scene in front of them, their strong wills that had been honed on the battlefield couldn't help but be shaken by the scene in front of them. The rock peak in front of them had already collapsed. The dust had already been blown away by the wind. The Bureau of Proclamation's 3-winged ship that had attracted the attention of the entire universe had fallen miserably among the rocks. When the 3-winged ship fell, it had obviously caused an explosion. However, because of the lack of oxygen, the explosion wasn't strong enough. It looked like a large piece of iron that had been smoked for billions of years. Dozens of meters away in the sand, the target they had been searching for was sitting cross-legged on the ground. The emergency communication equipment beside him was scattered. This guy was covered in blood and dust. He looked battered and exhausted, but his eyes were closed and his thin lips were tightly pursed. He looked so calm. It seemed that this guy was just a little tired, so he sat on the sand to rest for a while. The problem was, who could rest in an air with only 0.14% oxygen? In the surveillance light screen, the person who was sitting peacefully in the sand with his eyes closed was too quiet. Even his chest was not moving up and down. His face was abnormally pale, giving people a feeling of fear. The 3MX mecha closest to him roared away. As soon as the heavy mechanical legs landed, the hatch of one of the MX mecha opened instantly. A thin, slightly short major of the Federation jumped down without hesitation and staggered to Su Li's side. This major looked at the burn marks on Su Li's pale face and the purplish bruises that were slowly spreading across his thin lips. A trace of panic and fear flashed through his bright eyes behind the transparent helmet. He took off his oxygen mask as quickly as possible and roughly put it over Su Li's nose and mouth, completely ignoring the danger he was about to face. The pilot of the 3rd Airborne Mecha Brigade also followed him out of the cockpit and brought the seemingly dead Su Li back into the MX Mecha. The hatch of the MX Mecha quickly closed with the hum of the engine. The thin major pulled out his oxygen mask and breathed rapidly several times. After waiting for the life support system to replenish the oxygen in the cockpit, he pulled down the mask on Su Li's face with force and patted his cheeks lightly. He said, "Wake up." And so Su Li woke up. After adjusting from that strange and mysterious internal breathing to the normal low breathing of a human, the severe lack of oxygen made him unable to immediately adapt to the current environment in the cockpit. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the face in front of him whose eyes were tightly shut and who was frantically urging him to wake up. His vision was a little blurry, but for some reason he felt that this face was incredibly familiar. It was as if he had been looking at this face for countless years and had already carved it into the deepest recesses of his mind. A few drops of tears fell from the corner of that panicked Federation major's tightly shut eyes out of fear. They dripped onto Su Li's dust-covered face, waking him up a little more. Then more tears fell. The colonel holding him in his arms cried incessantly, patting or rather stroking his cheeks and saying softly, "Wake up quickly. I still have a lot of questions to ask you. For example, why is your face so thin?" Tears fell like rain on Su Li's face, washing away the dust and pain. It was a little salty, just like the beautiful sea beside the Golden Star Hotel in the West Woods. Su Li slowly opened his eyes wide. Looking at that beautiful and heart-stirring face so close to him, he opened his mouth and asked in shock, "Jian Shuer, why are you here?" Even though he had obtained a great increase in personal combat strength during his 1 year in the Empire, the endless escape and injuries had also accumulated a lot of injuries. These injuries suddenly erupted when the tri-winged warship crashed into the ground. At this moment, Su Li was extremely weak, and his voice was exceptionally hoarse and soft. Jian Shuer, who was holding him in her arms, was in extreme nervousness and pain, so she didn't hear these words at all. Su Li lightly pursed his lips. Looking at Jian Shuer's face that was so close to him, a trace of an incomparably brilliant smile appeared on his face. In his past impression, this national idol still carried a trace of absolute calmness behind her gentle appearance even after she had become extremely close to him. Who could have imagined such a weeping beauty like today? It seemed that he had finally returned alive. This felt really good. Being hugged tightly by Jian Shuer, that soft and warm feeling felt really good. "Stop crying. If you continue to touch me so hard, my face will definitely become even thinner." Su Li spoke again with some difficulty. This time Jian Shuer heard him. She opened her eyes in confusion and looked at the thin but still familiar face that was so close to her. Looking at the pair of incomparably clean and interesting eyes, she finally understood what had happened. Her mouth opened in disbelief and she stuttered, "You're alive? I'm not dead." After reporting the news of successfully rescuing Colonel Su Lu to the fleet, Jian Shuer finally completely relaxed. She didn't care how the Federation would rejoice after hearing this news. She only cared about the current condition of the man in her arms. At this moment she suddenly remembered that she had been hugging Su Lu tightly all this time, and had been crying for him all this time. Looking down, she saw Su Li's head was tightly pressed against her chest, and he was looking at her with his eyes wide open. 2 traces of blush gradually spread across his cheeks. "You can help me up now," Su Lu said. Jian Shuer's subconscious reaction was to push Su Lu away, but for some reason she didn't do so. Instead, she hugged this man tighter in her arms. With a trace of stubbornness, she thought to herself, "Since you're alive, then I'll never let you go again." 2 days ago, I wrote too much. Today I suddenly became absent-minded. Plus, I was busy with some personal matters, so I only wrote 2,000 words. Tomorrow I'll write 3 chapters. Chapter 661. Translator, Ryuxinji Editor. H2DH2 Mr. The Black MX Mecha chose to drive on autopilot over the rugged terrain. The distinct undulations made the two people in the cockpit feel as if they were on a small boat in the middle of a stormy sea. Meanwhile, the dim lighting and the muffled electronic sounds of the equipment in the small space made them easily recall the 1,000-mile escape after that concert 3 years ago, as well as that final period of deep sleep. Sulu felt the softness of the hand on his cheek. Only then did he understand that the Federation's standard pilot uniform had a certain degree of resistance to puncture, but was unable to block out the sensation of touch. His already tired and raspy voice became even hoarser as he muttered, "This isn't very good, is it? What's not good about it?" By this time, Jian Shuier had already regained her composure. She smiled charmingly and said, 3 years ago in 5460, you also secretly hugged me while I was asleep." Sulu was stunned. He knew that the girl beside him had not been asleep that night, and knew what he had done. He could not help but feel ashamed. He wanted to cover his face, but found that the act of burrowing into her soft embrace was even more embarrassing. Why would Fei Qing agree to let you join the frontline forces? In order to dispel the faint warmth in the cockpit, he asked in a low voice, "It's very dangerous here. After you went to the Empire, everyone thought you were dead. I was no exception." Jian Shuier glanced at the electronic map on the screen, and then made a simple manual adjustment of the mecha. She answered softly, "At the lakeside, I told the old man that I had many things I wanted to know the answer to. For example, the truth behind that victory concert. In the past, I had asked you to do it for me, but now that you're dead, I want to do it myself. So the old man agreed to let me join the fleet." The MX Mecha was still 8 to 9 kilometers away from the temporary platform where the air-to-ground transport ship was. Hearing Jian Shuier's calm words, Sulu suddenly thought of something very important. He crawled up with difficulty and under her puzzled gaze made a hand gesture. Jian Shuier saw this gesture, and although she did not understand why, she still immediately shut down the integrated command and communication systems as instructed, blocking the entire MX Mecha from external communications. Sulu did not speak immediately. He called the old man 3 times in his mind, but received no reply. He narrowed his eyes and directed the SCC to the rear. Looking at the charred wreckage of the spaceship on the screen, an inexplicable sense of emptiness grew in his heart. At this time he looked into Jian Shuier's eyes and said seriously, "The things you wanted me to help you, I found a lot of them in the Empire." Jian Shuier's eyes also narrowed into the 2 most beautiful crescent moons in S1, faintly glowing. This was a big secret about the birth of the national idol of the Federation. Although she was no longer a young girl, she was still an idol that the people of the Federation could not forget. If the Federation found out that her birth mother was from the Empire, what kind of uproar would it cause? Telling this shocking secret on this desolate mineral planet far away from the glory of the Charter was the best logical choice Sulu had made. "Your mother was the concubine of the Empire's emperor. I don't know her name, but I know that she was the daughter of Master Fan. You've never heard of Master Fan? It's a very strange title of nobility in the Empire. It seems that they don't even care about the emperor. She should be dead. The specific cause of death is not very clear, but perhaps it has something to do with that big explosion." A very simple sentence contained too much shocking information. Even though Jian Shuier had been in the spotlight since she was young, daring to speak freely in front of the Chief Justice of the Federation at a young age, and had many strange speculations about her birth, she could not help but be stunned for a long time. After a long silence, she opened her mouth with some difficulty and asked, "My mother is from the Empire?" "Yes." "This is incredible." Jian Shuier covered her face, and her slightly trembling voice sounded so confused. "She is the concubine of the Emperor of the Empire? Am I the daughter of the Emperor of the Empire? Is that why the Federation used me as bait to lure the Imperial Expeditionary Force into a war? Fortunately or unfortunately, your father is still my shameless teacher." Sulu then said the second guess that shocked Jian Shuier, and he should still be alive. After saying what had to be said, Sulu gently patted her shoulder, but he could not find any words to calm the many complicated emotions in the girl's heart at this time. After a moment of silence he said, "Help me contact Feiqing City. There are some things that I want to ask Military God." The air-to-ground transport ship left the deadly barren mineral star at the fastest speed, drew a clear airflow line, and flew to the abdomen of the main ship in the air intake area. The heavy and huge cabin door slowly opened, and a group of Federation officers walked to the main ship hall from the metal trestle bridge. The pale and thin Sulu was gently supported by Jian Shuier and walked at the front. The Federation officers and soldiers in the command hall of the Federation main ship had all stood up, ready to welcome the return of the hero. When they saw Sulu appear at the front of the metal trestle bridge, they burst into loud cheers and applause without any orders. At this time, the commander of the Federal Fleet, General Hong Yuliang's gentle face appeared on the circular light beam in the center of the hall. The only three-star female general of the Federation said with a smile, "Colonel Sulu, welcome back." Sulu pulled Jian Shuier's hand away from his arm and saluted to the light beam. General Hong Yuliang on the light beam said gently, "But there's something I have to criticize you about. Major Jian Shuier, although I know that the two of you definitely have a lot of private things to talk about, please don't turn off the communication system in the future. You have to know that Mr. President personally called to ask what was wrong with that period of radio silence." Seeing the usually serious commander of the Federal Fleet use such a tone to make fun of Sulu and Jian Shuier, the officers and soldiers of the fleet knew that the female general's mood must be extremely good. Hearing this, the cheers and applause that had not completely subsided suddenly turned into mischievous whistles. Jian Shuier, who was standing beside Sulu, heard this and felt a little shy, but was immediately swallowed up by the shock in her heart that had not yet had time to digest. Then, the main ship of the 3rd Airborne Mecha Brigade embarked on the space journey back to the fleet. This journey was not too long, but because they had to be vigilant of the 3 missing fleets of the Empire, they deliberately slowed down their speed. In the military commander's resting cabin. Because Sulu needed treatment and rest, no one came to disturb him. Only Jian Shuier sat beside the half-open healing cabin to accompany him. Her left hand was gently turning a red apple, and her right hand was holding a sharp knife that flashed from time to time. "It's been an incredible year. You've suffered so much. It's time for you to get some good news." She peeled off the skin of the apple and put it in front of Su Li's mouth. She smiled and said, "I seem to have said the word, incredible, a little too much today." Although they had a very close personal relationship later on, and this indescribably beautiful girl in front of him had long cut off her purple hair, Sulu sometimes still treated her as an untouchable dream, an unattainable national idol, just like when he was a teenager. So, he was a little unaccustomed to this intimate gesture. He wanted to reach out his hand to take it, but found that his fingers were covered in sticky medical culture fluid. After hesitating for a moment, he could only open his mouth awkwardly and awkwardly. Just now, he had briefly described his 1 year of life as a fugitive in the Empire. Jian Shuier held her chin and blinked her big and bright watery eyes. She asked curiously, "If that genius princess whose name shook the universe is my sister, then what kind of person is she? What does she look like? Is she beautiful? Was this a woman?" After knowing that the princess was her own sister, the first thing she cared about was whether she was beautiful or not. Sulu was silent and for some reason he shivered. He said in a low voice, "She looks pretty but she's not a beauty. As for the rest, let's not talk about it. Whenever I think of this princess I feel a little scared. You haven't seen her, so naturally, you can't imagine how cruel the most terrifying humanoid weapon in the universe can be once she opens fire. Have you contacted S1? I have an important piece of information here that needs to be delivered to the president." He turned his attention and asked, "It seems to be very important information. You don't even trust the frontline command." "That's not it. It's mainly a matter of authority. The only ones who can decide this matter are the president and those old men on Parliament Hill." Jian Shuier suddenly thought of the storm that had been causing a lot of trouble in the military camp recently. She fell silent, but looking at the exhausted Su Lu in the healing pod, she didn't say anything in the end. She just thought silently, "For you, the frontline command does seem to be untrustworthy." In the bloody light that filled the sky, a large Federation battleship slowly broke through the red clouds. Rolling up a powerful airflow, it slowly descended toward the forward base on planet Yellow Disaster. The people of the Empire in the surrounding ruined cities poked their heads out of the empty windows and welcomed its arrival with eyes full of hatred and indifference. Meanwhile, the countless soldiers of the Federation in the circular base were welcoming it with the most enthusiastic cheers. Accompanied by the Major General and the Captain, Su Lu, who had already changed into a brand new Federation Colonel uniform, walked out of the battleship while facing countless burning gazes and vigorous military music. Then there was a sudden silence. Right at this moment, the cheers and military music stopped abruptly. Only the foreign evening breeze gently blew the Federation flag above the base. A deep voice shouted, "Salute!" The densely packed Federation soldiers standing around the battleship were wearing dark green military uniforms. After hearing the order, They collectively stood at attention, raised their right arms, and gave the most standard and enthusiastic military salute to Su Lu below the battleship. Hearing the sound of military uniforms rubbing against each other clearer than the sound of the wind, looking at the rows of straight arms, Su Li's body was a bit stiff. He stood there in a daze, feeling a bit numb and itchy on his face. It wasn't because the burns on his face were healing, but because the blood had rushed up. The commander of the new 17th Division, Yu Qinghai, stood at the front of the welcoming team. After Su Lu saluted, Commander Yu patted his shoulder lightly and didn't say anything. Then Su Lu was faced with an ocean of warm hugs. The officers came, the members of Group 7 also came. Da Vinci, that brat, actually cried until his eyes turned red. It seemed that the son of the governor was still so sentimental. He didn't know if he had married Gao Lu's sister. Regiment Commander He Lei, Mecha Team Leader Hua Xiaoxi, Lin Ai, Gu Shifeng. These men in the military hugged him warmly and patted his back with all their might. Countless excited faces kept swaying in front of him. But why did he feel like something was missing? Where was Jiewen? Su Lu searched for that charmingly naive face in the crowd. Group 7 only had a pair of twin brothers. Jie sacrificed himself beside Stream 3320. Could it be, where are Old White and Big Bear? Su Lu took off his already messed up military cap and asked softly. Following his question, the jubilant welcoming ceremony suddenly became incomparably quiet. Chapter 662. The surroundings were silent. Su Lu vaguely guessed that something bad was going to happen. A complicated expression flashed across his pale and haggard face. His eyes gradually narrowed as he felt a wave of fear in the depths of his heart. He was truly afraid because it was too easy to die on the battlefield. When he was fleeing for his life in the Empire, he had felt a faint sense of panic in his heart. If he was really lucky enough to make it back, would he still be able to see the faces of those people? If the familiar military camp lost those familiar faces and the familiar smell of their feet, would it still be the same military camp as before? What was even more frightening was that he wasn't there when those people left. He didn't know how they left, but they left forever. In literature, it was often said that things were the same but people were different. It was probably this kind of experience that wasn't very strong, but was exceptionally sorrowful. The quiet environment caused Su Lu to constantly think of the worst possible scenario. The heroic scene of Bai Yulan, Xiong Lin Quan, and the others dying in battle appeared in his mind. At this moment, He Lei pushed the person in front of him away and whispered into his ear, telling him everything that had happened. A long silence. The crowd was silent from the inside to the back. After understanding what had happened, Su Li's expression didn't change much. Instead, his pair of clear little eyes narrowed more and more. He didn't make any intense reactions. He only tightly pursed his thin lips, narrowed his eyes, and looked at the base in front of him in the twilight, not saying a word. In the deathly stillness around the base, countless densely packed Federation soldiers quietly looked at him, also not making a single sound. The military discipline incident caused by Bai Yulan had recently caused a lot of commotion in the military camp. Although the military court had already made the final verdict, everyone in the base knew, or rather hoped, that something would happen after confirming that Colonel Su Lu had returned alive. Apart from the new 17th Division and Iron 7th Division soldiers, most of the soldiers who had participated in the battle maintained a neutral stance on this matter. They were more interested in what kind of sparks would erupt between the two when Su Lu met Du Shaoqing again. Would Bai Yulan be executed? How would the military and even the Federation decide? What kind of person was Du Shaoqing? How iron-blooded was the Iron 7th Division? If it was any other colonel, no one would think that they had the qualifications to negotiate in front of Division Commander Shaoqing. However, this colonel was different because he was Su Lu. 3 years ago at the training base, countless people were fond of talking about the confrontation and the subsequent breakout of the camp, the new 17th Division, the 7th Group, and the Iron 7th Division, as well as the grudge between Su Lu and Du Shaoqing, had long spread to all the military camps of the Federation. This kind of expectation might seem a little unkind. However, the troops within the Empire's borders had to train and fight every day and people died. Why would the soldiers who were not involved care so much? Yes, he was a hero of the Federation who had returned from the Empire after going through untold hardships. Everyone admired him, but it was precisely because of this that they were able to see a hero of the Federation who had just returned explode. How exciting would it be? All the soldiers of the Federation knew of Colonel Su Li's stone-like, silent and resolute personality. Seeing him silent in the middle of the field, they believed that he would immediately explode from his silence. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, and also contrary to the members of 7th Group who were waiting with wide eyes for Su Li's order to activate their mecha and break into the military prison to rescue the prisoners, Su Lu did not express anything. He only lowered his head slightly to look at the black soil beneath his feet and said softly, "It's fine as long as there are still people alive." New 17th Division Technical Director, Su Lu, reporting to you. "Come in, Colonel." The Federation's frontline commander, General Yi Changtian, laughed loudly and patted Su Li's shoulder forcefully, not hiding the strong admiration on his face. When the orderly brought over the tea, he said gently, "The X-3 attack plan is temporarily suspended. The troops are currently resting and reorganizing. Tomorrow or the day after, there should be officials from the Bureau of Proclamation and the Internal Affairs Department to listen to your report. Of course, don't mind it. This is routine procedure. Go and rest early. There is no need to come here to stand at attention." As a soldier, military affairs naturally come first. Su Lu took out a microchip from the seam of his belt and placed it in front of Commander Yi. He continued, "General, while escaping, I have already sent back some information, and this electronic document should be the greatest achievement I have achieved in the Empire this year." Seeing Su Li's serious expression, Commander Yi frowned and picked up the microchip. He asked, "What is this?" "This is a cooperation agreement with the Empire's underground resistance organization." Su Lu explained, "At the time I was unable to report to them, so I had no choice but to act on my own accord and sign this agreement." Hearing this explanation, Commander Yi's expression immediately turned serious. The Federal forces had already conquered 3 of the Empire's administrative star systems. Although they were all remote administrative planets and the Empire's population was not that large, as the occupying party, the Federal forces had already expended too much energy in order to maintain the operations of the occupied planets. As the Supreme Commander of the Federation's frontline, he naturally knew just how great the benefits would be if the Empire's underground resistance organization was willing to cooperate with the Federal forces. "Let me look at the content first." The general waved his hand to interrupt Su Li's report, and stared intently at the screen on the workbench. After a long time, the general raised his head and rubbed the space between his brows, looking at Su Li's face that did not show any trace of arrogance. He sighed. "Who would have thought that not only would you be able to come back alive, you would also bring back such an important document? You rascal, looks like you're going to get another purple merit medal." "What do you mean by acting on my own accord?" "Don't worry, no one in the Federation dares to make a fuss about this kind of boring procedure. As for the details of the cooperation agreement, we'll naturally leave it to the professionals to handle. In fact, the Department of Defense has always had plans in this regard. It's just a pity that our forces have never come into contact with these forces. Colonel Su Lu, I must remind you that perhaps the mission of contacting the other party in the future will fall on your shoulders." "I will definitely complete the mission." Su Li's reply was not loud, but it was exceptionally resolute. Then he continued, "Other than that, I have also found some technical information in the Empire, information on the mechanical structure of the new Wolf Fang mecha." Commander Yi was stunned. Less than 2 years after the Federation had broken through the difficult problem of the dual-engine structure and successfully developed the MX mecha, the Empire had developed a new generation of Wolf Fang mecha. Although the Empire's new mecha used an integrated microengine and complex system, making its overall power output far inferior to the Federation's, the new Wolf Fang mecha's high-speed mobility had dealt a heavy blow to the Federation mecha forces on the surface battlefield. The old general forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart, and looking at Su Li's face, he said in a low voice, "The forward finger forces would like to request for a reward for you." However, right at this moment, Su Lu did not continue on this topic. Narrowing his eyes, he said something completely unrelated and somewhat abrupt. "By Yulan Xiong Linquan. They are my soldiers." Commander Yi Changqian's expression was extremely solemn, even faintly tinged with a hint of anger. He stared into Su Li's eyes and asked slowly and coldly, "Are you planning to use the information in your hands to threaten the troops?" Su Lu remained silent. "Don't forget you are a soldier." Commander Yi slapped the long table in front of him heavily, pointing at his nose as he reprimanded angrily. Faced with the fury of the Federation's highest frontline commander, Su Li's expression remained calm. He said in a low voice, "I have not forgotten that I am a soldier. That is why when I found out that my subordinates were about to be executed, I did not flip out in front of tens of thousands of soldiers. I controlled my emotions and came to report, and I also handed over all the relevant military intelligence back to the troops without missing a single detail." However, the structure of the Wolf Fang mecha and some data on the Empire's fleet were things I won from a bet with a certain Imperial Highness with my own life. General, I have not forgotten that I am a soldier, and I have not forgotten to prioritize work before personal matters. We've finished discussing work. I would like to talk about personal matters now. The two of them are my soldiers. This is my personal matter. Commander Yi looked at Su Lu expressionlessly and asked, if your soldiers were executed according to military law, would you dare to hide this so-called personal information and not hand it over? Even if you know that if you say it out loud, our soldiers will not die on the battlefield in the future? Su Lu stared at the dark wooden table in front of him, asking himself this question in the depths of his heart. After a long silence, he answered somewhat tiredly, no. I know you won't because you are Su Lu. Commander Yi patted his shoulder as if comforting a junior, and after a short pause said, Xiong Linquan can be released immediately but Bai Yulan cannot. Neither you nor I have the right to defy the military court's decision. Thank you for suspending the execution that day. I hope you can give me a few more days. After all, they are my soldiers. I need to think of something, Su Lu replied seriously. Su Lu, I have to warn you. As one of the big shots in the military, Commander Yi knew very well what kind of shocking things this young officer in front of him had done in the Federation. He said seriously, this is the forward operating base. This is the military, not the Husk Institute, not Hushan Road, and definitely not the S2 Foundation building. If you dare to defy military orders, you know what will happen. Su Lu nodded silently, stood up and saluted. Then he turned around and left with his wrinkled military cap. If you want a presidential pardon, you have to get the Iron 7th Division and Shaoqing to agree first, Commander Yi said casually as he sipped his tea with his head lowered. Su Lu, who was walking out of the door, slightly curled his lips and smiled. The military plan to attack the X3 system was severely disrupted and had to be rearranged. Therefore, the soldiers in the base welcomed another period of boring days of waiting for battle. But for many people, this period of intermission would definitely not be boring, because they were sure that there would be a big show to be played out. For the members of the first 7 teams who were distributed among the various combat units, they were naturally not in the mood to sit back and watch a show. They were overjoyed at the miraculous return of their leader, but at the same time, they were deeply worried about the future of Lao Bai's gun. The members of the first 7 teams who had calmed down, realized that their leader, who was capable of splitting mountains in half, was actually unable to pick up the Carlin rotary autocannon and sweep everything away when faced with the strict military discipline and the judgment of the military court. With the leader's contributions, it shouldn't be a problem to ask the president for a pardon. Gu Shifeng held the wine bowl with her chubby fingers and frowned as she analyzed. The key is the attitude of the Iron 7th Division and Division Commander Shaoqing. Division Commander Shaoqing is deeply trusted by the president and the parliament. His prestige is extremely high. If he doesn't agree, Su Lu gently put the wine bowl in his hand on the table. After a moment of silence, he said, I'll let him order. Chapter 663. Xiong Linquan was let out. This rough and burly man had been obediently squatting beside Su Lu, drinking in large gulps. Beside his thigh that was thicker than a tree was a big gun that was almost as thick as his thigh. When he heard the seemingly boring but actually valiant words from the boss, his eyes immediately lit up. It was as if he had returned to the S1 training base 3 years ago. The old members of Team 7 who had experienced that all smiled knowingly and raised their glasses in celebration. Although the new members who had just joined in the West Woods didn't understand what the old guys were laughing about, they could hear the firm confidence in the boss's words. Their moods relaxed. Team 7's gathering finally returned to the main topic. They were welcoming back their small-eyed, bad-tempered boss who was like a rock in a toilet. The team members followed their habit of flattering and toasting. Su Lu drank bowl after bowl. His face was smiling but his mood was getting heavier and heavier. All the team members had come to toast. He counted the heads but no matter how hard he tried he couldn't count them all. Of the original group of more than 10 old members, only 7 were left. Lan Xiaolong had left and the rest had died. As for the new members who came later, those hedonistic sons with powerful backgrounds, so many of them had also been sacrificed. It was a big drink. Because he had something on his mind, Su Lu sobered up very quickly. When he woke up, most of the members of Team 7 had already returned to their respective camps. Because of Su Li's return, the higher-ups had specially allowed them to come and have a drink, but they couldn't stay for long. Only De Xiong, Gu Shifeng, Ho Xiandong, and a dozen other members were left in the quiet room. These members were the independent team members that Sulu had been in charge of in the new 17th Division before he left. Why haven't you returned to the division yet? Be careful that teacher you doesn't kick you to death. Sulu took the clear water Da Vinci handed him and drank it in one gulp. He looked at Gu Shifeng and smiled. My supervisor is Lin Ai. He knows where I am, so he wouldn't dare to make a fart. Alright boss, Commander He Lei and Hua Xiaoxi said that they want to drink with you at noon tomorrow. Gu Shifeng's eyes darted around. While she was talking, her fingers took out a small chip from her clothes and sneakily handed it to Sulu. Seeing his expression, the members of Group 7 reacted quickly. Immediately, two of them walked out of the door to stand guard. Ho Xiandong immediately activated the anti-eavesdropping device in the room. These are the orders of the 1st Regiment of the 7th Division in the South District of Fargar City. The orders for half a month before the attack are all in here. Gu Shifeng lowered her voice and said, when the military court was trying Lao Bai's case, they pulled out this schedule. That day I thought of a way to remotely steal a copy. What's wrong with this sequence? Sulu knew very well that Gu Shifeng's computer skills were far above his own. Seeing him so serious, he frowned and said, does Dongfang you really dare to set a trap? In any case, the military court didn't find anything wrong, Gu Shifeng said. Xiong Linquan growled angrily, then why are you so fucking serious? But I suspect that this sequence has been modified by someone. Even if the 1st Regiment of the 7th Division deliberately let the Empire people in, we have no evidence. Modifying the sequence requires a very high level of authority. I have already obtained the sequence head of the sequence. Gu Shifeng looked at Sulu and said, boss, as long as we can get the Bureau of Proclamation to investigate, they will definitely be able to find out if anyone tampered with it. Sulu knew that Gu Shifeng, who had an IQ of 230 but couldn't get into First Hospital, might have guessed something. After a moment of silence, he stared at the chip in his hand and asked Xiong Linquan, tell me the details of the attack that day. The situation at the time was like this. Xiong Linquan's voice was low. The 7th Division can totally say that the Empire's broken team and the mecha used a loophole in their defense, but we have no evidence. He looked at Sulu and said with a strange expression, boss, the key is that I don't think the East has the guts to do this. Although the Ice Demon is disgusting, he is not that kind of person. In the entire Federation, only the soldiers of the new 17th Division dared to call Du Shaoqing an Ice Demon. But Old Bai insists that there is a problem. Although there is no evidence, I trust Old Bai's intuition on the battlefield, Ho Xiandong said with a frown. I also believe it, Sulu said softly as he stared at the chip in his hand. There was a light knock on the door and a young officer walked in. He was still dressed neatly on the battlefield and he had a quiet smile on his face. Back in the day, he was the ace student of First Hospital's motor department. He was only second to Tai Ziyuan in the tactical deduction of the entire military assessment. He was Zhou Yu, a soldier from the West Woods who had led the officers to resist the Iron 7th Division's defense battalion. Today he was an important person in the Iron 7th Division staff department. But no matter what, he had been Su Li's assistant in the Nutshell Engineering Department, and he had also been his student. I smoked in the Empire, but the problem is that it wasn't as suffocating as the 37 brand. Sulu leaned against the bed and took a deep drag of his cigarette. He smiled at Zhou Yu and said, Teacher Shaoqing appreciates you so you don't have to feel pressured. I'm just worried that the madam at the back of the mountain will be angry. I'm just a nobody. I'm not like you. I don't have the right to make the madam angry. Zhou Yu leaned against the wall and lowered his head to take small puffs of his cigarette. He smiled with some difficulty and said, Actually, you should know very well that life on the battlefield is completely different from life in the Federation. Although the Xioshu Foundation paid for my university education and I've signed an agreement with them, I'm always busy deducing tactical plans with the teacher. How could I think about such things? Sulu nodded, waving the cigarette in his mouth in front of him. If you want the teacher to agree to pardon by Yulan, you should at least watch your words. Zhou Yu took a deep drag of his cigarette, threw it to the ground and stamped it out. He raised his head and said seriously, I don't know why. You're so gentle in front of us, in front of everyone, but why are you so arrogant in front of the teacher? Sulu took the cigarette away from his mouth with his finger and said with a smile, It's not like you don't know my bad temper. Seeing your teacher's attitude gives me a headache. Like to pressure people? I just want to bounce back. It's just a habit, a habit. Zhou Yu smiled helplessly and said, Don't forget our teacher is also this kind of person. He values military discipline the most in his life. If someone wants to use external pressure to force him to give up on some of his principles in life, his reaction will be very strong. As he said this, Zhou Yu did not know that on a certain rainy day 1 year ago in the capital, Du Shaoqing, who had adhered to his principles for half his life, had sadly given up on some things. But in the past I've never seen him really bounce back even though I've been pressuring him for half his life. Sulu looked at the slowly burning cigarette in front of him and suddenly thought of that middle-aged man he had not thought of for a long time. But the problem is that the Federation only has one Zhong Suahu, and he's already dead. So now no one can pressure your teacher? Sulu asked with narrowed eyes. You know that's not what I mean. After a moment of silence, Zhou Yu said, the situation now is very different from before. Ever since you went missing, the Iron 7th Division has expanded to more than 40,000 people, more than 600 MX mechas. It's above all other combat units. In this 1 year, the President, Parliament Hill, the Ministry of Defense, and the various military regions have all trusted our teacher. As for the feelings the people have for him and the Iron 7th Division, it can be described as love and respect. He smiled bitterly and said, although our teacher hates this atmosphere very much, this is the truth. Federation hero military idol, Sulu said. Believe me, I'm very familiar with this kind of procedure with the 7th Division. No, the Iron 7th Division's current position is built on the teacher's command, the soldiers' lives and their dazzling battle records. Zhou Yu stared into his eyes and said seriously, the only one who can compete with us is your teacher. Because teacher Yu Qinghai is unwilling to sacrifice too many people, his battle records are far inferior to ours. Teacher Yu is wise. Zhou Yu rubbed his hair painfully and said, let's put it this way. Old Bai dared to tear off Dongfang Yu's ear, but you can ask him if he dares to do the same to teacher Shaoqing. In this world only you dare to do it now, but you must not be impulsive. Sulu was silent for a moment, then carefully extinguished the cigarette completely. Then he suddenly got up from the bed. Zhou Yu asked in shock, what are you doing? I'm going to see Du Shaoqing. The Iron 7th Division was known for its strict military discipline, and the Iron 7th Division's defense battalion was known to be the only unit in the Federation that could truly ignore Luling. However, as long as teacher Shaoqing gave the signal, they would all jump into Luling without hesitation, regardless of life and death. It was such a unit that was filled with an iron-blooded and austere aura. When they saw Colonel Su Lu, who was wearing a brand new military uniform and had a faint smell of alcohol on him, appear in front of the door, their expressions couldn't help but become a little complicated and strange. Although their slightly changed expressions quickly returned to their ice-cold indifference, this already showed that Su Li's arrival had caused some sort of psychological impact on the soldiers of the Iron 7th Division. It was probably because this seemingly ordinary colonel in front of them was the only person in the entire Federation that could make their teacher not go crazy. Moreover, this person had once provided extremely valuable help to the Iron 7th Division in 5460. The expressionless Shimin-jin invited Su Lu in. In the somewhat dark room, there was a large flat electronic map hanging on the wall. The famous general of the Federation had his hands behind his back. His body was slightly bent as he carefully studied every detail on the map. Under the changing light, a few strands of white could be faintly seen on his shoulders that looked like they were carved out by a knife, and between his meticulous hair that was pressed down by a military cap, a few strands of white could be faintly seen. Please sit. Please have some tea. Ordinary jasmine tea. The tea that I made. Du Shaoqing didn't turn around. His voice was still cold and calm, but the words that came out of his mouth made the people who walked into the room feel incomparably shocked. Shimin-jin looked at the steaming hot cup of tea on the table and thought with a frown, when had the teacher ever said the word please to a subordinate officer in his life? Who had the teacher personally made tea for in his life? Mr. President had never drunk it before. Chapter 664. Sulu also didn't expect to receive such courtesy. After a slight pause, he saluted the back of that figure. Sitting at the table, he picked up the cup of ordinary jasmine tea and seriously drank a few mouthfuls. Du Shaoqing turned around and waved his hand to have Shimin-jin and the other Iron 7th Division officers leave the room. He walked to the table, removed his iconic sunglasses, took off his military cap and sat down. The two of them sat on opposite sides of the table and calmly looked at each other. There were no sparks where their gazes met, nor were there any flashes of swords whistling through the air. There was only silence. After not seeing each other for some time, Sulu noticed that Du Shaoqing's sideburns were already visible. That cold, proud, and strict face of the past that was like an ice sculpture also showed some fatigue and haggard. In the past few years of life on the battlefield, especially in the recent months of the expedition to the Empire, for the undefeated legend of the Iron 7th Division, for the continuous victories of the Federal forces, Division Commander Du Shaoqing had spent a great deal of effort. However, Sulu still couldn't get used to this kind of tired and haggard expression appearing on his face. Du Shaoqing's eyes drooped slightly. He picked up the cup of coffee that had just been prepared by the orderly and took a light sip. He then very casually said, "Slow down the death sentence." Sulu was silent for a moment. He picked up the cup of jasmine tea that Shimanjin had personally brewed and took a big gulp. He raised his head, looked into Shimanjin's eyes and said, "No." Du Shaoqing put down the cup of coffee. He didn't continue to make things difficult for Shimanjin and instead changed the topic. He looked at Su Li's scarred face and said, 3 years ago in the base, we once discussed whether what the army needed was discipline and tactics or a strong individual. I said that there was only one god of war in the universe and you said no. Now it seems that you have proven to a certain extent that you can do some things that ordinary people can't do. However, I still gave the same answer. If you died, what would happen to the army? Du Shaoqing continued, you miraculously survived and returned with great contributions. Everybody in the Federation, from the president to the vendors, has to show you some respect. But I, Du Shaoqing, have never been someone who would give face to others. I don't need to give face to others. I understand the importance of military discipline. He looked up at Du Shaoqing and said, but I believe that Bai Yulan is not a reckless person. He must have his reasons for doing so. There is no reason that can explain this. Du Shaoqing said, I've paid attention to Bai Yulan before, and I know that he's an extremely outstanding soldier. You could even say that he's an extremely rare soldier, but I've never thought of transferring him to my unit because I know very well that people like him, like you, and like your team members, people like this are not true soldiers at all. He went against his superiors, tore off Dongfang's ear, and even cut that crispy meat into 16 pieces. He personally cut off his own path of retreat. Du Shaoqing stared into Su Li's eyes, and his voice gradually became cold. You haven't been a first-class military officer, but you should know very well what this means. If it was one of my men who did such a thing, I definitely wouldn't plead for mercy on his behalf. I would just shoot him to death. I'll repeat myself. I believe that my men definitely wouldn't do such a thing for no reason. Sulu had no intention of backing down. He stared back into Du Shaoqing's eyes and said word by word, Teacher Shaoqing. When the words Teacher Shaoqing came out of his mouth, it sounded exceptionally stiff. It was as if the bones of a cow that had been dried up for thousands of years had jumped out piece by piece from a crack in the dry wasteland. Although it was only 4 words, the two of them knew very well what Su Li's unspoken words were, and what he wanted to emphasize. Gradually, dark clouds gathered between Du Shaoqing's sword-like eyebrows. He said coldly, in the army, discipline is the most important thing. In the Federation, law is the most important thing. Secondly, evidence is the most important thing. Colonel Sulu, I respect the verdict of the military court, and I will do whatever it takes to protect the military discipline of the army. I absolutely believe that my men wouldn't do the things that you're imagining. If you have evidence, please submit it to the Internal Affairs Department or the military court. If you don't, please go back. After hearing these clean and exceptionally unyielding words, Sulu furrowed his brows and suddenly said, Teacher Shaoqing, perhaps you don't understand your men as well as you imagine. Looking at the white hair at the temples of this famous Federation general, he felt something in his heart. This person worked hard for the Federation, and it could even be said that he burned his own life. However, the arrogance and conceit in his bones still didn't change at all. People are all complicated. Sulu looked into Du Shaoqing's eyes and said, Someone once told me that humans are the first order of machines. Under your training and command, the 40,000 soldiers of the Iron 7th Division are as efficient and powerful as machines, but, in the end, humans are not true machines. People like Commander Dongfang are no longer the little soldiers under your command. He has his own thoughts. Completely and unconditionally trusting your subordinates is a virtue, but it is also a risk. No one knows if someone will take advantage of this trust. Du Shaoqing's eyes narrowed and a cold light shot out. If Sulu was trying to sow discord with his words, it would be too stupid, so he knew that the other party was speaking very seriously about this issue. When the aroma of coffee gradually wafted through the air, he couldn't help but think of that rainy day in the capital, that subordinate he once trusted the most. His gaze naturally drifted outside the room. Du Xiaoqing glanced at the back of Shiminjin in the distance, and his mood was exceptionally cold. It was probably because of this extremely complicated emotion that he didn't want to cast doubt on another of his most loyal subordinates. There's no need to talk about this matter anymore. Du Xiaoqing waved his hand to stop Su Lu from speaking. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said, "There's something I have to tell you. I still don't appreciate your undisciplined and heroic style, but right now, I really do admire you a bit." Su Li's gaze lowered. He stared at the gently rippling jasmine petals in the cup in front of him and understood the other party's meaning. With Du Xiaoqing's temperament, there was no way he would discuss this extremely simple military discipline issue with him for such a long time. Regardless of whether it was this cup of tea Du Xiaoqing personally brewed or the words reprieve that came out of the other party's mouth at the very beginning, it wasn't Du Xiaoqing giving Su Lu face. Instead, it was a Federation soldier showing respect to another fairly decent Federation soldier. Su Lu stood up, put on his hat, saluted and said his goodbyes. In the end, he said in a heavy voice, "In tomorrow morning's battle meeting, I will request for this case to be reopened." Du Xiaoqing didn't reply, nor did he stand up, only casually waving his hand. However, when he saw Su Li's figure walk out the door, a rare hint of complicated and lonely emotions appeared in this Federation young great general's eyes. Tea and conversation, this was a form of respect between soldiers as well as a form of gratitude. "Thank you for risking the Empire's life, for killing Keaton, for avenging the tiger as well as for her." Half a kilometer away from the new 17th Division's camp, at the corner of a quiet metal tunnel escape door, Su Lu narrowed his eyes and looked in that direction. With a low voice he said, "You can come out." There were no immortals, demons, ghosts, or even unexpected beauties jumping out from there, running onto his body, wrapping themselves around his neck to give him a passionate hug. There was only an old butler wearing a black formal suit that silently appeared in his eyes. To be more precise, it appeared in the region of his brain that was in charge of vision. Under the base's light breeze, Su Lu turned around and leaned against the secluded metal plate. He closed his eyes and stared at the butler in the darkness. For some reason he felt like this image's wrinkles seemed to be much fewer than a few years ago. He subconsciously asked a rather strange question that both sides understood. "Are still you? This type of feeling is a bit strange, but I am still me. Also, long time no see, Colonel Su Lu. This is a greeting sent out on behalf of the other me." Su Lu sighed. He didn't have the energy to discuss the philosophical questions of whether or not consciousness and intelligence could be split. He reported the data that Gu Shifeng had stolen and said, "I'll have to trouble you to help me check whether or not this military order table has been tampered with." After a short while, the Federation charter computer replied, "This order table has been tampered with. The data of the 34 military orders between the standard time 9 to 887 and 9 to 992 has been covered." Su Lu calculated the time. It was the few days before Bai Yulan and the others were attacked in the southern part of Fargar City. His tightly closed eyes couldn't help but tightly knit together. His hands that were hanging by his waist gradually relaxed. He took out a 37 brand cigarette from his pocket, lit it up and lightly smoked. A trace of a smile appeared on his face. "Help me get the original data back." "I can't." "Why?" "Because this is the real-time battlefield order table. According to wartime regulations, the relevant data is temporarily stored in the command center's data box for easy access at any time, and then sent back to S1 within the standard time. What does this have to do with getting the data back?" "The original data didn't have time to be sent back to S1 before it was completely destroyed by 3 levels of authority." "Where did the authority come from?" "S1 was remotely operated by the Bureau of Proclamation." Su Lu suddenly opened his eyes and immediately thought of the information that he sent back before he went to the Empire. The reason why the seed of the Empire that destroyed the ancient bell was able to escape from the purge of the Bureau of Proclamation must be related to the Bureau of Proclamation. He narrowed his eyes, took a deep breath of the cigarette and asked in a low voice, "The thing that I asked you to help me with before I came back, how is it going? Also, what's the result of the case that the Federation investigated a year ago?" "The seat of the Empire is named Hiyuyu. According to the information you obtained from the Empire and the relevant information, the conclusion is that this person can't access the confidential flight data related to the ancient bell. This person can't access the missing data of the charter network. The result of the case a year ago is, Assistant Director Chui Judong was investigated, not guilty. Deputy Director Jiao Shouheng committed suicide." Su Lu took off the cigarette and licked his bitter lips. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the foreign sky outside the base. Looking at the dark clouds, his heart became heavy. "Boss, how's the discussion?" Xiong Linquan, Da Vinci, and the rest of the team members came over and asked with anxious expressions. Sulu woke up, put out the cigarette and said, Du Shaoqing didn't agree to let him go. Then what should we do? Everyone was extremely disappointed. Xiong Linquan said in a low voice, "Boss, do you want to go and see Old Bai?" "No, after Old Bai came out, I saw him as a flower." Sulu thought of the revised military order and spat. Now we don't need Du Shaoqing to agree. Countless dark clouds were floating in the sky, blocking out the beautiful sunlight and casting a shadow that chilled one's heart. Sulu also had countless dark clouds in his heart. The death of Secretary Jiao, the result of the investigation of Cui Zhedong, the powerful soldier who assassinated Little Watermelon, and the undercurrent in the military that Tiger mentioned in the Westwoods restaurant. There were countless scattered details that couldn't be connected, but gradually gathered together and pointed to a chilling conclusion. If the attack on the ancient bell was really a conspiracy of some big shots in the Federation, how did they do it? Secretary Jiao's death seemed to have completely cut off this clue. Where to start the investigation? Bai Yulan's group had been ambushed. If this was another move by the radical faction of the military, why would they do this? Was it simply to cut off the influence they had left behind? Also, was Du Shaoqing involved in this? Was the lady in the back mountain involved? How many people in the government were involved in this ugly thing? The central computer of the Federation was not omnipotent in the face of the rain clouds that had an unknown number of layers, thickness, and darkness. The old guy could comb through the enormous database and retrieve the data accurately, pinpointing who had met and talked to whom in a certain place on a certain date. However, because of the citizen privacy regulations that were strictly protected by the first charter of the Federation, there was no way to restore a lot of information other than electronic data. Society was an extremely complex system. A person had to meet countless people every day. When they met, a note, a whisper, or even a look could construct infinite possible conspiracies. This was the simplest form of communication, but it was also the most difficult method for the central computer to monitor. As Feng Yu once said, the simplest is often the most powerful. It was the same for locks, machines, and people. While the old guy continued to search for clues in the huge database, Sulu had to turn his attention back to the base. The impromptu conversation before the morning military meeting was about to determine Magnolia's life and death. According to his military rank, there was definitely no seat for him in the secret meeting room of the Attack X-3 military plan, but he could sit in and listen. The coffee cups in the headquarters were all broken a few days ago, so today there were only teacups on the table. Looking at the steaming white steam in front of him, Sulu narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. His eyes gently fell on Du Shaoqing's figure in front of him. If it was said that he still had respect for Du Shaoqing in the past, then at this moment, this respect had long been covered by the dark clouds. It didn't completely disappear, but it became extremely blurred. Sulu slowly stood up under the gaze of the generals. He was so calm that it made people feel a little strange. He said, "I'm not in a good mood today, so I will try to speak faster. My subordinate, Captain Magnolia, was accused of assaulting her commanding officer and was sentenced to death by military law. I express my strong disbelief in this matter." The atmosphere in the meeting room froze. Everyone, including Commander Yi, didn't expect Sulu to be so unyielding as soon as he opened his mouth. "What I don't understand is, when my team was placed in a dangerous situation by the Iron 7th Division through shameless and insidious means, and my comrades died tragically, why did Captain Magnolia only tear off one of the ear of the commander of the division?" There was an uproar in the meeting room. Sulu stared at Du Shaoqing's side profile and said, "If it were me, I would never tear off his ear. Instead, I would directly kill him." "Colonel Sulu, I hope you can provide the relevant evidence." Du Shaoqing didn't turn around. His fingers gently stroked the edge of his sunglasses as he said lightly. This important military officer didn't threaten anything, but the generals in the meeting room could hear his anger from his words. If Sulu was only venting his anger because of Magnolia, the Iron 7th Division definitely wouldn't let this matter rest. Sulu took out a microchip and handed it to the staff officer beside him. He looked at Du Shaoqing and said, "Commander Du, I remember that during Operation 5460 Glacier, Commander Dong Fangyu was punished by military law for deliberately delaying the rescue of a certain Special Forces 1st Division. Is this person with a criminal record really worthy of your trust?" Without waiting for anyone to speak, Sulu stared at Du Shaoqing and continued, "In less than 2 years he became a commander again. Doesn't this violate the military appointment regulations? You keep saying that military rules are the most important, but I don't understand. When did Du Xiaoqing's words replace military law? Du Xiaoqing raised his eyebrows slightly. His eyes were as cold as ice. He slowly turned his head and stared at Su Li's face without saying a word. It was as if he was looking at a person who was looking for death. Under this gaze, Su Li was like a stone. He didn't feel anything. He narrowed his eyes and said, "You want evidence? I'll give you evidence." "What is this?" Commander Yi Changtian frowned as he looked at the list that kept scrolling on the screen. He asked, "It looks like a command list, but what do the comments on the side mean?" "This is the underlying data." The staff officer on the side suppressed the shock in his heart and explained to the generals in the conference room, "Beside it is the analysis result of the Federal Central Computer's data. It is believed that this command list has been altered. The original data has been altered and has been destroyed. This is the command list of the Iron 7th Division's 1st Regiment during that period of time. I don't have the means to completely restore it, but according to the remaining information, I can already see many problems." Su Li looked at Du Xiaoqing and said coldly, "I can't judge whether Dongfang Yu's brain has become incomparably stupid from drinking too much on his period, or if he's bold enough to frame an ally. However, because of these illogical orders, the remnants of the Empire's army slipped through your 1st Regiment's defensive zone, and so many of my men died." At this moment, Du Xiaoqing's expression was still indifferent and calm, but the corners of his eyes were twitching slightly. Iron 7th Division's Vice Division Commander Lu Sifu stood up and said with a frown, "Is this record authentic? This is determined by the highest authority of the Bureau of Proclamation. Does the 7th Division want to doubt its authenticity?" Su Lu said in a deep voice, "I don't care how you explain it. First, explain clearly to me why the original record of this command list was erased." Lu Sifu's brows were tightly knitted together as he replied slowly, "Ever since the conflict with the Bureau of Proclamation on Planet 5460, everyone has guessed that you have a close relationship with the upper echelons of the Bureau of Proclamation. Who knows if it was you who erased the original record?" And then, Su Li's pupils constricted. He didn't expect the other party to be so shameless. He cursed loudly. This young master was fighting to the death with the Empire at that time. "What the fuck did you change?" Lu Sifu's body stiffened. Just as he was about to retaliate with a red face, a roar filled with boundless anger rang out in the conference room. "Enough." Du Xiaoqing smashed the teacup in his hand heavily on the table, causing the porcelain shards to fly everywhere. That right hand behind his back that was bleeding incessantly trembled in anger. His body tensed up as he slowly stood up. His voice sounded like it had been soaked in the blood of the soldiers on planet 5460 for countless years. "Bring Dongfang Yu to me." Chapter 665. There was dead silence in the conference room. Dongfang Pei, the commander of the 1st Regiment of the Iron 7th Division, stood in front of Du Xiaoqing. Just like many years ago, he held his head high, straightened his back, straightened his neck, put his legs together and looked at Du Xiaoqing at eye level. His military posture was absolutely perfect, and his bearing was absolutely awe-inspiring. He regarded his commander as an absolute role model, so he would never make the slightest mistake in these aspects. But at this moment, his temples were a little wet, and sweat gradually seeped out from the roots of his hair, making his neat hair look a little messy. Du Xiaoqing put his hands behind his back. He gripped the black lambskin gloves tightly, and the wounds that had just healed started to bleed again. Looking at the loyal subordinate in front of him who had followed him for many years, he didn't speak. There was no anger on his face, only a strange calmness. His cold eyes fell on Dongfang Pei as if he was carefully observing a stranger. Dongfang Pei's temples started to sweat even more. Looking at this familiar yet also unfamiliar military officer in front of him, Du Xiaoqing thought about his trust in him, his education, and his trust in Shimanjin. He slightly raised his already weathered face, looking at the military flag on the wall in front of the meeting room. His brows trembled slightly, but he still didn't say anything. However, that tall and straight figure that was like a white poplar tree in everyone's eyes, seemed to suddenly become a bit desolate and tired. Sweat instantly soaked the back of Dongfang Pei's military uniform, making him feel uncomfortable like sticky rice milk. What made him feel even more uncomfortable was the disappointment that his commander showed at this moment and the strong sense of guilt that suddenly surged in his heart. His right hand subconsciously reached to his waist as if he was possessed, and he took out a cold pistol. "What are you doing?" Regiment Commander Dongfang, put the gun down. The generals in the conference room stood up angrily and anxiously, looking at the pistol in his hand that had a metallic luster of death, and shouted loudly. At the long table, only 4 people saw Dongfang Pei's action and didn't react at all. Commander Yi Changtian, Commander Yu Qinghai, and Su Lu still sat silently. Du Xiaoqing stood with his hands behind his back, and there was no trace of expression on his face. Death won't solve the problem. This matter won't end just like that. Su Lu looked at Dongfang Pei's trembling right hand that was holding the pistol and said, I didn't recover the original records and the military court won't sentence you to death, but you need to explain why you deleted important data. If you really care about the honor of a soldier, then at the very least, before you commit suicide out of cowardice, you should clearly tell us who in the Bureau of Proclamation actually deleted the data. Although the generals in the conference room were all important figures in the federal military, this matter involved the Bureau of Proclamation. They did not know how to continue the investigation. Even if the Department of Defense were to personally intervene, it would be extremely troublesome. Until they heard Su Li's calm but fierce words, they remembered the strange activation of the charter network on the 3320 and the conflict with the Bureau of Proclamation on the warship. They understood that Su Lu had the determination and ability to get to the bottom of this matter. I don't understand what you're talking about. Regiment Commander Dongfang Pei glanced at Su Lu. His eyes were filled with pride, indifference, and resentment. He did not care about anyone other than his division commander. He turned his wrist, put the muzzle of the gun into his mouth, and pressed the trigger with his finger. At this moment, there was only one person in the entire universe who could stop Dongfang Pei. I won't allow you to die. Du Xiaoqing withdrew his gaze, looked at him and said, You're not allowed to die before this matter is investigated thoroughly. Hearing his division commander's order, the veins on Dongfang Pei's neck bulged. Sweat flowed down his well-defined jaw like a rainstorm. After some kind of mental struggle, he finally took the gun out of his mouth while breathing heavily. The military police came forward to disarm him, took him out of the conference room and locked him up. Du Xiaoqing turned to Su Lu. After a long silence, he said with difficulty, Sorry, I will give you an explanation for this matter. The crime of tampering with important data is not enough to execute him. Unless we investigate this matter to the Bureau of Proclamation and find out what happened. To be honest, until now, I still don't understand why the Iron 7th Division would do this if someone really wanted to wipe out my influence in the Federation. Su Lu had a cigarette in his mouth. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the undeveloped meadow below the base, as well as the scattered flocks of sheep on it. He said, Maybe Dongfang Pei really didn't know that someone had erased the original data. I think what he said before he wanted to commit suicide was quite true. The problem is that I now doubt whether Du Xiaoqing was involved in this matter. The 7th Division used to do undercover work for the government and saw a lot of ugly and dark sides. But if you say that Du Xiaoqing was involved in this matter, I don't believe it. A short-haired Federation soldier sat next to him. There was a half-lit 37 brand cigarette between his index and middle fingers. There were no epaulets on his military uniform, and his feet were tightly pressed together in military boots. He was as quiet and gentle as a young girl. Of course, Teacher Du Xiaoqing is very capable, but that doesn't mean that he is scheming. The most important point is that he is a very proud person. In fact, he is too proud. He is so proud that he won't allow the slightest stain on his military uniform. Anyway, the case will continue to be investigated. Du Xiaoqing kicked Dongfang Pei into our division's NTR team. He will stay there until the investigation is completed. Su Lu glanced at him and asked, I mainly want to see if you are satisfied with this explanation. Dongfang Pei must be living a life worse than death in NTR. What am I not satisfied with? The key is still with the Bureau of Proclamation. Someone has to be responsible for the wrongful death of Xia Wen and the others. Su Lu looked at him with the cigarette in his mouth. In the end, he couldn't hold back the question in his heart. He hesitantly reached out his hand and rubbed his short hair. He asked curiously, Old Bai, why did you shave such an ugly head? Bai Yulan gently took his hand down and explained softly, It's not ugly. That's because you're not used to it. I want to see more and see if a flower can really grow on your face. Su Lu shrugged and kicked the wet soil under his feet with his military boots. He sighed and said, It's a pity that you have to leave soon. I really can't do anything about this matter. But wait for a while. I'll use my connections in the department to call you back. Dongfang Pei was thrown into NTR as compensation for the mistakes he had made. The investigation was still ongoing. If he had committed a crime, he would definitely have to pay a higher price. However, Bai Yulan tore off Dong Fangpei's ear in public. Although he wouldn't be shot to death now, and even the confinement was only a symbolic 2 days, in order to maintain the most important military discipline and order in the army, he couldn't continue to stay in the military camp. "I'm not coming back." Bai Yulan said something that shocked Su Lu. "When I joined the army, the hair down there wasn't fully grown yet. Don't laugh. This is the truth." He lowered his head and took a deep puff of the cigarette. He said with a hint of self-mockery, "At that time, the old 17th Division hadn't been completely disbanded yet. How early do you think it was? From the 17th Division to the 83-84 Division in Harbor City, and then to the Nutshell Whitewater as a mercenary. There were 7 groups. Finally, I joined the new 17th Division. I've taken a big detour in my life, but I'm always in the army. Training, fighting, killing, fighting, training." Bai Yulan raised her head and looked at him. She blinked and said, "The military camp is my home. I'll miss it when I leave, but I've been here for too long. I'm really sick of it." Bai Yulan rubbed her middle finger and flicked one side of her mouth. She looked with satisfaction at the cigarette, but that fell into the grass more than 10 meters away. She continued, "A year ago when I thought you were dead, I had already submitted a retirement report. However, it wasn't approved. Also, I don't trust the guys in 7 groups, especially the new ones. That's why I followed them to the Empire to keep an eye on them." Sulu was silent. He was thinking hard about how to make her change her mind. "How did you spend the past year in the Empire?" Bai Yulan asked. Sulu didn't mention many details about his year in the Empire. Even when facing the Internal Affairs Department and the Bureau of Proclamation, he didn't mention them. However, Bai Yulan was the one who asked this question. After escaping from Dong Lin, Sulu had always been vigilant about many things and people. After a few years, the people he trusted the most in the Federation were still Shi Qinghai, Zhou, Bai Yulan, and a few others. The biggest gain in the Empire this year was paralysis, a watch, and a mother and son. When these 3 words are put together, and gain, at that, it sounds evil. That's because your thoughts are too evil. I've been to the Empire more than once." Bai Yulan's gaze extended from the grass in front of her to the intersection of green and yellow. She frowned and said, "When I was a mercenary in Whitewater, what didn't I do? Therefore everything here is nothing new to me." "What the hell does this have to do with being new?" Sulu thought about how he was about to leave the army and refused to accept his help. He said angrily, "You don't trust those bastards, but do you think you can leave the army now? This is a war between large armies. What can individuals like us do?" Bai Yulan took the cigarette butt from his mouth and lit another one. She lowered her head and breathed out the smoke. She smiled and said, "And I'm married." Sulu was shocked speechless by this news. After a long silence, he patted his shoulder and said, "Where's the girl from? Is she pretty?" "She's definitely not as pretty as Jian Shuier." Bai Yulan smiled and replied, "You should have seen her before. She's an extremely fierce nurse from the Army General Hospital. Last time she even scolded you for smoking in the ward." "That's good. Go back. I'll stay and watch over these bastards," Sulu said seriously. Bai Yulan shook her head and said, "You can't watch them. The Federation must be preparing for the press conference when you go back." Sulu was silent. He didn't want to talk about this troublesome topic. Suddenly he thought of something. He frowned and said jokingly, "De Xiong said that you haven't smoked in the past year because of my death. Isn't that too unmanly?" "Bullshit." Bai Yulan lay back on the meadow and looked at the blue sky with a cigarette in her mouth. She said, "I quit smoking because I want to have children." "Empect. It seems that you're really not a man." The blue sky, the yellow grass, the cloud-like flocks of sheep, and the wisps of 37 brand cigarette smoke. From time to time, 2 people's mocking and calm voices could be heard. Chapter 666. I have never met Colonel Sulu before, but I know him. A few years ago, after Miss Jian Shueier's peace concert in the 4 prefectures turned into a cruel terrorist attack, due to some reasons that haven't been decrypted yet, he and I used to look at the similar scenery on both sides of the road and move towards the same goal. What I could use was the pen in my hand, while what Colonel Sulu used was the gun. Schiller once said that the gun is always more powerful than the pen. After that incident, I happily accepted this conclusion, because when the gun is in the hands of a trustworthy person, it can indeed display a more important and direct power than countless pens. In this corner of the universe that is eternally shrouded in the glory of the Charter, surrounded by news of constant victories on the battlefield, it has been peaceful for too long. As expected, the peaceful and forgetful populace has forgotten many things that happened not too long ago. At this time, the return of Colonel Sulu, at least for me personally, has more meaning. This is an ordinary small-eyed man, but he is too extraordinary. I don't know what kind of childhood experience he had, but he has never been pressured to bow to the darkness in the name of the big picture, never been shaken by the reason of victory. What I am even more puzzled about is, why are there no words like compromise, balance, and exchange of benefits in his dictionary? Compromise, balance, these seem to have become some kind of virtue in this society, but who can tell me who is the one who is compromising with whom? Why do we have to compromise? This ordinary man who didn't like to talk much on the screen used his actions to remind us that in the face of the invaders of the empire, in the face of the scavengers of the Federation, the people of the Federation have already compromised too much, compromised for too many years. Admiring a person is admiring a certain kind of attitude. I admire Colonel Sulu precisely because of this kind of uncompromising attitude. He is just like those characters that have appeared in the long river of history. He came from the ordinary populace like an ordinary stone, but because of the firm ideals in his heart, he is tightly attached to the earth. Usually, he quietly watches the people coming and going from the side of the road, and if someone tries to pass by the side of the road and kick him away, they will be viciously smashed by this stone. It is precisely because of this that Professor Shinyulin's name is engraved on the MX mech of the Federation. It is precisely because of this that the white-haired senator can no longer continue to be his moral peddler. It is precisely because of this that us middle-aged men with dusty hearts will be moved to tears by a documentary. It is precisely because of this that we are fortunate enough to witness the revenge of a nobody from morning till night. We watched that infamous butcher of the empire turn into a firework in the universe. It is because of this that Commander Zhong and those soldiers under the monument can close their eyes with a smile. Today, I am here to welcome the return of Colonel Sulu on behalf of all my colleagues in the Zut Special District Daily News. We do not want to use noisy cheers to welcome a legend, a hero, but we want to sincerely welcome back a person who is worthy of the Federation's trust to return to our midst. The Federation welcomes the return of the Road Guardian Stone. Winter of the 71st year of the constitutional calendar, Bob wrote after a silent press conference. On the top floor of the Sanlin United Bank headquarters, an old man wearing a small black round hat sat in an old black round-back chair. He looked at the plant fiber newspaper in his hand, and a smile appeared on his wrinkled old face. As the most trusted media mouthpiece of Mr. President, Bob played a very important role in the Medellin project. I have always admired this person for his courage to speak in hate, completely different from those quails in the newspaper. But I really did not expect that with the return of Sulu, he could actually write such an article that directly addresses the core of the current problem. Li Xiuzhu looked at his old father, who rarely came to the headquarters for an inspection, and thought that Su Li's return actually alarmed him. He could not help but feel a little strange. The shriveled old man sitting in the black round-back chair was, without a doubt, the real oligarch of the Federation. In the old legends, only the king could be called an oligarch because he was unparalleled in the world. Compared to the so-called financial tycoons who often appeared in the news media, the little old man who had been in charge of the iron calculator for decades, secretly controlled the financial order of the Federation, and only the successive presidents were qualified to be his opponent. What else could he be called if not an oligarch? The font on the front page of the Capital Special District Daily was temporarily adjusted just to put Bob's political article. Li Xiuzhu thought for a moment and said, "Bob's article is a little scattered. Compared with his previous sharp political articles, it is a little worse." "Wrong." The old man from Liyuan Palace said in a hoarse and gloomy voice, "This article is obviously not incited by the president. Bob himself only knows that there is a problem with the Federation, but he does not know what the problem is. He knows that Sulu will have enemies, but he does not know who the enemies are. Of course, he can only make a few obscure sentences. But he said the biggest problem that may arise from Su Li's return to the Federation, which is that this little guy never knows how to compromise." The old man raised his head and looked at Li Xiuzhu with cloudy eyes. He calmly explained, "The situation in the Federation seems to be calm now, but in fact it could explode at any time. After all, the case of Tiger has not been investigated. When will the case of West Woods come to a conclusion? I don't know if the attack on the ancient bell was a simple massacre of the empire, or a deeper conspiracy. I don't care about this because if there is a conspiracy, then the people involved in this conspiracy must be very terrifying, so terrifying that I don't even want to care about it." Li Xiuzhu was slightly shocked. He did not expect that even his father would not want to go against that force. As for the case of West Woods, we are involved, the Lin family is involved, the president's residence, Parliament Hill, everyone is involved in this carnival. Since the Zhong family has collapsed, everyone can get a share of the benefits. Madam has also acquiesced to this carnival some time ago. Naturally, no one wants the case to continue to be investigated and the lawsuit to continue. Now the question is, where is the target of those people? Is it the means they used against the Zhong family when they opened up the Donglin mining area, or do they want more? They even want what is in the hands of an old man like me? Except for the army, there is no existence in this universe that can fundamentally hurt our family. In the past countless years, we can still live very comfortably without an army in our hands. That is because the Federation has no enemies, so the army is naturally weak. And in the past few decades, with the gradual escalation of the war, the power of the army has become stronger and stronger. Have you ever thought, if the army is in the hands of a person who is very hostile to us, what kind of situation will our families face? Bob's quote is very correct. Money has magic, power has magic, beauty has magic, pen has magic, any extension of human desire can become a powerful tool, but all of these tools are not as powerful as the magic of a gun. Because guns are used to kill, who can resist using death to end all desires? Li Xiuzhu felt that the warm winter sun that shone down from the transparent dome was unable to warm his body at all. He felt waves of cold invading his body. The expensive silk underwear that was smuggled from the Empire's Liban Star was soaked in ice-like sweat. As the CEO of the Sanlin United Bank, he was extremely clear about the complex roots of the family in the Federation society. Sometimes, he couldn't help but sigh in admiration, not understanding how the successive generations of family heads did all of this. Who was the Federation government's biggest creditor? Whose funds did the Ministry of Defense's General Assembly base rely on? How was the purchase of large quantities of firearms realized? Who set the rules of the economic world's numbers game? It was precisely because of this knowledge that he firmly believed that no generation of the Federation government dared to overthrow his family from the roots, because that would inevitably lead to great turmoil and chaos in the entire Federation. It was not an exaggeration to say that the entire Federation's economy would regress by several hundred years because of this. However, if the military's hardliners really did go crazy one day and tried to purge the 7 great families, those heavy and cold mechas and brave soldiers would definitely be red-eyed and wouldn't care about these numerical problems. The military, even if those hardliners go crazy, the people behind them are always clear-headed, Li Xiuzhu said with a trembling voice. Moreover, we still have the charter. Charter? The old man from Liyuan Palace laughed hoarsely. His laughter echoed endlessly within the empty bank headquarters building. If the charter was useful, would the 7 great families still exist for so long? The great federal central computer has been bound by the countless rules and regulations created by the 5-person group for tens of thousands of years. It just depends on whether or not you know how to use those rules and regulations. The laughter gradually stopped. The old man from Liyuan Palace gently stroked the armrest and looked at him warmly. Xiaodong's performance these past few years has been quite good. Li Xiuzhu was slightly shocked. He didn't understand why the topic had suddenly changed to his biggest competitor for the family head position. He looked at the old face with shock and bewilderment, resisting the urge to ask. Don't worry. Ever since you met Su Lu, you finally learned to accept failure. Your performance these past few years has been quite good. For now, you are even ahead of your younger brother. The old man warmly said, I admire Xiaotong because he discovered Su Li's value before I did. I suggest that you give full support to any projects that involve Xiaotong and Su Li's relationship. Li Xiuzhu frowned. He didn't understand why Su Lu was mentioned again. The old man from Liyuan Palace gently picked up the plant fiber newspaper in his hand and said in a hoarse voice, regarding the case of the tiger, none of us are willing to continue investigating. This is related to interest. But Bob said that this little guy doesn't have this word in his dictionary, so he will definitely continue investigating. Li Xiuzhu's eyes slightly brightened. He roughly understood what the old man meant. As the war progresses, the strength of the army will only become stronger and stronger. Those tough and cold-blooded generals and the politicians behind them will definitely become more and more greedy. The old man from Liyuan Palace smiled and said, At this time, we need someone to make them restrain themselves, sober, and understand their role. The war is for the interests of the Federation. It can also be said that it is for our interests, but it can't be for their own interests. I am very worried about Su Li's ability. The brightness in Li Xiuzhu's eyes gradually disappeared. With a solemn expression he said, He is too young to enter the upper echelons of the military. And the most important thing is that Feiqing City has never expressed firm support for him. Hearing the two words Feiqing City, a complicated and strange expression flashed across the old man's face. He seemed to be a little scared, a little sad, and a little relieved. Chapter 667. This was a secret, a very big secret. The old man from Liyuan Palace took a deep breath. His chest, which had become shriveled due to the passage of time, couldn't bounce up as exaggeratedly as a young man's. However, the slightly more ample oxygen allowed his emotions to quickly calm down. This secret only belonged to the few people at the top of the Federation. Since the lady in the back of the mountain had told him, he naturally wouldn't tell anyone else, even if that person was his own son standing in front of him. Philadelphia's support doesn't need to be obvious. The old man coughed a few times and said in a low and hoarse voice, "If my memory isn't wrong, Su Li's net in 3320 a year ago has already revealed the tip of the iceberg of the hidden support. This time, his escape from the Empire was directly confirmed by the central computer as a first-order incident." He looked at Li Xiuzhu and said with a slight smile, "Have you ever heard of a first-order incident?" Li Xiuzhu shook his head. His right hand gently rubbed the left side of his chest as if he was still digesting the shock he felt when he first heard this news. "I said before that the charter isn't omnipotent because there are many loopholes in the program that can be exploited. However, most of the time, we can determine a person's power or role through the eyes of the charter. Since the Federal Central Computer believes that Su Lu is so important, then why should I doubt him?" The old man from Liyuan Palace said with a hoarse voice, "To balance the radical faction in the military, he is the best choice. Regardless of whether it is the president or Philadelphia, whether it is the Bureau of Proclamation or the people, they are all endorsing this choice. Right now, my question is, how much power does the radical faction hold?" Li Xiuzhu asked worriedly. Du Shaoqing doesn't seem to have any political leanings, but who knows what those who have been silently standing behind him think. The old man said in a low voice, "I'm old and don't have enough energy to deal with these things. Tomorrow, represent me to invite a few of my old friends from the Mountain Conference, and Mr. Security Advisor to hold a banquet." "Is it about the position of chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff?" Li Xiuzhu said in shock. "I thought the family wouldn't be so involved in politics. The situation is changing. I don't want to be involved, but I'm forced to be involved." The old man from Liyuan Palace laughed lightly and said coldly, "Miles is going to retire. The key position in the military cannot fall into the hands of the radical faction. Regardless of whether it is the 2nd Military Region or the 3rd Military Region, they have to stop their thoughts. Who should we choose? General Li Jiedu." The capital ring was famous for its affluence, and the S1 Capital Special District was naturally the place where the taste of money and power was condensed most vividly. In the suburbs of this city, the political center of the Federation, there were all kinds of high-end private clubs and indescribably luxurious mansions. Countless important decisions that concerned the interests of billions of people in the Federation were often made in these dimly lit, leisurely social places before they were processed by the government or parliament. Located behind the grassy slope to the north of Charter Square, the Lufeng Slope Club, which dared to be the neighbor of the president's official residence, was undoubtedly the top existence among these clubs. However, even this private property in the back of the mountain couldn't take away the dazzling brilliance of Linyuan in these years. Except for the owner of Linyuan, who was gradually becoming a legend, and except for the first time Madman Li and Su Lu met and fought a bloody battle. These kinds of anecdotes that were gradually becoming legends, just the fact that the Federation's god of war, Li Pifu, who rarely left Philadelphia and chose to stay in the capital special district, was enough to support Linyuan for decades. Linyuan, which usually flowed with gentle background music, was particularly quiet today. The waiters, who usually had a calm expression, couldn't help but have some emotional fluctuations. The senior manager, who usually only watched the guests in the hall indifferently in the office area behind the building, had already come to the hall in person. Sometimes he glanced at the welcome speech by Chief Editor Bob in the newspaper in his hand, and sometimes he nervously looked at the bamboo house. Linyuan's senior manager rolled the newspaper behind him, looked at the waitresses in front of him and sternly said, after Colonel Su Lu finished the press conference, he went directly to the official residence to have dinner with the president. So, this noon will be his first private meal after returning to the Federation. It is our honor that he chose Linyuan. You must show 100% professionalism. Don't ask for autographs. Show your professionalism. Don't scream, don't whisper. Inside the bamboo house, beside the running water, there was a mahogany table in the middle. The curtain made of green bamboo leaves swayed slightly and a breeze blew. Su Lu, who was eating to fill his empty stomach because of the ordinary cooking of the First Lady of the Federation, looked up in surprise. A familiar, warm and cold red entered his eyes. He stood up, very naturally reached out to take the red windbreaker, and casually hung it on the side. Then he turned his head, slightly leaned forward and put his hands around her shoulders. They hugged for a long time and then separated. I originally thought of a lot of things to say to you. Zhou casually pushed her big curly hair behind her back, looked at him with a smile and patted his thin cheeks gently. She said, but seeing you appear in front of me alive like this, with the same arrogant appearance as before, I feel that those words are unnecessary. No matter what, you can't cherish your life more. Then, it's good that you are alive. We should celebrate. Su Lu nodded in agreement and said with emotion, indeed, we should celebrate. The exquisite dishes were served one by one, which was basically the same as the countless dinners in Linyuan in the past. It was like a reminiscence of the past. The two close friends who had not seen each other for more than a year quietly talked about the stories of each other during this period of time. They drank wine that was not strong but intoxicating. Not long after, there were 5 or 6 empty wine bottles floating in the flowing water. Your return makes many people happy, but also makes many people nervous. Zhou's jade-like fingers gently held the wine cup rippling. She was elegant and charming. 2 completely different kinds of beauty rippled in the same time between her eyebrows. Her beautiful face flashed with her unique sarcastic feeling. That unreasonable guy is back. Their lives will be a little difficult. I never overestimate myself. Su Lu took out a cigarette box and put it on the table. He lit a cigarette. After being stunned for a moment, he didn't know why, but he took out another cigarette and handed it over. He shrugged and said, last time in Bu Mountain Villa, I was able to scare the Lin family away because I had a gun in my hand, and I looked a little fearless. Zhou opened her eyes wide and looked at the cigarette he handed over. She was also stunned and then she took it, not used to it. Her slender fingers held the cigarette a little stiffly. She said, but the fact is, when people found out that you were still alive, they immediately found out that you started to cause trouble again. When did I cause trouble? Su Lu lit the military metal lighter in his hand and moved closer to her charming red lips. Now, is there anyone who dares to provoke Du Shaoqing? Even the big shots in the military have to avoid this young famous general. But what about you? Zhou took a puff of the cigarette and narrowed her eyes, not used to it. Her delicate eyebrows were furrowed tightly, as if she had drunk a mouthful of strong wine. She choked a few times before she calmed down. She said with a tone of amazement and admiration, you are really amazing. You actually slapped Du Shaoqing's face as soon as you came back. Magnolia tore Dongfang Pei's ear, but you were able to retire from the army unscathed. Dongfang Pei was sent to the NTR unit. When the news reached the capital ring, I don't know how many big shots were shocked out of their mouths. Amazement and admiration seemed to be 2 completely different emotions, just like beauty and charm, but Zhou had the ability to mix these emotions or tastes together. Su Lu had known her for many years, and he had long been used to the headache-inducing cold and contemptuous attitude of this beautiful woman in red from time to time, so he just shrugged and did not say anything. She pointed at Su Li's face with the finger holding the cigarette, and wisps of smoke spread out from between her jade fingers. She was not like those prostitutes who frequented nightclubs. She only said with her unique cold voice, but this is you. Those old guys now understand that even if you have been missing for more than a year, you are still you. Too much, too much. Su Lu swallowed a mouthful of smoke with a glass full of red wine. His chest was full and full. I don't want the 2 of us to look like we're acting when we're eating. Besides, my man is dead. Zhou did not seem to like the smell of cigarettes. She frowned and looked at the logo on the edge of the carbon filter. She crushed it hard in the cylinder, looked up and asked in confusion, this is also something I don't understand. Although the death rate of the NTR unit is as high as 37%, Du Shaoqing is a smart man. He threw Dongfang Pei to the NTR unit of the 17th Division. How could your division commander let Dongfang Pei die in his own unit? Based on your temperament, I thought you would directly kill Dongfang Pei. There is no evidence that Dongfang Pei committed a malicious crime, and there is obviously a problem behind this matter. Su Lu was silent for a moment. He looked at the spacious space in the Linyuan and said, I will find a quieter place to talk to you later. Also, there is a very important reason. He quietly looked at Zhou Yu's beautiful face and said, "When I returned to the base, Du Xiaoqing personally made tea and invited me to drink it." Without waiting for me to speak, he directly said the words reprieve. Division Commander Du Xiaoqing never gives face to anyone, but this time is different. For the sake of the words reprieve, I have to give him some face. Old Bai wants to retire from the army, so before I find out the truth, I think it is more appropriate to deal with this matter temporarily. Bai Yulan is your most capable assistant. It is really unexpected for him to retire from the army just like that. Zhou Yu was used to thinking from his point of view and was very unhappy about this matter. A man with a wife will naturally have ties. Moreover, Old Bai has worked for the Federation for so many years and has already fulfilled his obligations. No one has the right to ask him to continue to stay at the front line, where he does not know if there will be a tomorrow. Su Lu lowered his head and said with emotion, "The front line is at war. Those guys are struggling to survive in the rain of bullets, but I am drinking red wine and chatting in the Linyuan. This contrast makes me very uncomfortable. I should be with them." "You don't have to feel guilty." Zhou Yu took the cigarette box from the table and played with it. She lowered her eyes and said calmly, "After the X3 military plan ends, the federal forces will stop attacking. Even if you rush back now, it will be meaningless." Sulu raised his head. His straight and thick eyebrows slowly knitted together. He said in a deep voice, "Cease fire." "What?" Chapter 668. Right now, the Federation has already attacked the X3 star system. According to the Empire's response plan, the bottom line of the strategic retreat is here. If the federal forces still want to advance as easily as before, they will definitely be met with a crazy counterattack from the Empire. According to the latest intelligence, the princess who has been tormenting you for a year has already led 470 Wolf-Fang mechas to the front lines and is watching the federal forces through 3 spatial gates, ready to attack at any time. What does the X3 star system have the most? It's crystal ores. For the Federation, the first strategic goal of occupying this star system has already been completed. The troops need to rest and reorganize. Furthermore, the supply line is too long, which is becoming more and more difficult for logistical support. What is the purpose of war? It's profit. You can see war as a business. A business that loses too much money will definitely not last for too long. Zhou Yu played with the cigarette box in her hand and casually expressed her opinion. She raised her head and smiled at Su Lu before continuing. The Department of Defense has already decided that after the X3 military plan ends, there will be a probing attack toward the L-star system. According to the results of this battle, the follow-up plan will be decided. However, according to the files I've seen, they will basically choose to stop. Of course, there must be a purpose in war. However, the current situation is very good. If we don't take advantage of this opportunity to expand our gains and allow the Empire to catch a breather, we will have to pay an even heavier price if we want to take another step closer to Tianjin. Su Lu frowned and said unhappily, "Yesterday in the official residence, Mr. President didn't reveal any of these thoughts. The military might not get approval to stop the attack. I've already told you that I'm currently working at the Department of Defense's Strategic Research Center, so I have the opportunity to come into contact with these secret files. You have sufficient authority, which is why I'm reminding you. As for the attitude of the president that you all so proudly claim as your own, regardless of whether he is willing to stop the federal forces' advance or not, the current political environment no longer allows him to expand the scope of the war indefinitely." "What political environment?" "The current situation is very good, not very good," Sulu replied in a deep voice. "You still don't understand?" The crystal mine was the key. At that time, President Pabre was able to get the support of the military and the people. He ignored the opposition of many people in the upper class and ordered the troops to attack the empire. On the one hand, it was because your appearance represented the attitude of the old man in Philadelphia. On the other hand, as a close partner of Mr. President, you successfully influenced the attitude of the parliament and many people. Zhou Yu stared into his eyes and said in an aggravated and somewhat annoyed tone, "Right now, the Federation is about to take down X3. The Crystal Mine Federation will have enough crystal mine resources, and the entire Federation's economy will be greatly boosted because of this. There's no need to worry that the interests of the rear mountain will be fully satisfied. Madam naturally won't spare no effort to support the development of the war. Mr. President is a politician, not a childish military officer like you." When he heard Zhou Yu's simple but unquestionable analysis, Su Li's mood became somewhat downcast. He replied in annoyance, "I'm not a warmonger and I'm not childish. On the contrary, the decisions of these big shots are as laughable as children playing house. People die in war. How can they stop just because they say so? War will always be an accessory of politics, and politics is a derivative of the economy. The interests of the Federation as a whole, from a certain perspective, are indeed more important than the lives of the soldiers on the front lines. Don't stare at me so fiercely. I grew up in the military compound since I was young, and I hate this situation more than you do. But who can change this situation?" Zhou Yu stared fiercely into Su Li's eyes, not allowing him to express the sense of loss and irritation in his heart. After a long silence, Su Li grabbed the wine cup and took a big gulp. He said in a hoarse voice, "More than a year ago, I had dinner with Mr. President in the official residence. A little earlier, I had dinner with Tiger in the West Woods. I agree with the judgment of the two of them on the current situation. I've been in the Empire for a year, and I've clearly sensed that the Empire, from the nobles to the commoners, has an extreme hatred for the Federation that is difficult to eliminate. I'm not a warmonger, and I don't have extravagant hopes that the Federation can occupy the entire territory of the Empire. However, if this war really isn't going to drag on for 10,000 years, one side will have to beat the other to the point of extreme pain, to the point where they can only surrender, not daring to start another war. If we keep going back and forth like this, stopping and fighting for 2 years when the big shots need it and stopping when they don't need it, how many unnecessary sacrifices will the soldiers on the front line have to make because of this?" He paused for a moment and put down the wine cup very slowly, trying to make as little noise as possible between the bottom of the cup and the table. Then he stared at the rippling red wine at the bottom of the cup, as if he was staring at the blood flowing out of the corpses of the Federation soldiers in a dry riverbed in a foreign land. He said in a low voice, "Now, I suddenly understand why the radicals in the military can silently gain the support of so many people. Let's not talk about the matters on the front line for now." After a moment of silence, Zhou Yu raised the wine cup and gestured in the air. She said, "There are still many problems within the Federation, and you have many personal problems that need to be solved." "What problems do I have?" Su Lu asked in confusion. "Those women of yours." Zhou Yu said mockingly, "Jian Shuier is in the fleet, Shang Qiu is in the engineering department. Oh, and that daughter of the Prime Minister, did she contact you? As for that annoying female revolutionary in the Parliament Mountain, I don't want to mention it. This is my personal problem." Su Lu scratched his head and said helplessly, "Don't forget, you are the father of my son, and the entire Capital Special Region knows about your relationship with my family. As your fiancé, don't I have the right to control how many women you have outside?" Zhou Yu stared at him with a charming smile on her beautiful face. It was supposed to be a joke, but because of the brightness in her eyes, there was a touch of strangeness. "At least, can you not mock Zhang Xiaoming so viciously like Shi Qinghai?" Su Lu spread his hands helplessly and said, "Of course I know you hate her because you care about me and I am very grateful for that, but that girl is my first love. Can't you let me keep a clean and beautiful memory for my first love that has already disappeared?" "First love." Zhou Yu paused for a moment, then said coldly, "My first unforgettable first love when I was a young girl was a farce of a prince choosing a concubine. Do you think there is anything clean and beautiful about that?" Su Lu was silent, and he launched a silent and awkward attack on the food on the table. "Brother Prince doesn't seem to be the same Brother Prince from back then." Zhou Yu's eyes became a bit misty and empty. Although she no longer had that kind of intimate relationship with Macho in the back mountain, after all, she had drank afternoon tea with that madam for many years. She had been influenced and cultivated a sharp political analysis. She had also established some of her own information channels and knew that some of the things that had happened to the 1,000-year-old family recently. Life is arranged to walk on the golden path until he climbs to the top of the secular world. He was mentally prepared for all of this and he used his life to actively welcome it, but he actually had a falling out with the lady. Zhou Yu smiled slightly, but it was unknown what kind of emotion was mixed in her smile. "You probably don't know, but this year he has been in the West Woods for the Zhong family. In the face of the Federation government and the hunger of those families, he actually tied the Tai family to that little girl's chariot. It was a really risky and crazy choice. The lady tolerated him for a year, but in the end she couldn't continue to tolerate him. Speaking of which, this really doesn't seem like his style." She frowned and looked in confusion at Su Lu across the table. "I keep thinking that this matter has something to do with you. We all know that you have a very good relationship with the little princess of the Zhong family. Regarding this matter, I thank Tai Ziyuan for a lifetime. Su Lu said in an extremely serious tone. He had already learned about the things that happened in the West Woods in the past year through the old man. In addition to being angry and silent, he was very clear about the significance of Tai Ziyuan's decision. Now the Zhong family is facing the most dangerous situation. They are facing difficulties both internally and externally. The most important thing is that the military power is being taken back piece by piece by the Federation. The old house and Zhong Ziqi's side are in a dispute, and they can only watch as these things happen. Zhou Yu looked at Su Lu worriedly and said, "Your return has alarmed the Federal Central Computer." The 4 words first sequence can deter countless people who want to harm you, but you have to remember that you are not the invincible creator. You are just a normal person who is better at fighting and has some background. Why are you telling me this? Su Lu asked in a low voice. After the tiger died, the Zhong family became a big piece of fat meat. Everyone wants to take a bite. In fact, the government and those families are doing this. No matter who wants to stand up for the Zhong family, it is equivalent to going against the government, the 7 families and countless people in power in the Federation at the same time. Without a doubt, this is a stupid action that is similar to courting death. Therefore, even fierce people like Brother Crown Prince and Mr. Tian can only endure and do some work according to the channels set by the Federation. But you are different. Zhou Yu was silent for a moment and then continued in a low voice, "You will not endure and will not wait, so I have to remind you of the difficulty of this matter. Being able to return to the Federation alive should have been a very happy thing." After thinking for a while, Su Lu said in a low voice, "But it is very strange. After coming back and hearing about these things, none of them made me happy. Other than the matter in the West Woods, as I said just now, there is another important matter that I will tell you later. It makes me feel cold and disgusted. I suddenly feel that the days in that small courtyard in the slums of the Empire's Tianjing planet for half a year were actually so peaceful and happy." He put his right hand into the cool stream and let the bamboo leaves brush against the edge of his palm. He said, "Commander Zhong has guarded the West Woods alone for more than 10 years for the Federation. After the death of his wife, the Federation did not reward him for his service. Instead, they used unscrupulous means to seize benefits. They did not even let go of a little orphan girl. This matter is very difficult for me to accept. If it was difficult to accept, then he would not accept it." This was his attitude. Chapter 669. Last night I directly questioned Mr. President, but unfortunately I didn't get any clear answer. Of course, Mr. President's mood obviously became a little worse because of my doubts. Su Lu raised his head and wiped the water on his hands on his lapel. He laughed at himself and said, "I know that Mr. President has his reasons, but the problem is that even he can't do anything, so what can I do?" Su Lu narrowed his eyes and smiled at Zhou Yu. His eyes were as bright as before, but there was not much of a smile. He said in a low but firm voice, "But I still have to do something." Without waiting for Zhou Yu to speak, he raised his right arm to stop her and continued, "Don't worry, I'm not an impulsive person. Being impulsive won't solve any problems. I've thought about it before. The Zhong family's administrative power and economic control over the West Woods has been weakened by the Federation. In fact, it's a good thing for the Federation. And to be honest, this power is something that the Zhong family should have. But when Commander Zhong died, he gave little watermelon to me. So, as long as I'm still alive, no one can hurt her and no one can take away what belongs to her. Next week I'll go to the Supreme Court to watch the trial. I want to see a Yuan win this case. If he loses, I'll fight again." It sounded like a declaration of bravery and ruthlessness, especially when faced with the pressure of the entire Federation from top to bottom. Be it a general or a hooligan on the street, when uttered such a declaration, they would most likely feel somewhat flustered and embarrassed. But strangely enough, when the declaration came out of Su Li's mouth, there was no such feeling. There was only a piercingly cold and ruthless feeling because for him, he was merely calmly stating a fact that could happen. In the early years, the biting cold aura hidden under the cold appearance had long become the main color of Zhou Yu besides red. Although she was definitely not an idealist, on the contrary, she maintained the cold and sharp realism taught by the madam in many things. But after hearing Su Li's words, there was no ridicule, no anger, only calmness because the Su Li she knew since a few years ago in that apartment had been constantly expressing an uncompromising attitude to the world. And strangely he was still alive and his life was getting more and more exciting. Zhou did not ask Sulu what kind of method he would use to win the case again if he lost the case in the Supreme Court. It would probably be the hard methods of guns, fists and courage. She raised her glass of red wine, toasted the man across the table and said with a smile, "The trial will start next Friday. The biggest variable now is that it is said that Chief Justice Heing may not personally hear the case because of health reasons. If Chief Justice Heing does not personally hear the case, who dares to go against the collective will of the Federation government and the Parliament?" Sulu said with a frown, "Is there someone who is tampering with the case? The Chief Justice is already 91 years old this year. Because of health reasons he has not personally heard a case for many years. The last time was the case between the UNICEF and the Federation TV station regarding Jian Shuier." Zhou shook her head and explained, "The old man's health is indeed not very good. With his position in the Federation, even that person in Philadelphia does not dare to suppress him. Who dares to tamper with him? I hope the Chief Justice will live a long life." The two people at the table raised their glasses of red wine at the same time and blessed the Chief Justice who dared to make the god of war Li Pifu sad. At this moment, with a soft beep, a military encrypted email appeared in Su Li's phone. Sulu looked down at his phone, stood up and helped Zhou get her windbreaker. He said, "Find a safe place. There is something I need you to help me decide. You're in such a hurry to leave?" Zhou looked at the remaining 5 bottles of red wine on the table. "I'm leaving early tomorrow morning. I only have one night." Sulu walked to the table, held her elbow out of habit and helped her up. He explained, "It's a bit urgent. That hooligan will come back tomorrow, and Prince Brother and the little princess of the Zhong family have also arrived in the special district of the capital region. You came back alive, don't you want to meet them? And what about your women?" Zhou asked in confusion, "What is so important and urgent?" "It's an email from Jian Shuier." Sulu put his phone in his pocket and explained, "She arranged for me to go to Philadelphia." "You're going to see the god of war?" Zhou's eyes widened, and her charming face suddenly became a lot more charming. "Yes, I have some very important stories that I want to ask that old man to confirm." Sulu patted his chest and said with a smile, "You know what? A guy like me is about to come into contact with the real history." Zhou did not know what kind of historical truth he was going to see the god of war in Philadelphia. She did not want to ask because she did not want to embarrass him. After a moment of silence, she could not help but say hesitantly, "It's rare to see you smile like this. It seems, it's a big deal." Sitting in the black car without any logo, along the familiar number 2 highway, leaving the capital special district, the winter wind blew in through the window, making the little red flower on Zhou's temple tremble slightly, and her flower-like face rippled with the wind. When they passed by an intersection, Sulu, who was holding the steering wheel, subconsciously turned back and looked at the woman beside him who was shining brightly. His narrowed eyes naturally showed a look of admiration. The beautiful but disgusting daughter of a high-ranking official in Linhai State had long disappeared. Now, beside him was an unmarried mother full of wisdom, tranquility, and beauty, full of a firm life philosophy. At this moment, Zhou also turned around at the same time. The two looked at each other and smiled with a trace of nostalgia. Back then it was at this intersection that Zhou, who knew that she was pregnant and was on the verge of collapse, saw a black car. She thought that the person in the car was Nightmare Source. After stopping the black car, she cried to her heart's content. She cried to her heart's content, and the ink dripped down her delicate cheeks. She also cried about the strange and warm years she and Sulu spent together. "I drank too much but I'm not full yet." Zhou gently pressed her slender fingers on her red lips, swallowed a burp, and looked at him with her eyes wide open. So, when the car reached the youth of Wangdu, Sulu bought some fresh vegetables from the nearby market, and Zhou picked some pomegranates that she ate at home in a small shop on the side of the road, and then went home. There was an apartment in Wangdu and that was home. In their hearts, it was the safest and quietest place. With the fastest speed he checked for any eavesdropping devices, and then pulled up the relevant surveillance data. After confirming that no one had broken into this room in the past year, Sulu finally relaxed and looked at his real home in the capital ring. Zhou was already lying lazily on the sofa, her 2 bare feet high. The apartment, which had been empty for more than a year, was still relatively clean because the dust removal equipment was always on. The sofa and the light screen were still on both sides of the living room, and the TV program was still set in Zhou's favorite mode. The instant lunch box in the fridge was naturally inedible, but fortunately, Magnolia was a good personal secretary. She had paid the electricity and water bills for more than 100 years, so there was no need to worry about power outages. The best thing was that the two people in the apartment were still the same two people from back then. Just like back then, Sulu and Zoyu began to assign tasks. Sulu was responsible for cooking and cleaning, and Zoyu was responsible for eating and enjoying all the fruits of labor. After such a long time, the pregnant woman was still firmly in play in this apartment. There were bean sprouts in soup, yellow fried small-tail fish, and spicy stir-fried big shell ink stone. There was absolutely no synthetic protein meat on the table that they hated so much. There were only 4 big bowls of fragrant special-grade rice, 1 for her and 3 for him. Sulu picked up some bean sprouts and mixed it with the rice. He lowered his head and quickly ate half a bowl of rice. Suddenly he raised his head and said directly, "There is a mastermind behind the attack on Ancient Bell. The seat of the empire called Hiyuyu couldn't get the relevant information. Someone in the government or the military sold the information. I need to find out who it is." Zoyu slowly put down the chopsticks in her hand and gently stuck the rice grains on the corner of her mouth with her right thumb. She used these small actions to dissolve the shock in her heart. From Su Li's tone, she knew that this matter was not a joke, nor was it a boring inference of a conspiracy theorist. Brother Jiao. After Secretary Jiao committed suicide, the only clue of the case was Cui Zedong. She slightly frowned, looked at the dishes on the table and said softly, "Father has always been a little sad about Secretary Jiao's death. I can only be sure that he was not involved in this matter, but I don't know if the Ministry of National Defense issued that electronic order, and I don't know if what Secretary Jiao said in his suicide note was true." Brother Jiao was only pushed to the front. There are many people behind him. Sulu picked up the cup and drank a mouthful of water and said in a low voice, "If Cui Zedong is really a problem, then this matter is too scary." Zoyu said with a worried expression, "Your analysis just now can be directly refuted. This is definitely not something that the government or the military can do. It must be the cooperation of the government, the military, and the Bureau of Proclamation." She stared into Su Li's eyes and asked, "If this is the case, are you still going to continue investigating?" Before Su Li could answer, Zoyu pushed the bowl in front of her away and said angrily, "Forget it. Pretend I didn't ask. I know what an idiot like you'll answer." Sulu chuckled and knew that she was angry because she was worried about him. He continued, "Don't worry about me. There are people in the government and the military who are trying to cover up all of this. My problem now is that I have no way of finding out who those people are." Zoyu looked at him and frowned. "I know a lot about the military faction. Do you want me to help you find a general range of targets? Whoever benefits the most from Commander Zhong's death is the most suspicious. But there is a very cruel fact that you have to know." Zoyu looked at him with a trace of pity. "I just said that the entire Federation will benefit from Tiger Zhong's death. Even President Pabre is no exception." Chapter 670. More than a year ago, Commander Zhong had dinner at the official residence the night before he returned to the West Woods after the victory celebration. That night, Mr. President and Commander Zhong did not reach a complete consensus. It could even be said that there was some fierce conflict between them. At the same time, as you said, Commander Zhong's death is very good for Mr. President's strategy of integrating the Federation. Sulu whispered, "But I believe in Mr. President. For so many years, he has used his practical actions to prove that he is not a common politician, but a politician who really insists on something in his heart. I have never doubted this." Zoyu's slender fingers casually played with the chopsticks and said, "Mr. President did not hesitate to have a conflict with Macho in the back of the mountain in order to pardon you. And a politician who can be recognized by both you and the rogue at the same time must be trustworthy. What I said just now is actually to tell you that if you want to reverse the prophet and find the Black Hand hidden in the Federation, it will be very difficult. I have a list." After a moment of silence, Sulu picked out a chip from his collar without warning and slowly placed it on the table in front of Zoyu. He stared at the chip and frowned very tightly. "Reverse the prophet. Compared with this list, I need your professional analytical vision to roughly catch the tail of some people." Zoyu frowned and looked at the glittering chip in front of her. She suddenly said, "The workbench is still in the same place?" "Yes," Sulu replied. Zoyu held the edge of the table with both hands and squeezed the chair out of the way. She dragged the pair of pink slippers into the bedroom and a moment later took out the black box. Under the triple encryption environment, she turned on the device and put the chip into the reading rod. Looking at the scrolling information fragments on the light screen, Zhou Yu's expression became more serious than ever. She suddenly looked up at Su Li's eyes and asked in a trembling voice, "Where did you get this information?" As Minister Zhou's chief secretary, Brother Jiao needs to meet too many people. It's hard to sort out useful information. Su Li didn't answer the question about the source of the information. Instead, he said in a low voice, "What you've seen is all the information about Cui Zhedong since the 60th year of the constitutional era. All the suspicious interactions are in there." He walked to Zhou Yu's side. His finger brushed past her shoulder and pointed at one of the reports. As the assistant director of the Bureau of Proclamation, Cui Zhedong obviously met with the military generals more often. Also, pay attention to these 3 dates: April 30th, year 61 of the constitutional calendar, September 25th, year 64 of the constitutional calendar, and December 13th, year 69 of the constitutional calendar. What's wrong with these 3 dates? This is the date that someone else picked out for me. Su Li shrugged. He could not explain to Zhou Yu that the Federal Central Computer was now his computing tool. But there's something wrong with the first date, because Cui Zhedong's citizenship signal went blank for a short time. How could it be blank? Zhou Yu's pupils shrank as she asked in confusion. The Federation's electronic surveillance network is like the light of a star that is everywhere all of a sudden. But there are ways to block this light. Su Lu gestured as he explained, for example, a lead box, an extremely enclosed space without any channels for information to be released. In fact, according to my analysis, it's possible to find blank areas in the core areas of some wildlife sanctuaries. Cui Zhedong is one of the people in the universe who understands the glory of the Charter the most. It's not inconceivable that he could think of a way to temporarily avoid it for a period of time. The question is why he avoided it. He frowned and asked, if the force that Cui Zhedong represents has been building a conspiracy since many years ago, what I don't understand is that on the last 2 dates, he entered a certain conference room, but he didn't block the signal. Zhou Yu was silent for a moment before she said, "It's very simple. Those people realized that there was no need to block the signal. On the contrary, doing so would easily cause problems. According to the first charter and citizen privacy regulations, even the Federal Central Computer might not have a file of what those people talked about." I understand what you mean. Su Lu rubbed his forehead and said, "And the Central Computer really doesn't have a file. Although I'm more curious about your real relationship with the Bureau of Proclamation, why the Central Computer gave you such high authority, and why you know so much secret information." Zhou Yu raised her head and looked at him quietly. She said, "I know you're more interested in the inside story of these 3 gatherings. You already have the list. What else do you need me to do?" "I can't believe this list." Su Lu stared into her eyes and said seriously, "According to the Central Computer's backtracking data, there were very few people who participated in the gathering in the 61st year of the constitutional calendar. 2 of them even died. However, there were many people who participated in the last 2 gatherings. The current Vice President of the Federation, Byron, former Deputy Minister of National Defense, Yang Jingsong, Deputy Commander of the 2nd Military Region." Zhou Yu looked at the names on the computer screen. Her expression was as cold and calm as ever, but her voice became hoarse because of the lingering nervousness. "I even saw Du Xiaoqing's name." The name of the gathering was the First Military Academy's Alumni Association. Su Lu said in a low voice, "Perhaps it really is just an alumni association. The situation is not as severe as we think. In fact, although I've never liked Du Xiaoqing, I really find it hard to accept that he's a conspirator. I'll go check and see if there's any internal connection between these people other than the fact that they all graduated from the First Military Academy," Zhou Yu said after a moment of silence. "Just check the files. Don't investigate." Su Lu stared into her eyes and said, "I know that Shi Qinghai is definitely still investigating those matters from back then, so you must not give this list to him. It's too dangerous. I have to handle it myself." "You're not omnipotent," Zhou Yu said unhappily. "If your enemies are these important figures, don't even think about continuing to play the role of a lone ranger. To a certain extent, I can be omnipotent. I don't need to explain this point." Omnipotent? Many people have speculated about the scope of influence of the military radicals, including Madame. However, if this list of names of yours can really explain some things, then I have to say that the power of the military radicals is more terrifying than anyone can imagine. The combination of the Vice President of the Federation and a powerful military leader, do you really understand what kind of destructive power they have? After all, Byron is the Vice President, not the President. Su Lu stared at the rice bowl in front of him with a firm gaze, as if he wanted to burn all the remaining rice grains in the bowl into ashes. As for the federal forces, they can never be the second military region or Du Shaoqing's troops. They can't cause too much trouble. He was just a colonel of the Federation who enjoyed the treatment of a division, and did not have any established military forces at his disposal. However, after the old man helped him sort out the list of names of those important figures and powerful generals of the federal military, he was not afraid at all. Apart from his nature, his greatest and most indestructible confidence came from Philadelphia, which was the highest and steepest mountain in the universe. There was a god in the federal military. The subordinates he brought out from the battlefield were now all important generals of the military. Even the fat young chef was now the commander of the new 17th Division. Even though he was old and had been sitting by the Lake of Philadelphia for more than 10 years, as long as he was alive, there could only be one voice in the entire federal military. It was the voice of Li Pifu. "So you're going to Philadelphia?" Zhou Yu asked softly after a moment of silence. "Yes." "Have you ever thought of the most terrible question?" Zhou Yu looked at him quietly, narrowed her eyes and said softly, "The army god is 88 years old. No matter how great a person is, he can't beat time. He will die. Those people, maybe, have been waiting for that day." Hearing this, Su Lu realized that he had forgotten the most important thing, that was the age of the old man in Philadelphia. Like a cold stone being stuffed into his heart, he felt a chill. Under the sudden pressure, he inexplicably thought of many other small things. The army god was so old, but what about Uncle? Why did he look so young when he was in Donglin? Many people are wary of the radicals in the military. But in many people's eyes, this force has never really taken shape. They just rely on some similar ideas and desire to fight to secretly cooperate with each other. Zhou Yu looked at his face and continued, "If they have formed some kind of tight organization, things will become very troublesome. Now the Federation is facing a very important problem. General Miles has decided to announce his retirement after the frontline troops take down the X-3 system. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the commander of the 1st Military Region. This position is too important. Whoever takes over this position may decide the attitude of the federal military in the future generations." "What is the attitude of Madam and Minister Zhou?" Su Lu asked. "The main thing now is to see the attitude of Mr. President. According to the information I received, Mr. President and a few of the major families have reached an unprecedented agreement. Probably because they are wary of the undercurrent, after General Miles retires, they will probably nominate General Li Jiedu to take over the position." Li Jiedu was not a very famous name in the Federation. He was the only son of the army god Li Pifu and the father of the invincible Li Feng. Probably because he was sandwiched between two bright stars, he did not leave a deep impression on people even though he was now the dean of the 1st Military Academy. Su Lu scratched his head and thought of the middle-aged man full of scholarly demeanor. He nodded and said, "This is the best choice." As the only son of the army god Li Pifu, Li Jiedu was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He could receive the full support of many military leaders. His style of doing things was gentle, even conservative. In the federal military, which was increasingly filled with hostility, he was an extremely powerful counterbalance. This was indeed the best choice. Chapter 671. Feiqing City had great scenery. The northern hemisphere of S1 had entered winter, and the area around Linhai State University town was already covered with wind and snow. However, this city, which was more than 1,000 kilometers away from the capital, was still decorated with elegant autumn colors. There was a sense of desolation, but more importantly, there was a sense of emptiness. It was hard for people to sigh about the desolation after the autumn season. There was a lake that gently rippled, releasing steam to absorb the dryness. There were mountains that rose up to block the cold wind from the north and the rainstorm from the other side of the sea. Therefore, this city was warm in winter and cool in summer. It was pleasant in spring and autumn. There was nothing to criticize about this city, just like the old man in the manor by the lake. The roads that were wet by the autumn rain were ancient. Between the wooden four-story buildings, countless flowers and trees were hidden in the corners of the alleys or in full bloom on the streets. On both sides of the road that was connected by another green mountain, there were countless famous body cultivation centers in Feiqing City. The wooden and copper-nailed doors of these body cultivation centers were about 3 meters high and were all open during the day. Tourists walking on the streets could clearly hear the shouting and the sound of punches and kicks coming from inside. They curiously stopped to watch and comment. It was unknown whether those boys with black eyes would choose to come here to cultivate in the future. Su Lu, who was wearing civilian clothes, was also one of the tourists today. He paid more attention to these body cultivation centers than the tourists. Many years ago, when he was escaping from Donglin, Mr. Tian had once mentioned the body cultivation centers in Feiqing City to him. Later, he learned that the powerful Mr. Tian was from Feiqing City and had once arrogantly defeated more than a dozen body cultivation centers. No one could stop him. In addition, the powerful figures he met in the capital ring, such as Kong Wu from the Lin family and Brother Zheng behind Li Laoqi, were all from Feiqing City. This city with excellent scenery and these body cultivation centers that were like tourist attractions had cultivated many powerful figures for the Federation. This was the most vigorous city in the Federation. Of course, the most vigorous deed in the history of this city was that it had contributed a pair of brothers with the surname Li to the Federation. One of them had thousands of incarnations and faintly influenced the society in all kinds of absurd and wonderful ways. The other one had turned into a god with a charter on his back. He looked down at the universe indifferently and protected the Federation for many years. Standing by the fountain square, Su Lu subconsciously turned his head and looked at the huge manor by the lake at the foot of the mountain. The Federation's god of war, Li Pifu, lived in that manor. Ever since this old man retired, he had been living by the lake and refused to see anyone. Except for his close friends like Lady Tai, even the former president didn't get to see him in person even when he came to Feiqing twice. The old man didn't rely on his past peerless achievements to nurture his arrogance. Instead, he wanted to use these details to tell everyone in the Federation that since he had retired, he had truly retired. In fact, how could this be possible? The peach tree and the plum tree didn't need to speak, so there would naturally be a small path under their feet. The group of 5 statues on the Charter Square also didn't need to speak, but people would always subconsciously look up. Li Pifu no longer expressed any opinions on the affairs of the Federation. However, before the Federation government made a major decision, they would always call Feiqing City to ask for his opinion. But at least Li Bofu was able to fully express his attitude. The old man had trapped himself in Lake Feiqing for more than 10 years in a similar way to self-imprisonment. During such a long time he was forced to leave for the capital because of 2 things. The first time was after the attack on the ancient bell. The Federation wanted to launch an all-out attack on the Empire. Li Pifu was invited to go there. He only showed his old and thin face in front of the camera for a moment, which attracted countless people's enthusiastic cheers. The second time was earlier. For the little guy who was imprisoned in the military prison of Qingqing City, the old man went to the capital and had a meal with Lady Tai in the Linyuan. Then he went to visit the prison. After that, the Federation had one more young war hero who couldn't be defeated. Su Lu was about to meet the Federation's god of war, but he was still wandering in the streets. This had nothing to do with his carelessness. He didn't have the leisure to explore the ancient times like an artist. It was just that Jian Shui had arranged for him to meet the Federation's god of war at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He arrived too early. He didn't have the qualifications to knock on the door of an old man who had not seen guests for many years and dared to make the president sigh. Fortunately, time passed by quickly. Looking down at the hands on his military watch, Su Lu took a deep breath. He ignored the vigilant stares from all around the quiet front gate of the manor. He also didn't ask the old man to help him calculate how many special task force agents or the most elite military security forces were scattered around the manor. He directly stepped up the stone steps, raised his right arm, and knocked on the door. In the green courtyard, there were a few fields with sexy ears of rice on the left side and a few ponds full of golden carp swimming freely on the right side. There was a crooked path made of white stone in the middle. The end of the path led directly to the lake, where there were a few piles of stones scattered around the lake. Usually the old man was used to sitting on a pile of stones to fish, but today he wasn't fishing. Instead, he was sitting on the glossy sandalwood floor in the room after his routine afternoon nap, waiting for a young guest. There are still many things to do in the Federation, the army, and the front line. With your character, you are in such a hurry to see an old man like me. It seems that you have seen, known, or guessed something in the past year in the Empire. The old man sitting cross-legged on the floor didn't turn around. His thin old body was casually draped in an old-fashioned pajamas, which made him look not very tall, even a little short. Su Lu stood at the door and looked at the back of the old man, but still felt like an unattainable snow peak. Subconsciously his mouth was a little dry. Now he was able to face Mr. President with ease. When he saw the ruler of the left Sky Star region in the Empire, he was even more fearless. As one's status and power changed, one's mentality would gradually become stronger. But for some reason, after so many years, when he saw the god of war again, he was still very nervous. He was as nervous as a primary school student when he saw his strict class teacher. He took off his fake leather boots and arranged them neatly. Wearing his socks, he walked to the floor and softly walked behind the old man. He bowed and said in a low voice, "I do have a lot of questions. Some of them are about what happened in the past and some of them need your guidance." He knew a lot of secrets in the past in the empire, which involved the uncle and the history. He had always believed that if one couldn't see the history clearly, it would be difficult to grasp the present and the future. Besides, the Federation was facing a very serious situation right now. He needed the wisdom and incomparable influence of this old man to help him see through the complicated situation. Therefore he said this very sincerely. Hearing his words, Li Pifu didn't turn around. His thin shoulders trembled slightly and he said in an old voice, "Before that, I also have some questions to ask you." Sulu quickly moved his legs and sat next to the old man. His back was straight, his eyes were squinting, and his appearance was very standard. "We're at home, not in the army. You don't need to be like this." Li Pifu said with a smile, "There's tea on the table. Pour it yourself." Sulu glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and found that the military god didn't seem to mind him sitting so close to the old man. He relaxed a bit and carefully picked up the teapot from the red stone. He respectfully poured a cup for the old man first, and then poured a cup for himself. "The first question I want to ask is..." Li Pifu seemed to have thought of something. He paused for a moment and a faint self-deprecating look flashed across his white eyebrows. "Is that guy still alive? Speaking of which, he's a dying man, but there are still some things that he can't see past." The old man had the right to laugh at himself, but Sulu didn't have the courage to laugh at him together. Although he was mentally prepared, he still didn't expect the old man to throw this question at him directly. Therefore, an indescribable nervousness suddenly occupied his body and mind, and the hand holding the teapot stiffened. After a long silence, Li Bofu didn't use any words, eyes, or aura to oppress him. He just waited quietly. His wrinkled hands were still holding the small teacup to his lips, and he sipped it one mouthful at a time. "Teacher, should still be alive." Sulu stared at the barley tea in the cup and answered with a slightly hoarse voice, "But he didn't appear in front of me and I don't think he'll return to the Federation. Scourges live for 1,000 years." Li Pifu slowly put down the teacup and said with an expressionless face, "For many years, many times, I thought he was really dead, but in the end he survived. Don't waste your energy to guess why I can guess that he's still alive." Li Pifu glanced at him and said indifferently, "Last time when I saw you in prison, I said that if you could take out the chip, you could go to the Empire and pretend to be a member of the imperial family. Now that the war has begun, the Empire's devices must have all been turned on. You were able to come back alive, so you must have taken out the chip. If you don't have this ability, then he's still alive. I've seen the report you provided to the Bureau of Proclamation and the Ministry of Defense. It's a miracle, but I think there are no miracles in the Empire." Cold sweat gradually soaked Suli's back. This thin and old man looked tired, but in fact, his eyes were extremely sharp. If he didn't admit that his uncle was still alive, then he wouldn't have been able to convince the old man to give him a way to escape the Empire's pursuit. Moreover, it would be equivalent to lying to his face. Although he seemed to have gotten through this, the old man's indifferent eyes still gave him endless pressure. He always felt that the old man seemed to know more but deliberately didn't mention it. "This time you've made a great contribution to the Federation, so I don't think there's a need to discuss some small details." Li Pifu tapped the table with his dry index finger, indicating that he should continue pouring tea. Then he asked, "The second question is, why didn't that Princess Su Meng kill you?" "Princess Su Meng?" Sulu was startled for a moment before he realized that the old man was referring to Huai Chaoshi. One question after another was completely out of his expectation. Some kind of invisible pressure began to spread in the room by Lake Feiqing, and his straight eyebrows began to curve. Facing this kind of pressure, he stubbornly raised his head and looked straight at the Federation's god of war, saying, "Because she can't kill me. And I've met this great teacher. I heard that the former great teacher Fan is your teacher?" Chapter 672. The clear light outside the window mixed with the fragrance of rice and water gently scattered into the room, making the dark sandalwood floor seem to be shrouded in a layer of moisture. The slightly yellow water in the small porcelain cup on the tea table rippled with extremely thin ripples. Su Lu mustered up his courage and stiffened his neck to say these few words, making the air even more humid, actually making people feel a little difficult to breathe. She didn't kill you because she can't kill you. This is a very good answer. The expression on the old face of the god of war Li Pifu did not change at all. He repeated Su Li's answer, a trace of a smile appeared on his face and continued to say, "But you, this little guy, are still only suitable to do things with your fists and feet. Your ability to speak is not very strong. You want to counterattack so soon? Are you worried that this old man will ask you some secrets that you can't answer?" Su Li's fists were tightly clenched at his waist, and his lips were dry from nervousness. The ordinary skinny old man beside him, with just a casual word, no, even if he didn't say anything, he would be able to crush him to the ground with his protruding index finger, and never be able to rise again. This old man is the real invincible god of war, once on the battlefield to assassinate the emperor of the empire, once with a slap of the hand he slapped the uncle into a shadow for half of his life. In the face of such a terrifying big figure, even if he has made progress in the empire in the past year, and his confidence has skyrocketed, but he still can't have the slightest thought of challenging or underestimating him. But there are a lot of words that he must say, just like the old man's smile and ridicule. Both of them have secrets, but they don't know how deep the fear of each other's secrets are. So he continued to speak. "The things that uncle taught me when I was young and the things that you and Madman Li know, if I'm not wrong, should be the secret of the empire's royal family Yada Jinqi. I don't understand, even if you and uncle's teacher is the great teacher from the empire's mysterious family, but why is the Yada Jinqi that only the empire's royal family can learn, appearing in the Li family's body? First, the ability that this old body of mine possesses does indeed originate from the empire's royal family's Yada Jinqi, although I have always thought that this little thing called Jinqi is more appropriate to use the word overbearing to describe it." Li Pifu's flowery eyebrows slightly raised, the gaze in his old eyes contained a kind of extreme tranquility, some kind of reminiscence, but the cup seemed to have been long ago. The old man slowly stretched out a finger and pointed at the teacup on the table. The yellow tea in the small porcelain cup suddenly calmed down, just like his eyes at this moment. "Second, many years ago I had the same question as you, many years ago. After 3 years of secret research with the Federal Academy of Science, we came to a general conclusion: the so-called Jinqi is probably a kind of wave-band emission similar to biological radiation. The monitoring equipment of the Academy of Science can capture this kind of radiation, but there is no way to analyze what it is exactly." Li Pifu slowly stretched out a second finger, calmly recounting the old news from many years ago. 80 years ago, I believe that both your teacher and I had many doubts about this question. In the end, it could only be attributed to the difference in physical constitution, or to be more mysterious, it was probably a random choice made by the Creator. An extremely small number of people have a certain kind of ability, can learn and master this kind of method. The Lees of Philadelphia have no blood relationship with the imperial family. If you insist on doubting this point, you might as well think about your own background. The old man looked at Su Lu with a smile and said, "The Creator chose the Huai family of the left Sky Star region, that is why they can ascend to the throne, not because they are the imperial family of the empire, that is why they naturally have this kind of ability. As a citizen of the Federation, I firmly ridicule any kind of natural talent of the monarchy. In the end, whether or not you can learn the Yada Jinqi is only related to luck." Su Lu silently listened to the military god's explanation, carefully not missing a single word, but his eyes were fixed on the teacup on the table, because he discovered a very strange and magical scene. Previously, when Li Pifu stretched out a finger, the tea in the porcelain cup suddenly became tranquil and smooth like a mirror, but when the old man stretched out a second finger shakily, the tea in the porcelain cup suddenly began to boil and bubble like a boiling spring. In the small teacup, there was actually a hint of a storm. Su Li's pupils constricted, and he asked in a hoarse voice, "The release of Jinqi? Huai Chaoshi said that it was useless. It seems that you have also reached this step." The old man chuckled. The 2 fingers in the air were as motionless as mountains, but his old voice was full of emotions. "It seems that the little girl of the Huai family, who is known as a genius, is still a little lacking in understanding these little things." Su Lu held the edge of the tea table with both hands, staring at the storm in the small teacup, waiting for the military god's next words. "The little thing called Jinqi can be divided into 2 stages. One is inside the body and the other is outside. It is easy to understand inside the body, but what is outside? It is resonance. It is to resonate with the existence of the same cause in nature, and thereby control it. If the string wave is called dog shit, Then when the dog shit in our body is released and comes into contact with the dog shit in the natural environment, the two will meet happily and become one, and you will be able to control countless dog shit around you. Being able to control enough dog shit is a very terrifying thing in battle. You just said that Huai Chaoshu did not care about it, but that is because there is too little dog shit in the natural environment. I have always had an idea. Li Pifu smiled as he looked at the teacup under his fingers and said, the person who invented this method countless years ago must have lived in a world with infinite dog shit. At that time, the fighters could set off a dog shit storm with a casual flick of their sleeves or a finger, killing countless people. It was really a happy dog shit world. Sulu felt very embarrassed because it was hard for him to imagine that the military god, who had a supreme position in the Federation and was revered by all people, would be like a rude street vendor who kept saying the word dog shit. Although this metaphor was easy to understand, and it made it easy for him to understand the deeper meaning of Yada Jinqi, it still felt strange. Regarding the release of Jinqi, I have to admit that your teacher, my brother, is indeed a genius that no one can reach. In the entire universe, including the royal family of Huai in the Left Sky Galaxy, he is probably the only one who can find a way to connect the Jinqi in the body with the information transmission in the mecha. Although I have always thought that this kind of marionette-style mecha control method is only suitable for the stage and does not have any real help in combat, but, in the end he has done something that no one else can do or even think about. A scene from many years ago appeared in Su Li's mind very naturally. In the dusky twilight of Donglin on the green hills, an uncle was twisting his perky buttocks. His fingers were as fast as lightning as they caressed the huge M52 mech. The mech trembled under his fingers, completely under his control. This is indeed a miraculous thing. He sighed sincerely. In the last period before I escaped from the Empire, I was surrounded by several Wolf Fang mecha of the Empire. I also wanted to try this method, but I found that I could not even get a clue. In the future, when you don't need to fight, you can try more. Li Pifu looked at him gently. You have already proven that you have a talent for mecha repair that is not inferior to his. Now, your Jinqi cultivation is on the right path. With the combination of the two, you are probably the only young person who can hope to copy his method. Your evaluation is too high. Sulu replied shamefully. No, it is us old guys who have raised the flag too high. The old man coughed softly and said hoarsely, without us as a comparison in any period of the Federation's history, young people like you and Li Feng would definitely be more dazzling than you are now. His old hand gently stroked his heaving chest. Under his brown-dotted skin were some blue veins that had lost some elasticity. After a moment of rest, Li Pifu slowly extended his third finger, the tip of his thumb. Now answer the third question. Yes, our teacher is the former great teacher of the Empire. In other words, the Lees of Philadelphia's generation in the Federation for the past few decades were all taught by our teacher. After saying this, Li Pifu casually turned his 3 fingers in the air and then withdrew them. He tidied up the old pajamas on his body, stood up and walked out of the room. Looking at the old man's weary back, Sulu bounced his knees and stood up. For some reason he was absent-minded. Although he had already confirmed this before, hearing the Federation's military god admit that his teacher was from the Empire still shocked him again. If the people of the Federation knew this secret, what kind of expression would they have? How many glasses would fall to the ground? How many people would be disappointed, angry, frustrated, or even inexplicably sad? Your teacher is a genius, but your teacher's teacher is actually even more of a genius. Li Pifu slowly walked to the door, bent over to put on his shoes and said calmly, he has a very feminine name, Huajieyu. Sulu quickly stepped forward and held the old man's withered arm. Although he is our teacher, he is not much older than us. The old man continued to recall in a low voice, that year we were preparing for the constitutional calendar ceremony. The whole Philadelphia was very lively. Us 2 brothers thought it was too noisy, so we secretly sneaked into the core wildlife reserve deep in the mountains. When your teacher was 6 years old, we had already found out that there was a problem with the surveillance there, so we always treated that place as the most secretive playground. When we first saw Huajieyu, we didn't know that he was from the Empire, and we didn't expect that he would become our teacher. At that time he was covered in dust, carrying a big backpack that seemed to contain infinite treasures, like a traveler who mistakenly arrived in Philadelphia on a spaceship. His black eyes were full of curiosity for new things and they turned very fast. Yes, his black eyes turned very fast, just like the moving light curtain on the spaceship. Li Pifu narrowed his eyes as he recalled the scene that had been covered in dust for a long time. He was unusually calm. Sulu helped the old man walk slowly in the corridor, feeling a little complicated. In the secluded room behind the old man and the young man, the small porcelain cup on the table was spinning rapidly. Although the three fingers that seemed to have magical power had already calmly retracted, there seemed to be some kind of magical power that was still rippling in the air, urging the porcelain cup to spin faster and faster. Finally, the teacup silently broke into pieces, but the light yellow tea inside did not spill out at all. Instead, it melted into a ball of water and spun very fast, just like the curious eyes of the traveler. Chapter 673. The same story, when told by different people, would naturally have a completely different plot structure and melodramatic creation. The most secretive and, in fact, most influential story at the end of the 36 constitutional calendars was no exception in this regard. The great teacher from the Empire arrived at the Federation at the same time as the research spaceship of the Federation, or even earlier. From then on, countless magnificent, melodramatic, messy, tear-streaked and crazy scenes were created. The genius master named Wuxia was one of the genius students, Fengyu. Of course he was probably not named Fengyu. He never mentioned these things to the ignorant apprentices beside the mine, but Su Lu once heard Hui Chaosher mention some memory fragments. The white-clothed, bare-legged artistic figure also told this story. Whether it was the princess of the empire or the great teacher, the angle they chose to tell this story was naturally completely different from the main character of today's story. The following was the story told by the most famous student of the former master of the empire, Fan Huajiu, and also the most hated man in the empire. He was also the most irreplaceable military god of the Federation, Li Pifu. At that time we were still very young. We didn't know which space that black-haired, black-eyed young man who was not much older than us fell from. We only knew that he taught us some very strange things, and then we found out that he was actually from the empire. What is the empire? When the research spaceship of the Federation was blown to pieces by the cannons of the Empire. Because of political reasons we didn't know. Even if we did, we were still young and couldn't have too much hatred for the Empire. Being too young is not an excuse but a fact. Speaking of which, I have to mention another student of my teacher. He is my brother, your teacher. You are used to calling him uncle, but you should know that he has many identities. In fact, just like me, who is about to be engraved on a tombstone for people to consume, his name is not very important. As for me, I still call him Li Pifu, just like when I was young I always call him Liu. After talking about Liu, let's go back to this era, a story so long ago that even I feel that it is a bit vague. It seemed to him that our teacher was a pacifist traveler, who had taken a fanciful trip to the stars out of curiosity. I admit I was curious but not pacifist, especially when, many years later, I learned that the seed plan had come from his brain. I don't know how many years my teacher traveled in the Federation, how many places he went, how many people he met, why he stayed in the wildlife sanctuary in Philadelphia and taught us for so many years. I only know that he lived a good life in those years. I even forgot that he was from the Empire. However, the war still broke out in the end. Teacher took us to the Empire in a spaceship, and we spent a very strange time in the Empire. In fact, I have to admit that in the future battles, the 17th Division would be able to achieve more feats than the other Federation troops, and this is all thanks to this. I have been to the Empire and I know about the Empire. My teacher taught me many things about the Empire. There was one more thing that he had to admit. In the Federation in the future, Liu was able to successfully develop the blue light instrument that his teacher had first proposed, and finally successfully used the spaceship's reference chip to successfully create the camouflage chip, all because of his teacher's teachings. But we are from the Federation. The Federation and the Empire are at war. We are orphans in the Empire, and if we leave, we are also orphans wandering the universe. I don't like wandering, I don't like the Empire. There is only love and hate when there is comparison. When you live in the Federation and the Empire, you should know very well which side is more suitable for human life. But my brother is different. He can't find a home for himself, an ideal place that doesn't even exist. He loads Charter for watching his every move. He loads those families hidden behind the history of the Federation. He is too conceited and even a little narcissistic. He thinks that he can change some of this. He was a genius. He solved the problems that my teacher couldn't solve. He didn't need to pretend to be a returnee from Bermuda. He could play any role he wanted. But at that time, the conflict didn't escalate because it was only a difference in philosophy. It didn't involve something as important as life and death. Schiller once said that in this world, other than life and death, everything else is irrelevant. I lived for 88 years before I gradually understood the true meaning of this sentence. The story became more and more intense. It was also a story of life and death. Where should this story begin? It should start from when I returned to the Federation. As I said before, I am from the Federation. The Federation is at war with the Empire. What choice should a person from the Federation make? The precious selenium-rich hot spring water from the foothills of Feiqing City flowed slowly through the natural water pipe made of old bamboo, through the rice paddies and the fish ponds. It passed through the green walls of the courtyard and quietly entered from the corner of the eaves. It then converged into the 7 or 8 square meters coarse stone pool. The hot steam flowed slowly like a white dragon, rising from all directions and filling the room with blurred vision. It was like the so-called truth from many years ago. There were very few people who were qualified to enter this manor by the lake of Feiqing City. Over the years, only the Madam of Macho Back Mountain was qualified to enter this manor. But that madam must have taken off her clothes and entered the bath naked. Therefore, thinking that he was the only one who had the honor to enter this pool, Sulu began to feel a little nervous. As a person from the Federation, it was an honor to be able to share a hot spring with the military god. An ordinary military green towel was tightly wrapped around his right hand, causing white foam to form from the friction. Sulu held the old man's thin shoulder with one hand, while his right hand steadily and forcefully wiped the old man's back in front of him. The old man's wrinkled and lifeless skin had disappeared. Looking at the old man's thin body in front of him, he didn't know why, but he felt extremely sad. I am also a person from the Federation. After hearing the old man's question, Sulu lowered his head and thought for a moment. Then he put his right hand into the hot spring and continued to wipe the old man's back. He answered seriously, "In that case, of course, you should choose to join the army to resist the invasion." Li Pifu, who was soaking naked in the hot spring, no longer had the heroic image of the military god in the Federation's propaganda film. He was just an ordinary dry old man. His silver hair was wet and tangled by the spring water, which made him look even more embarrassed. The old man coughed painfully for a few times and then said in a hoarse voice, "I also thought so at that time." The story after that was actually a bit lackluster in the first few decades. Do you understand the meaning of the phrase, lackluster? It's probably a shortened version of the Federation's proverb. I'm used to saying this because there are similar words in the Empire's language that my teacher taught me back then. Speaking of my teacher again, because in the next few decades, my teacher, No Empire's master Fan Huajiu, has been helping the 2 emperors of the Empire invade the Federation. There's not much I can do either. I joined the army and started as a normal soldier in the 17th Mechanic Division. Squad leader, platoon leader, company commander, battalion commander, regiment commander, and all the way to division commander. I've never been a deputy commander. This fact sometimes made me feel proud in the military camp, but sometimes when I thought about how this pride was only taught to me by someone from the Empire, my pride would often turn into mockery. So I worked even harder, or rather, fought even harder. On the front lines, on the battlefield, in the rear, and in my interactions with those politicians, I hid all my shortcomings and hid all my loopholes, all for the sake of standing at a higher position and having more power to completely dispel that mockery. Back then, the Federation was in a very dangerous situation. Very dangerous. In the West Woods in the Empire Star region, I also encountered many dangers. Then, I did the most dangerous thing, and that was, at the critical moment of a great defeat, I counterattacked like a madman and killed the Empire's emperor. Sulu, you've also been crazy before. You know that this kind of thing often relies on luck. My luck back then was pretty good. I fought many battles in the army and many of my comrades and subordinates died. I thought that the Federation had also contributed a lot, but it couldn't compare to this at all. It seems that I, Li Pifu, have only done one thing in my life, killing the Empire's emperor. This is really boring. No one has ever dared to think that an M37 thousands of miles to assassinate the Empire's emperor is just boring. Sulu lowered his head and rubbed the old man's back. He muttered in a low voice with great disapproval, "If this is considered boring, then can't you let me be bored a few more times? Little brat, killing is just a means." Li Pifu comforted him with a hoarse voice and said, "What humans need is often the result." Of course, the result that time was pretty good. This has to do with luck. But from another perspective, my luck back then wasn't that good. Because when my eyes turned red, I forgot about life and death, forgot about the flying trajectories around my mecha, forgot about those screaming Empire's mechas, and even forgot that my name was Li Pifu. I only knew that when I was smashing the middle-aged man under the black hibiscus flag into minced meat, I didn't notice that Master Fan of the Empire was also beside him. His name was Hua Jiu and he was my teacher. He taught me a strange ability that made my whole body tremble. Many years later, I used this ability to kill him. My teacher was a very beautiful black-haired man. He had a pair of eyes that spun faster than the stars. But at the last moment, the moment before he died, those eyes that were staring at me through the screen didn't even turn. In the hot pool, the god of war Li Pifu slowly told the story of killing his teacher. Although his voice was as calm as usual, his skinny body suddenly froze. The ripples on the surface of the hot spring instantly became calm. Su Li's right hand that was rubbing his back also froze. Chapter 674. If it had been someone else, they might have pretended not to hear and used their strong willpower to not investigate the truth of the story. Or they might have calmed down and moved their frozen right hand again, immediately forgetting the story as they kept wiping the old man's bony back. Because this story of killing his teacher, no matter how one looked at it, was definitely about Ji, the person Li Pifu wanted to forget the most in his glorious life. But Su Li could not make such a reaction. His stiff right hand let go of the towel and let the light green military towel scatter into a messy flower in the milky hot spring water. Then he slowly moved his body to the side of the old man and stared at him with wide eyes. His thick, straight eyebrows were deeply furrowed until he had a headache thinking about the past he just learned. He directly opened his mouth and said, "Have you ever regretted it? I am a soldier." Of course, war god Li Pifu was a soldier. He was the most exemplary soldier in the Federation and even in the entire universe. So, although his answer was calm, it was full of weight. When it fell into the quiet hot spring water, it sank straight to the bottom without any ripples. He is my enemy. Killing the enemy on the battlefield is a soldier's natural responsibility. So, regarding this matter, I do not regret it, nor do I feel too much sadness or disappointment in a literary tone. It's just that sometimes when I think about it, I feel that life is indeed a little strange. If Hua Jiu, teacher, knew that he would die in my hands back then, would he have directly used that dusty travel bag to suffocate a little brat? A trace of a smile that had nothing to do with wisdom appeared on Li Pifu's wrinkled face. It was a sincere smile. Different from the noble and even sacred image in the hearts of the Federation citizens, the war god in real life often wanted to be an interesting person. But his status and responsibilities had long made him uninteresting for many years, so he could only be boring. Su Li was a high-ranking officer of the new 17th Division, and from the sharp and even wretched fighting style of the army, he had long since caught a glimpse of the commanding style of the old man, as well as his personal temperament. Thus, when he heard these words, he did not find it strange. But just as he was about to ask more questions, the old man spoke again. Li Pifu slowly turned his head and calmly looked into Su Li's eyes. He said, "I do not regret loss, sadness, or anger, but that does not mean that person does not regret loss, sadness, or anger." Su Li knew who the war god was talking about. That person had a mouth full of rotten teeth, that person liked to visit prostitutes, that person liked to wear blue denim overalls, tightly wrapped in blue cloth with a string of mechanical repair tools hanging behind his perky buttocks like wind chimes, that person liked to sit in a mine pit and stare blankly at the gray sky, or hold a glass of red wine and stare blankly at Jian Shuier on the screen. When the war god was mentioned, he liked to disdainfully call him old man. That person was the most famous person in the Federation because he was George Carlin, Professor Jean of Yue University, Feng Yu of a certain mechanics genius mechanic. But at the same time, he was also the most unknown person because almost no one in the Federation knew his real name. He was the war god Li Pifu's blood brother, he was the national idol Jian Shuier's father, and he was also the most beloved student of that imperial youngster called Hua Jiu. The cool breeze from the outdoor lake drifted in through the window lattice, blowing the hot steam above the hot spring into tangling strands. It was like a story from a long time ago. He narrowed his eyes as he watched the strands of steam intersecting, destroying, and regenerating. He thought that he had a rough understanding of why this pair of most amazing brothers in the universe would be so tangled up in their love and hate. This is a very unoriginal story. Li Pifu's expression was calm in the hot spring. He said, "Afterwards he came to ask me, tried to kill me and made a scene. So I gave him a slap, shattering many of his teeth. The two of us brothers never saw each other again after that. Never saw each other again." These were very simple words, and the tone of the old man Li Pifu was also extremely calm. But as the only listener, Su Li was still shocked to the point of being somewhat at a loss. This pair of brothers, whose blood was thicker than water, were undoubtedly the most talented and most amazing people. If they could walk side by side, they would definitely be able to write a more brilliant and indelible chapter in history. However, in the background of that magnificent era, They could only play out the most common melodramatic drama in soap operas. Thinking carefully, the sorrow of the big and the small could be interconnected. It turned out that they were still so sad. That battle that no one witnessed with their own eyes must have been a world-shaking battle. As for the final result of the uncle's crushing defeat, after seeing the uncle's magical ability, Sulu would not believe that there was anyone in the universe who could hurt or defeat him. But since it was Li Pifu who said this, he had to believe it. Especially when he recalled the ruthless way the uncle chewed the beef with his mouth full of rotten teeth and the palm of Madman Li in the linuan that made his gums numb and bleed. Sulu held the warm water with both hands and splashed it on his face. After a while, he replied in a low voice, "I don't dare to comment on the fight between the elders. This is just a story, you don't need to comment on it." The old man closed his eyes tiredly and continued, "There is a lot more to the story. Now that I think about it, if I had killed him directly, maybe this story would have been much simpler and better." Su Li's thick eyebrows were tightly knitted today. He came to Philadelphia to ask for the help of the army god and wanted to figure out the story. But the tone of the old man when he told the story, especially when it involved the uncle, always made him feel quite unhappy. "Don't blame me for saying this to my own brother." The old man's eyes were still closed. The wet hot spring water accumulated in his wrinkles, as if he had been accumulating words for many years. If you can clearly see what kind of person he is, perhaps you will come to the same conclusion. Until today I still insist that the uncle is at least not a bad person. Sulu stared at the old man's face and insisted in a deep voice. "The two of us studied under the teacher at the same time. We learned the same skills, but we chose two different paths." The old man closed his eyes and slowly changed the topic. "When you were in Donglin, he must have been very young in your eyes, right?" "Yes." Sulu agreed after a moment of silence. This was what he was puzzled about. To be honest, he could make the benchmark chip that even the teacher couldn't make. He could hide from Zhang Yang's eyes. When it comes to learning, I can't compare to him. But I have always been stronger than him. Because I put all my time, energy, and even my entire life into learning or cultivation. I am focused, I am cautious, I am hardworking. The old man suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Sulu quietly. He said in a deep voice, "The Federation needs the protection of me and many other warriors, so I devoted all my life to making myself stronger. That is why, in this universe, there is no one who is stronger than me." Sulu was speechless. An indescribable feeling rose in his heart. These words sounded so narcissistic, so self-righteous, so arrogant, and so detestable. However, coming from the old man's mouth, they sounded so powerful. This was because he was not boasting. He was just stating a fact that the entire universe knew. But what did this have to do with the uncle? Emotions make one grow old easily. Worries make one grow old. Responsibility makes one grow old. Training makes one grow old. My life is one where I quickly burn my life in exchange for power. But he is not such a person. He doesn't seem to care about anything in this universe. He is not willing to make sacrifices for anything. Perhaps the word, sacrifice, doesn't even exist in his dictionary. His life is one of freedom and indifference. He has nothing to worry about. Naturally, he is able to see time more slowly. After a moment of silence, Sulu shook his head and said, "When we were in the Empire, Huai Chaosher, that lunatic great teacher, and you are also saying that the uncle is a cold and emotionless person. But I don't understand. What part of him is cold and emotionless? If he is cold and emotionless, why would he turn against his own brother for the sake of the Empire's teacher? If he is emotionless, why would he become George Carlin, crying out for those oppressed people? Please don't say that the reason he could bear to ignore his own daughter for 16 years was because he was wanted by the Federation." "Wanted?" "No, that's something that happened even later." Li Pifu slowly narrowed his eyes. His aged gaze was not turbid, but calm, so calm that it made one's heart palpitate. He is a person who only does things according to his own likes and dislikes. His heart desires absolute freedom. He does everything on impulse. It was like this when he took revenge for his teacher. It is the same for George Carlin. Just like Muzi. Isn't it the result of his impulsiveness once again? His heart desires absolute freedom. What's wrong with that? Sulu retorted. Li Pifu glanced at him indifferently and said, "Absolute freedom requires absolute power. It will never bring about true fairness and justice." As for George Carlin, a strong hint of mockery flashed in the old man's eyes. Sometimes, the upper echelons of the Federation are like a pile of dog shit, but the freedom and fairness of the people have received the best guarantee in history. At times like this, those guys from Green Dragon Mountain only want to blow up this pile of dog shit, but they don't think about what will happen after the dog shit is blown up. Will be a pile of dog shit. The George Carlin that he is playing is the role of a shit stirrer. You don't have to rush to refute me. Since he is still alive, you can ask him personally when you have the chance in the future. Why did he come up with the George Carlin doctrine? Actually, this is just the continuation of hatred. I respect and try to protect the foundation of the Federation, so he tries to destroy this foundation. The order of society is part of it. The glory of the charter is the more important part. Chapter 675. Absolute freedom definitely did not mean absolute fairness and justice. This was a simple and correct statement because freedom had no logical relationship with the latter two nouns. However, Li Pifu had pointed out that the uncle's resistance against the glory of the charter had nothing to do with freedom, which still made Su Lu feel very unhappy. The camouflage chip behind his neck that allowed him to freely travel around the Federation had been with him for a very long time. For him, the chip and the method the uncle taught him were the same as freedom. Even though he had a weird friendship with the Federal Central Computer later, it was still the same. I don't want to discuss the relationship between the chip and the dog leash, the 700,000-word restriction clause of the first charter, and the practical significance of the Federation's surveillance network for a galactic regime. This can be mentioned. Su Lu frowned and said, I once thought about this question when I was young, but I didn't have an answer. You've been to the Imperium. Li Bofu looked into his eyes and said, if you want to maintain a space regime that is so vast, and the speed of information exchange and the transmission of force has different levels, if you don't have a comprehensive electronic monitoring network, then, there is only massacre. Sulu was silent. Don't continue with this question. The old man coughed twice, his thin chest rising and falling violently, making the milky hot spring water ripple. What I want to say is the man's attitude. A person who has the ability to surpass the control of the state apparatus is trying to break through the security system at the bottom of society. What he pursues is freedom without control. The scary thing is that he has this ability, so who knows what he will do. This is still based on the assumption that the uncle is a bad person. Sula shook his head. When human beings were born, there was no good, evil, good or bad. Therefore, human beings can become good or bad at any time. Li Pifu said indifferently, and for him, George Carlin, breaking through the glory of the charter, these enormous revenge plans that even made me feel uneasy. He was not in the mood to carry them out. Instead, he played with them irresponsibly for a few years and then threw them away. He played countless roles in the Federation and made countless friends, but did he care about any of them? Have you contacted anyone else? When that gentle and loyal man from the previous generation of the Tai family died of depression because of him, did he return to S1 to take a look at him? If such a person isn't heartless and cold, who else is worthy of these 4 words? It is also because of this that I feel cold and even fear. So the Federation wants to arrest him and you want to kill him? No, he's my blood brother and he got to know that good friend of mine at UA University. Before he really did something unforgivable, no one in the Federation government would think of dealing with him, even if they found out later that he was George Carlin. As for whether the Bureau of Proclamation investigated him, I didn't know the details back then. I'll say the same thing again. If I had known that things would develop like this, I would have killed him myself. What happened after that? How did the uncle become the most wanted criminal? And with the identity of the mechanic Fengyu? The old man waved his hand and signaled for him to continue scrubbing his back. He said in a low voice, what happened after that is still a very cliché story. This story is very cliché, and it's related to a woman. Su Lu twisted the wet towel in his hand into a flower, and his eyebrows furrowed into a flower. He asked uncertainly, Shuer's mother? I don't know the details in the beginning because it happened in the Empire. I also don't know when he, who was playing the role of the mechanic Fengyu, got together with her. She was teacher's youngest daughter, much younger than all of us. When I went to the Empire as a child, she hadn't given birth yet. I didn't even see her. I only knew that she became the Empire's empress later on. That year, the Federation prepared for a very long time and started to attack the Empire's territory. I also prepared for a very long time and so did Madame. All the war preparations were very rich, enough to support a war that spanned the entire region. Mr. President, and we all believed that even if we couldn't take down Tianjin planet in this war, we would definitely be able to drag down the Empire's Baiyan dynasty. However, the intelligence system didn't discover one thing. The empire's empress had secretly escaped from the palace with a maid and a baby. She lived in seclusion on a planet at the border of the empire. And that planet was an important strategic base target in the Federation's military plan. Sulu, you've fought in wars before, so you should know the ironclad rule of the battlefield. People will always die in wars. Teacher's youngest daughter, the empire's empress, was also an ordinary person, so she also died. Mu Zi, who was still a baby at that time, was also in a dangerous situation in the flames of war. The Federation's frontline troops thought that they had already controlled the situation and transported the most important batch of strategic resources to the border planet. At this time, perhaps it was to take revenge for the Empire's Empress, or perhaps it was to take advantage of the chaos to rescue Mu Zi. In any case, he wanted to do something. The Federal Central Computer was secretly investigating him at that time, and the glory of the Charter had already extended a few tentacles. Although he was indeed a crazy genius, it was very difficult for him to do anything under those circumstances. So, he really went crazy. Li Pifu's tone became colder and colder. Hearing these words, Su Li's straight eyebrows raised more and more. He said, "The woman is dead and the daughter is about to die. Anyone would go crazy." Li Pifu looked at him coldly and said, "That was a huge explosion at the reserve base. The Federation's most elite mechanized troops sacrificed 76,311 people in this explosion. The final official report only admitted that slightly more than 10,000 people sacrificed, but in reality, 76,311 people died. As for the soldiers who lost their ability to fight, there were even more of them. The 74 tons of crystal mines that Lady Tai ordered the Crystal Mining Consortium to prepare with all its might were all destroyed in this explosion. The federal forces were forced to withdraw. The war that had been prepared for 8 years ended just like that. The official report said that countless soldiers of the Imperium received the military deployment provided by the traitor and turned out in full force, so the federal forces were forced to withdraw. In fact, this was not the case. All of this was just the result of the madness of that cold and heartless man. The distant foreign planet, the princess of the Imperium who was running away with her illegitimate daughter in her arms, the ambitious iron stream of the Federation on the planet filled with smoke, the mechanic who was wearing an old military uniform and staring indifferently at the distance, the terrifying explosion, and thousands of frustrated soldiers who were about to die. Countless bloody pictures flashed in front of Su Li's eyes quickly. He jumped into the slightly hot spring pool, but his body was still cold and he began to shiver. Chapter 676. I don't care how many identities he has, but at that time he was an officer of the Federation, and the more than 70,000 soldiers who died at his hands were all his comrades. Li Pifu narrowed his old eyes and added coldly, "I don't believe it." Su Lu stared at the pool water in front of his chest that was getting murkier and murkier. In the warm mist, his voice cracked. It was unknown whether it was because of the cold or because he was grinding his teeth. "I don't believe this. Although Uncle isn't a good person, how could he do such a thing?" The old man simply closed his eyes and ignored his sour and gloomy self-encouragement. With the sound of splashing water, Sulu looked up at his old and calm face and said excitedly, "Although that was a battlefield with Uncle's ability, there was no need to make such a big commotion to save Shuei." The old man closed his eyes and rested silently. Sulu waved his arms and said loudly, "According to what you said, he caused that explosion, so the Federation started to put him on the wanted list. You also wanted to kill him at all times, so why did he give Shuei to you? You brothers turned against each other, so why did he trust you so much?" "Because Mu Zi was born in the Empire. She didn't have a birth certificate. She was still a baby and didn't have a chip implanted behind her neck." Li Pifu slowly opened his eyes, and a trace of fatigue flashed through his eyes. He said slowly, "Because of the war, the Federation started to strictly control the flow of people in Bermuda a year ago, especially the management of returnees and adopted children. At that time, the entire Federation, including the Bureau of Proclamation and myself, didn't know that my teacher had made such a far-sighted, sinister, and vicious seed plan. We only strengthened the management for safety reasons. After you killed Macklin, the Bureau of Proclamation's purge has been confirmed. Since that war, no one with the blood of the Empire has snuck into the Federation. Mu Zi cannot stay in the Empire because she is the illegitimate daughter of the Empress and an outsider. As the Emperor Huai Fuchai will not allow such a disgrace to exist, so the Empire is too dangerous for Mu Zi. He can only bring Mu Zi back to the Federation, But there's no better way to let Muzi grow up safely and healthily in the Federation than to hand her over to me. Sulu frowned and listened carefully. He asked, why? Lipifu understood what he meant. He glanced at him and said, constantly changing chips and surviving in the cracks of the glory of the charter is not a pleasant thing. He liked absolute freedom, but he was very clear about the price of this absolute freedom. How could he let his own daughter repeat such a dangerous life? As for why you gave Muzi to me, the old man coughed twice and continued, because I can very easily let Muzi into the Federation. As for the so-called trust, that is not the key. In the end, Muzi is of the blood of my old Li family, and I, Lipifu, have always been a traditional and conservative person. From that day onwards, the Lees of Philadelphia gained a baby girl of unknown origins. Madam may have guessed a little, but since she has never asked me, I naturally won't explain anything. I named that baby girl Jian Muzi because in my opinion, she has no father or mother. She is a spirit randomly picked up from the stars by the heavens. She is called Muzi, but I still hope that she can brand the surname of the Li family on her. At the mention of the beautiful girl who was currently fighting on the front lines of the empire, a gentle and calm smile appeared on the old man's wrinkled face. It was as if he was thinking of that cute little fairy-like existence many years ago. He was no longer that calm and dignified war god, but just an extremely ordinary old man. Looking at the smile on the old man's face, it would seem disrespectful to ask more questions about this matter, so Sulu pursed his lips. After a moment of silence, he changed the topic. Why? During the military exercise, did the Emperor of the Empire go crazy and order the West Woods Expeditionary Force to attack? I know that this is definitely because he knows Jian Shuai's identity, but the problem is that no one in the Federation knows this secret. The Emperor of the Empire is far away in the left Sky Star region, so how did he know? The reason is very simple. There is a truth and there is a secret. Lipifu slowly withdrew his smile and looked at Sulu. His eyes that had seen who knows how much smoke and blood were so calm, but also seemed to contain countless deep meanings. You should know by now that the surname of Master Fan of the Empire is Hua. No one knows why, but in my opinion, it is probably because they are too beautiful, like the flowers that bloom in the forest. The so-called truth is their faces. Muzi having such a beautiful face is the best evidence. I am one of the engineers of MXT. Although I don't study much philosophy and aesthetics, please don't use such words to humiliate my logical ability. Sulu tiredly picked up the warm water and washed his face. The most important reason, of course, is that secret. Lipifu looked at him quietly. How can I let you know the secret? After a long silence, Sulu suddenly said with his head lowered, is it because of that bracelet? Is that bracelet the star map that the former Master Fan gave to Uncle? Lipifu's white eyebrows gradually furrowed, but strangely this didn't mean that he was angry. Instead, one could see traces of a smile between his wrinkled eyebrows. As expected of the Federation's most talented engineer after him, the old man didn't look at him anymore. With a trace of peace, he leaned against the bluestone pool and closed his eyes. He slowly said, in the entire universe only an extremely small number of people know of the existence of the star map. To them, that star map might be able to change everything. I used to think so too. For the Federation, I was willing to do anything to obtain that star map, but when I finally found out what was hidden in that bracelet, I realized that all of us were wrong. Many people think that the star map is another space passage between the Empire and the Federation. Actually, it is just a gift. It is just that people don't seem to need that gift anymore, so it is just a birthday gift from a father to a daughter. I don't understand. Sulu replied very honestly, but I understand what you mean. Since it is of no practical significance to the Federation, then no one will know what the bracelet on Shuai's wrist is. If someone knows and tries to take it, I will protect it for her. This was a promise from a young man to an old man. That old-fashioned old man didn't care about the price, and he didn't care about the price. He silently watched the little girl grow into a national idol of the Federation and an adult with her own independent life. Now, it was only natural that the protector would change to the next generation. Lipifu opened his eyes and looked at Sulu quietly. There was a hint of mockery in his calm eyes. The problem is that you have too many people to protect. At this point in the conversation, Sulu felt the most difficult embarrassment to resist hit him. During the space flight from the desolate mineral planet back to the Huangyi base, although his dream lover didn't say it out loud, her behavior and affectionate eyes had shown her feelings for him. Therefore he was at a loss and ecstatic, but in addition to his joy he was also filled with infinite fear. Years ago, under the night sky of Donglin, he cried and shouted that he would marry Jian Shui'er as his wife. When had he ever dared to hope that it would come true? When his dream really shone into reality, who would care about the damn idol phobia? Who would care about the unreal sense of alienation? The problem was that all the military leaders thought that he was Minister Zhou's prospective son-in-law. The problem was that it was said that the plump but intelligent forever female engineer in the underground warehouse of the industrial park in Harbor City had called off the marriage. The problem was that it was said that the beautiful, quiet and pitiful young lady of the Southern Prime Minister's family had already arrived in the capital. Facing the pressure of being imprisoned for life and the threat of White Saoshir's death in the mansion of Master Fan of the Empire, he once poured out his heart. Even the little cute classmate under the black spectacles who had heard him in the Parliament Mountain spontaneously felt a strong sense of attachment and strong unwillingness. These were all very good, and they were all what he wanted very much. He looked ordinary, and after he became a teenager he rarely spoke with words. Under his gentle and plain appearance, there was a flaw of stubbornness and indifference. No matter how one looked at him, he was not a character that could easily attract the attention of women, especially outstanding women. There were so many bright stars in the universe. Being able to get Jian Shui'er was definitely beyond Su Li's wildest fantasy in his youth. Now, in the blink of an eye there were still so many stars, which was very annoying. This was really the most shameless annoyance of a man. Countless emotions constantly changed on Su Li's face. Joy, shame, self-mockery, self-blame, self-abasement, and many other expressions were mixed together. It was difficult to describe the bitterness, sweetness, and bitterness, just like the white mist above the hot spring pool. He completely did not notice when the old man had left the pool and was putting on his clothes and shoes with the help of the orderlies. Li Pifu slowly turned around and looked at the young man with the most disgusting expression at the moment by the bluestone pool. Suppressing the urge to slap this person to death, he frowned and said in a deep voice, "If you want to be with Mu Zi, you have to deal with these problems within this year and go to Feiqing to propose marriage." Sulu was stunned. He stood up from the water with a splash and looked in shock at the old man who had turned around and left. He quickly wiped his wet body. From the old man's words there were at least two meanings. First, the Federal Army's military operation in the Empire's X-3-star system would definitely end within this month. Otherwise, Shui'er would not be able to make it back in time. Second, as the Federation's military god, the old man did not consider Minister Zhou, the Nan family, or the Nutshell Company at all. "Don't forget, Mu Zi was raised by me." Li Pifu suddenly turned around at the door and looked at Su Lu. He slowly said, "She is my daughter." The military god's old body trembled when the matter concerned Jian Shui'er's lifelong happiness. The Federation would definitely back off. But why was he in such a hurry? Chapter 677. Su Lu got out of the hot spring pool as fast as he could, dried his body, and put on the brand new military uniform and boots that had been prepared for him at the door. He carefully checked his appearance. He missed the casual clothes that he wore when he came to Philadelphia, and he didn't understand why the army god would prepare clothes for him. Li Pifu was walking out of the courtyard with his body half bent. His shoulders were as flat as a mountain rock that was about to collapse. Su Lu chased after the figure. His hard military boots stepped on the wooden floor and made a clear sound. "I don't want to be a general." He glanced at the Major General epaulette on his shoulder and said loudly to the old man, "I came to Philadelphia to say this, not to say this. With your contributions to the Federation, you are definitely qualified to be a Major General. But when the Department of Defense asked for my opinion, I didn't want to." The old man slowly walked in the quiet wooden corridor with his hands behind his back. He didn't look up and said in a low voice, "After all, you are too young. As a compensation, I will give you a set of clothes to satisfy your cravings." Hearing this, Su Lu almost tripped and fell to the ground. He once again had a clearer understanding of the army god's temperament. At the end of the corridor, Li Pifu slowly stopped and straightened his body. Although his movement was slow, it contained some kind of unquestionable power. It was like a mountain that was about to collapse due to the erosion of wind and rain. He once again stood up and stared at the ruthless sky indifferently. "I have already called Chief Judge He Ying." Su Lu stopped and stared blankly at the old man's back. Only then did he realize that the old man had not said a single word from the beginning to the end, but he knew the purpose of his visit and had already made arrangements in advance. The old man didn't look back. His hands were still behind his back. His hands were old and full of veins, but he gave people a feeling that as long as he wanted to, he could crush any star in the universe. The outcome of the Westwoods lawsuit must be based on the laws of the Federation. No matter who it is, they must respect this. That includes you and me. Of course, I have to admit that sometimes, people like you and me who have some kind of power can't help but break the boundaries of the law and do things that are pleasurable. But that's not right. You insisted on asking that old judge to step in, and I commend your efforts. As for the things you haven't had the time to say. The old man turned his head and looked at him quietly. Soldiers are not allowed to interfere in politics. This is an iron law. Anyone who tries to break this iron law will be swept into the garbage heap of history. Sulu was moved or shocked. He remembered what Minister Zhou had said in the hotel office many years ago. The army is not allowed to have their own thoughts because it is too dangerous. As a person who possessed a terrifying military force, he was wary of this terrifying force, and he was so determined to find a way to control this force. This kind of soldier was a true soldier, a cornerstone of the Federation. Thank you very much for your support. Sulu saluted and then said with a trace of shame, but I am not qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as you. Don't be superstitious about old people. A smile appeared on the wrinkles on Li Bofu's face, diluting the uncomfortable feeling of age a little. I have never met anyone stronger than me in my life, but I am old after all, and everyone will grow old just like every young person will grow up. Hui Chaoshi, little Feng, and you, no matter how you look at it, you are qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as us in the past. The old man raised his arm and gently patted him on the shoulder. Young people should have the strength to do what they think is right. Fei Qing told a story from a long time ago in the hot spring pool. Sulu rubbed the old man's back for a long time. But this action of patting the old man's shoulder was the first time that the old man showed some kind of intimacy. The two were half a meter apart, but Sulu didn't notice that the old man raised his arm and stretched his elbow. He didn't have time to dodge or do anything else. He found that the old man's hand fell on his shoulder and then gently patted twice. Thinking of the cup of yellow tea in the tea room, although he didn't know that the tea had turned into water vapor, Sulu couldn't help but be in awe of the old man's terrifying strength. He couldn't help but think in his heart, in front of an old man like you, which young man dares to think that he is more powerful? Can Hui Chaoshi? A group of orderlies who had been waiting outside the corridor for a long time rushed over. They carefully tidied up Li Pifu and Su Li's appearance and combed their hair. Two orderlies even squatted down and wiped their military boots until they were shiny. Sulu was not used to the feeling of being served by so many people. He did not understand why these orderlies who came out of nowhere had to take care of him. He looked at the war god not far in front of him, whose white hair fluttered in the wind under the hair dryer. He felt that this scene was a little ridiculous and funny. As for other things, you don't need to worry about them. The old man's words were a bit erratic in the strong wind. Although my son doesn't know how to fight, he is much stronger than everyone in the Federation thinks. Hearing this, Sulu was finally relieved. As long as the old man agreed to let General Li Jiedu become the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, those hardline hawks in the military wouldn't be able to cause too much trouble. Moreover, the old man's calm comment at the end showed that he had strong confidence in his own son. After the orderlies finished tidying up the two's hair and clothes, they held up a mirror and asked the two to look at themselves. The old man and the young man probably hadn't taken care of their appearance so seriously in their lives. Naturally, they wouldn't complain about the smoothness of their sideburns and boots. The orderlies saluted collectively and then quickly left. A moment later, Sulu understood why the orderlies were taking care of his appearance. A gust of wind blew. More than a dozen news reporters carrying all kinds of camera equipment walked in from the back of the courtyard. They began to take photos of Li Pifu and Su Lu on the stage. The flashes lit up from time to time, which made Su Li's eyes narrow even more. He almost couldn't hold the hand that the old man personally extended to him. Holding the old man's cold and incomparably thick hand, Su Lu turned around and looked at the camera lens like a puppet. From the logos on the camera lens, he found that the ones who were qualified to enter the Philadelphia courtyard were the largest news media, including the Capital Special District Daily News and the News Channel. He recognized the famous on-camera reporter from the News Channel, the reporter Wood from the Capital Special District Daily News, and even saw Bai Ziming among the reporters. This guy, who became one of the top directors in the Federation because of the documentary Team 7, actually came in person today. The expressions on the faces of the reporters were very strange. No one greeted Su Lu, including Bai Ziming. He didn't even blink. There were no interviews, no questions. The reporters just silently took photos and chose the best angle to get the best picture. This kind of collective silence actually caused the originally chaotic scene to gradually give birth to a solemn, dignified atmosphere that contained a little fanaticism. Probably because these reporters were very clear about the significance of today's shooting to the entire Federation, and even to history. In the Philadelphia courtyard on the stone steps, there was the god of war Li Pifu and Colonel Su Lu. They were shaking hands. This was the inheritance. I have one more question. Why are you willing to tell me the story of that year in such detail? Because, perhaps in the near future, there will be many similar cliché stories that will happen, so I hope you can learn something from this story. This was the last conversation between Su Lu and the old man before he said goodbye. He didn't know what kind of stories might happen in the future. He was shocked and confused. He walked out of the manor along the bluestone path between the rice field and the fish pond. Then he was shocked to find that the person who sent him out of the hospital was actually General Li Jiedu. I'm really flattered today. Su Lu looked at General Li Jiedu next to him and explained nervously. At the moment when the chairman of the Joint Staff of the Federation was about to be replaced, he thought that General Li Jiedu would definitely stay in the capital special district. He didn't expect General Li Jiedu to come back to Philadelphia. After a little deduction, he knew who General Li Jiedu came for. Su Lu said that he was flattered because of the fact that General Li Jiedu, who was sandwiched between God of War Li Pifu and Li Feng, was full of scholarly demeanor. He was so low-key that no one would have a bad impression of him. He was flattered not only because General Li Jiedu specially came to accompany him, but also because of the pictures taken by the reporters. The glory of the Lis of Philadelphia was the medal that God of War Li Pifu and his 3 generations fought for the Federation at all costs. How could he take away the inheritance and pride that should have belonged to Li Jiedu and Li Feng? I don't know what kind of person Uncle is, but I think some of his ideas are very interesting. Glory is sometimes a kind of pressure that we have no choice but to accept. General Li Jiedu smiled gently and said, I was in poor health when I was young. I couldn't bear this kind of pressure, so I had to pass the pressure to Li Feng. Li Feng left home to join the army when he was 12 years old. He fought and killed, seizing every second to train as if his life depended on it. What? It was to protect the glory of the Li family, but this is actually a kind of harm to his life. Facing the sunset slowly descending from the west, General Li Jiedu gazed at him and said gently, So I have always felt a deep sense of guilt toward him. If you can take away this kind of pressure from the family, I will thank you from the bottom of my heart. Su Li's lips and tongue were somewhat dry. He understood that General Li Jiedu was not being pretentious. Thinking of the matter Zhou mentioned, he said heavily, I am very sorry. General Li Jiedu gazed at him calmly and said, I admire everything you have done in the past, so I don't think you have anything to be sorry about, at least until now. Chapter 678. Li Feng thought I was dead, so he? Su Lu said in a low voice. Thinking of the violent young man who called him little uncle, who was worried that no one would be able to resist Huai Chaoshi after his death, he didn't hesitate to damage his body to improve his strength. He felt a little depressed. This is his own choice, and everyone can only be responsible for their own choices. Li Jiedu looked at him with a smile. There's not much difference between living for 100 years and living for 70 years. As long as you live a wonderful life, I know my son. He won't regret it. Su Lu nodded after a moment of silence. When Mu Zi comes back from the front line, come to Philadelphia for dinner. Let's get together as a family. Li Jiedu said in an indisputable tone. At this moment, this gentle general was playing the role of Mu Zi's father, so what he said was natural. Su Li's face turned slightly red. He saluted and said, Yes, General. Feng Yu had once said that the only obligation he had the right to undertake was to do what he thought was right at any time. Su Lu always felt that he had heard this sentence from someone before. Every time this sentence came out from his uncle's mouth full of rotten teeth, mixed with the smell of red wine and beef, he would habitually have a lot of questions. Was what he thought was right really right? Many years later, in the manor of the Lis of Philadelphia, Su Lu heard the old story told by the god of war Li Pifu and knew the truth of the big explosion. Although he knew that the story was often very different from the person who told it, he subconsciously felt that what the old man said was true. That year, when he broke into the Foundation building with a gun to kill Macklin, it seemed to be very violent. In fact, Su Lu still needed evidence to support his actions, and he and Shi Qinghai had found enough evidence. Feng Yu didn't need evidence. He only acted on impulse based on his likes and dislikes. Sulu knew that he couldn't act as freely as his uncle. When he was in Master Fan's mansion, he said to Hui Chaosher that he was very selfish. That uncle was probably the real selfish person. Thinking of this, Sulu felt frustrated, lost, and all kinds of complicated emotions. If the uncle who raised her, taught her many skills, and was regarded as the closest to her, was really a heartless and cold guy like what Mr. Lee and many others said, how could she face him? It was precisely because of these emotions that the expensive orange wine in the cup suddenly became sour and unpalatable, causing his thick ink-like eyebrows to furrow deeply. Mr. Su, is there a problem with this wine? A flight attendant with picturesque eyebrows opened her big and innocent eyes, half-squatted beside the first-class seat, nervously looked at his face and gently and nervously asked. No, it tastes good. Sulu raised the cup with 3 fingers and said gently, by the way, thank you for just now. After boarding the plane in Philadelphia, the beautiful flight attendant in the first-class cabin recognized Sulu immediately. The hero of the Federation who had just returned from the Empire. Even if he wore big sunglasses and had an ordinary face, after experiencing the sensation of the documentary, the attention of the whole nation during the live broadcast and several press conferences, it was impossible for him to hide among the ordinary people. Fortunately, Sulu reacted very quickly and put a finger in front of his lips. The beautiful flight attendant covered her mouth in surprise and suppressed the exclamation. Otherwise this night flight would be very lively. The flight attendant winked and smiled gently and returned to the operating cabin with the tray. A few suppressed exclamations and a series of cute laughter faintly sounded. Sulu knew that those young and energetic girls were probably talking about him. He couldn't help but smile. After a while, he suddenly found that the passengers in the cabin outside the curtain were exclaiming one after another. He was a bit puzzled and subconsciously looked up. He saw that on the TV screen, the news channel of the Federation was temporarily broadcasting an important news. It was still the same female anchor who announced that Senator Pabre would visit Green Dragon Mountain a few years ago. It was still the same calm mixed with excitement. The dignified and beautiful female anchor smiled at the camera and said, the winner of the Purple Merit Medal of the Federation, the famous war hero Sulu, welcomed the 3rd day of his return to the Federation. To everyone's surprise, he didn't attend the grand banquet organized by the Nutshell Company. Instead, he went to Philadelphia. Speaking of this, the female anchor paused and then said with a smile, the Eternal Army God of the Federation, Marshal Li Pifu cordially received Colonel Sulu, who had just returned in his mansion. The two sides had a long conversation. This is the first time that Marshal Li Pifu has received an active military officer of the Federation in his home in Philadelphia in the past 10 years. He also allowed the news media to record it. The following is the live footage that has just been sent back by our reporter. On the night flight from Philadelphia to the Capital Special District, there was a temporary silence because of this news. Then there was a burst of spontaneous applause. This was the most luxurious apartment building in the Capital Special District. The top 3 floors were all connected, and the dome was luxuriously covered with super strong synthetic transparent glass. At the end of the corridor on the right, there was a small room full of real or fake flowers. The most eye-catching one was still the oil painting of sunflowers. If this oil painting was real, then this oil painting alone could buy this entire apartment building. In fact, with the identity of the owner of this apartment, of course, it was impossible to buy a fake one and put it in his own room. According to the rules of the Lees of Philadelphia, boys before the age of 12 must study in the Body Cultivation Hall. I don't know if you have been to those places. After not seeing each other for a long time, Li Xiaotong, the 7th young master who seemed to be the most qualified to compete with Li Xiuzhu for the position of the heir of the Li family, was still gloomy like a plum blossom in the snow. He lowered his head and cut the bloody dong lung steak, which actually made him look like a cold butcher. However, at this time, Li Xiaotong's expression was very peaceful, even a little deliberately intimate. From a long time ago, he was used to facing the guy across the long table with this kind of expression. The rules of our family are different. On the 12th birthday, all the boys who are close to the family are allowed to choose a gift from the family. This gift may be a spaceship, a small manor, or a few beautiful and gentle maids, but these gifts can't be resold or given away. The elders in the family mainly want to see how the gifts will appreciate after many years. The gift that Li Xiuzhu chose back then appreciated a lot and was very well received by the elders. When I was 12, I chose this painting that you are looking at now. At the time, many people thought that I had made a mistake, but reality proved that I was right. The value of this sunflower painting by Gao Fan has increased by 34 times over the past 10 years. Li Xiaotong looked at Su Lu on the other side of the long table with a smile. He raised his glass and said, "But that's nothing. The wisest decision I've made in my life was the investment I made in you years ago. Now, it seems to be a rather insignificant investment. Now, who in the family dares to doubt my judgment?" Su Lu shook his head and didn't want to pay attention to this guy who was obviously too excited. He held the wine and stared at the oil painting of sunflowers on the wall and said, "I don't like this painting." In the imperial palace of Tianjing, the big screen in front of Her Majesty was full of golden sunflowers. "This easily makes me think of that very shitty life of escape." "Then I will change it tomorrow," Li Xiaotong said very seriously. "Why don't you burn it?" Su Lu shrugged and said mockingly, "Well, then I will burn it." Li Xiaotong's answer was still very serious. For him, a priceless oil painting was far less important than Su Li's feelings, because priceless things always had a price. Things with a price were not things for a person with a strong sense of foresight. But for a priceless investment target like Su Lu, or in other words, a friend he really valued. Su Lu was startled and said helplessly, "I shouldn't have thought that you young masters from the 7 great families are normal people. Speaking of returning to Feiqing, I did visit the body cultivation center and had a lot of feelings. But you don't understand these things. I wanted to ask Brother Zheng, but he was not here." He looked at the empty wall behind Li Xiaotong and narrowed his eyes. He thought of the middle-aged man who was as cold and dangerous as an iron spear and felt a little regretful. "Brother Zheng said that since you are here I am safe. It is rare for him to have a holiday." Li Xiaotong smiled and said, "By the way, I have seen the news of you going to Feiqing. I am deeply shocked." "Why are you shocked?" "The battle for the successor of the army god has finally come to an end. Aren't you shocked?" Li Xiaotong said with a serious and happy expression. "In the past few years, the Federation has been deliberately promoting Du Shaoqing and his Iron 7th Division. But as soon as you came back, Feiqing directly expressed their attitude. How interesting is it to wear such a big hat?" Su Lu shook his head. "That's true." Li Xiaotong said with a serious expression. According to the latest news, Commander Shaoqing did not show any emotion after seeing the news at the front line. But I am afraid that the Imperial troops in the X3 system will have to bear the endless anger of the Iron 7th Division. Commander Shaoqing is not such a person. Let's talk about the old man. I saw him up close once when I was young. Li Xiaotong asked curiously, "How is the old man now?" "The old man's body is very good." Su Lu thought of the thin old man in the hot spring pool and the hidden worries that Zhou once mentioned. He said confusedly, "In my opinion, he can at least live for another 5 or 6 years. Li Xiaotong knew that Su Lu would never talk nonsense on such an important matter. Knowing that the army god was in good condition, he subconsciously leaned back and appeared to be very relaxed. Seeing his movement, Su Lu felt something in his heart. For most people in the Federation, the thin old man by Lake Feiqing was the biggest guarantee and the most powerful source of confidence for them to live a peaceful life. As long as the old man was alive, the world would be as beautiful as ever. Suppressing the complicated emotions in his heart, he looked at Li Xiaotong across the table and asked seriously, "About the case of the Zhong family, I asked you to help me. How's the preparation?" "I'm sorry." Li Xiaotong gently wiped the corners of his mouth and said worriedly, "The government and these big families are secretly exerting pressure. No lawyer dares to accept this case." Su Lu frowned very hard. The Supreme Court was about to open, but no one expected that at this time, there would suddenly be a very serious problem in the old house of the Zhong family. The famous lawyer who handled legal affairs for the Shizhou law firm as a guest had to withdraw from the case in advance for some depressing reason. Lawyer, he is the best lawyer in the Federation. Li Xiaotong sighed and said, "But he is the son of the Chief Justice. If he doesn't withdraw, Chief Justice He Ying will definitely not preside over the case." At this time, the door of the apartment was pushed open. A man with neatly combed hair and wearing a dark suit came in with an umbrella under his arm. He looked a little funny. He said with a gloomy face, "Thank you for your compliment, but the biggest problem we are facing now is not the lack of a leading lawyer, but the other side suddenly changed their strategy." The man stared into Su Li's eyes and said, "They want to fight the custody case first. Don't forget that although the relatives over there are disgusting and shameless, they are Miss Zhong's relatives after all. But you, none of you have the surname Zhong, so this custody case will be very difficult to fight. If they get the custody of Miss Zhong Huoyin, then there is no need to fight the ownership case of Guzhong Company. This is a vicious move. Chapter 679. The middle-aged man who walked in with an umbrella under his arm didn't need to introduce himself. Sulu already knew who he was. This was the son of the Chief Justice of the Federation, the most famous lawyer in the capital ring, Lawyer He. The worry in his words made the atmosphere in the room tense and silent. Water dripped from the umbrella and dyed the precious carpet on the ground a dark color. Sulu put down the chopsticks in his hand and stared blankly at the gradually wetting carpet on the ground. He wasn't good at legal matters, but he knew very well that if those old fogies of the Silinjong family really resorted to underhanded means like a custody fight, then little Watermelon would be in great trouble. At this time, the last participant of tonight's gathering finally pushed open the door and walked in. The young man's body was still slightly thin, and his face was still that unhealthy pale. Braving the rain, his hair was wet, tangled into a few strands of somewhat embarrassing black hair. The water droplets on the thin green camel hair windbreaker were rolling down, hitting the blanket softly and silently. Li Xiaotong reacted immediately. He bowed seriously with a rare trace of cautiousness and put his hands on his abdomen. He said respectfully according to some old etiquette, "I'm Li Xiaotong. Thank you very much for coming to my house." Lawyer He reacted very quickly. He immediately stepped aside and pulled out the golden silk chair that was said to be big enough to replace 3 of the latest cars. He said submissively, "Prince, this way please." Sulu was still frowning and worrying about his own troubles. For him, Tai Ziyuan was a very good friend, that was all. However, the cold and arrogant Li Xiaotong and Lawyer He, who he had just met but was free and straightforward, showed such serious reactions to Tai Ziyuan's arrival. It suddenly made him think of Tai Ziyuan's true identity. He looked up curiously at Tai Ziyuan, who was taking off his windbreaker. He silently thought that even if the Tai family was the descendant of the former royal family, many years had passed. In the current situation where crystal mines were scarce, the Tai family's influence on the Federation should be far less than it used to be. Why did the other families of the 7 major families still show so much respect to the lady in the back mountain and his thin and weak prince friend? This kind of respect with a strong sense of inequality or even some kind of fear. They had known each other for many years. Probably only people like himself and Mr. Shi dared to not take Tai Ziyuan seriously. The night was dark. After dinner, Sulu and Tai Ziyuan held their glasses of red wine and leaned against the transparent railing of the top floor of the apartment. They looked down at the crowd of people walking around in a hurry and were silent for a long time. "You looked like a mess when you walked in just now," Sulu said. "In my memory, other than when you were in a coma, your appearance was always impeccable. From the villa to the gold pin on your collar, everything was clean and tidy. How could you be so wet?" "Yuzi should have told you that I had a falling out with my family." Tai Ziyuan smiled and said, "It happened recently. During this time, I learned a lot of things such as how to open a personal account in the bank, how to squeeze into the subway with other people, and how to use an umbrella to cover my face when the rain is too heavy without caring about my clothes. How do you feel?" Sulu turned his head and looked at him curiously. "I remember you said before that you can experience the life of the common people, but you don't have the extra time to learn or feel." "I don't feel good." Tai Ziyuan looked at the rippling red wine in his glass and said with a smile, "Fortunately you're back. Naturally, I'll leave the matter of the West Woods to you. Tomorrow, I'll go back to the back of Macho Mountain to cry and be a filial son again. Alright, I'll get married next autumn. Thank you first. I'm referring to the matter of the West Woods." Sulu looked at him and said seriously, "If it weren't for you, the Zhong family's old mansion would have had a harder time this year. To be honest, I really didn't expect that a confident and arrogant guy like you would have this so-called cheap sympathy. At that time, everyone thought you were dead. They were a little shocked, so they occasionally went crazy," Tai Ziyuan replied indifferently. "Then, congratulations." Sulu raised his wine glass and teased, "I only hope that after you get married, you won't hand over the responsibility of taking care of Miss Bai Chi to me. You seem to have been busy since I met you." Tai Ziyuan narrowed his eyes and looked at him. "Now that you've come back alive, you must be even busier." "Busy attending the press conference, busy going to Philadelphia to meet the old man, and busy taking care of that little girl in the future. You don't need to worry about my matters. You just need to worry about your own trivial matters." "Just now, Lawyer He said that we're facing a big problem now. This trivial matter is really difficult to deal with. What I'm most afraid of is that we have the qualifications to deal with this matter. According to the Federation's laws, there are many problems. Tai Ziyuan suddenly smiled and said, back then Zhong Lao who pushed that good-for-nothing Erlang to the forefront. It was a very old-fashioned but very wise method. Unfortunately, I'm afraid he didn't expect to die so early and so suddenly. Otherwise, the situation of the Zhong family in the West Woods wouldn't be in such a mess now. It's indeed a mess. Sulu thought of the hearing that was about to begin at the Supreme Court of the Federation and the elders of the Zhong family who were rushing over from the West Woods. He frowned deeply. But you don't have to worry about anything. I've already arranged everything that needs to be arranged. Tai Ziyuan slowly took a sip of red wine, then took out a few pills from his jacket pocket and swallowed them. You're still taking pills? Red wine is bad for your health. Sulu shrugged and said, since you want to go back and be the crown prince, it's better for you not to get involved in the matters here. You don't believe that I can arrange it? Tai Ziyuan looked at him with a faint smile. Sulu said in confusion, no lawyer dares to take over and there's that damn custody battle. You already have arrangements? Although I haven't been as dazzling as you, Sulu, in my short youth, anyone who has come into contact with me would never dare to deny my excellence. Lai Ziyuan looked at him with a smile. You're the only one who doesn't seem to have thought about this. Instead, you're used to treating me as someone to be protected. Do you know that this feeling is equivalent to humiliation for a man? Sulu was stunned. He carefully thought back on their friendship over the years and realized that what Tai Ziyuan said was not wrong. He smiled a little embarrassedly, scratched his head and said, your body is weak, so you're used to it. Don't forget, I was also an outstanding soldier in the army. In the Federation's military assessment, my total score was the highest. My estimated score was even higher than Zhou Yu's. Tai Ziyuan narrowed his eyes and stared at Su Li's face. Like a stubborn youth who was competing to see who could climb the fastest in the forest, he said mockingly, this lawsuit will take at least 3 months, but I can tell you the result now. As long as Justice Hiying doesn't die of old age, that little girl of yours will definitely win. You're that confident? Sulu stared at him. Of course. Lai Ziyuan gently coughed twice, then drank a mouthful of red wine that was brighter than blood. After a moment of silence, he smiled and said, I'm best at analyzing people. If you have analyzed Chief Judge Hiying, you will know the reason. What reason? The old judge likes beautiful girls. Tai Ziyuan looked into his eyes seriously and said word by word. On the west side of Robbie Avenue in the Capital Special District was a green forest. Even though it was winter, this building complex, which covered an area of about 6 square kilometers, was still shrouded in a solemn yet lively atmosphere formed by pine and cypress. The statue of the scales that represented fairness was in the corner of the building, supporting the pure white snow. The stone first charter ceremony was faintly discernible at the end of the forest. The Supreme Court of the Federation and its 3 subordinate procedural courts, as well as the 2 levels of circuit courts that were set up here due to historical reasons, were in this forest, in this historical building complex. For the citizens of the Federation, this place represented fairness, justice, and the most important law. In the spacious second courtroom, the sunlight shone in through the huge glass window more than 10 meters high, illuminating the dozens of rows of pure black seats in the courtroom. However, lawyer Xiao Wenjing, who was sitting in the front seat, had an unusually gloomy expression. At this moment, in the gallery of the second courtroom, there were 17 founding members of the Zhong family who came all the way from the West Woods. Sitting in the front seat was the second young master of the Zhong family, Zhong Ziki, and in front of them was a terrifying legal team composed of 24 famous lawyers of the Federation. There were only 3 people on Xiao Wenjing's side. One was himself. One was a harmless fat man who looked like a big white steamed bun, and one was a cute and innocent little girl who looked like she was carved out of ice. The huge difference in the number of people on both sides clearly reflected the serious situation he was facing at this moment. The Shizhou law firm, which was said to have a very deep background, withdrew from this family property lawsuit that shocked the Federation for unknown reasons. And the most outstanding lawyer in the Federation, he, was forced to leave the legal team in the old house of the Zhong family for well-known reasons. Under the pressure of those big families, under the vague hints of the Federation government, no law firm dared to take over this case. When Xiao Wenjing received the agency contract, he couldn't help but doubt his eyes. His beautiful new wife, Su Songzi, had a deep and worried talk with him all night, but there was no way to overturn his decision. Xiao Wenjing's teachers and classmates were all over the legal system. Even though no one was willing to stand in front of the stage to help him, there was still a lot of information secretly gathered in his hands. Although he was facing the most terrifying legal team in the Federation, he still had the confidence to fight this case. More importantly, he was now lawyer Xiao Wenjing. A few years ago, he was the most famous prosecutor Xiao Wenjing in the district prosecutor's office. He had once assisted his teacher in presiding over the investigation of the Medellin project. Even when the Federation government shamelessly compromised for benefits, he still tried to continue his own investigation in secret. It was just that in the evening of that day he was put in prison by several Federation Investigation Bureau officials on the charge of molesting a young girl. At that time, Prosecutor Xiao Wenjing didn't know if he thought of the words that the small-eyed man named Su Lu once said to him in A Spring in Full Bloom, those words about law and morality. But Xiao Wenjing didn't give up his respect for the law. He left the district prosecutor's office and became a truly independent lawyer. Today he was going to fight a case that was destined to go down in history for the Westwoods orphan. Chapter 680. The trial in the Second Court of Justice was not as intense and tense as it was often described in literary works. Countless words full of traps and ambushes were floating in the courtroom, and the parties involved were blaming each other with bulging veins or crying tears and snot. On the contrary, the trial process was very dry and even boring. During the dull process of proof and defense, both lawyers' tones were strictly controlled within a certain range. Xiao Wenjing, who was under great pressure, looked gloomy and spoke slowly. She gave a very detailed description of the trial procedures, the scope of proof and other technical aspects. In the quiet courtroom, other than the monotonous voices of the lawyers, there was only the rustling of the pages of the thick legal documents. Occasionally, there would be a few coughs and the sound of crutches moving on the wooden floor. There were more than a dozen old men from the Zhong family who came from the West Woods sitting in the gallery. These old men were probably more than 80 years old. Almost every one of them had a crutch. Their chests had been hollowed out by the passage of time, and there was nothing but thick sputum and bellows-like emptiness in their chests and abdomens. The old men of the Zhong family watched everything in the court with indifferent expressions. They seemed to be perfectly playing the role of elders or wise men in the family. However, the tiredness and faint annoyance in the corners of their old eyes had already exposed their true feelings. The internal strife in the West Woods, the Federation government and the other 6 ruthless families took advantage of the situation to infiltrate the Zhong family. The Zhong family was forced to retreat and was in a mess. These old men were all smart people. How could they not know that there was a hidden danger? It was a pity that everyone had greed. The closer they were to death, the stronger this kind of greed was. If Mrs. Zhong was still alive after the explosion of the ancient bell, these old men would not have dared to have any ambitions. However, the powerful couple died at the same time, leaving only an orphan daughter. What was even more amazing was that Mr. Zhong, who had always been considered the successor of the West Woods, was also an orphan. Facing an orphan facing such a huge property and power, how could they not be tempted? Therefore these old men of the Zhong family with crutches made a fatal mistake. They knew that there was no possibility of redeeming it. The strong thin tiger had died and they tried to ride it. How could there be a day when they could get off it? The little girl who looked like she was carved out of ice and jade sat in front of the courtroom. She lowered her head and quietly did her homework. She looked innocent and harmless, but at this moment she was in court. This kind of silence and calmness seemed to represent some kind of indifference and coldness. Behind the little girl stood 2 crazy and powerful soldiers, Su Lu and Li Feng. If she grew up and the 2 crazy and powerful soldiers became even more powerful, how could these old men live? Would the smooth and cold crutches in his hand break into countless pieces? Therefore, even though they knew that the lawsuit would attract countless sharks from the capital ring for West Zhong and the Zhong family, the old men had to hold on until they won a Pyrrhic victory. Then they would bargain with the Federation and find a chance to catch their last breath. After a boring retelling of the legal provisions and objections, the lawyers of both sides in the court began to touch on the core of the topic. In order to fight for the custody of the little girl, the relevant evidence and verbal cross-examination became serious. After Zhong Ziki affectionately called for family affection, the opposing team directly focused on the big stick Tian. A famous master of the Federation, Lu Pingjing, raised an objection. He believed that an outsider who had no blood relationship with the Zhong family and no legal authority had no right to be the representative of the young lady of the Zhong family and sit in the courtroom. The heart-wrenching family disputes in the past year or so were some outsiders deceiving the young lady of the Zhong family for some unspeakable purpose. There are more than a dozen old men in the gallery. Some are state councilors, some are district councilors, and some are old generals. They have two things in common, and that is, they are all respected old men. They are all old men of the Zhong family. The famous lawyer of the Federation glanced at Xiao Wenjing coldly and continued, "My client, Zhong Ziki, is Zhong Huiyan's cousin. After Commander Zhong and his wife died for the country, he is the closest relative of Miss Zhong Huiyan. As for Mr. Tian, with all due respect, I don't have a good impression of your name at all. According to the public military records and your resume, I think you are completely unqualified to be the guardian of a little girl. A man who was expelled from the army because he beat up an officer, a man whose school status was temporarily suspended because he visited a prostitute, and a middle-aged man who has no complete family, drinks like crazy, and is very unhealthy. For a little girl who has lost her parents, deserves sympathy, and needs to be more worried about her psychological state, it is not a matter of whether he can be her guardian. I think the court should issue a restraining order to prohibit him from getting close to Miss Zhong Huiyan." Hearing this, Fatty Tian, who has been sitting on the table listlessly, finally raised his head. His narrowed eyes were like a torn steamed bun, with black bean paste slowly flowing out of his eyes. It was extremely cold and sharp. Macho Back Mountain had made his attitude clear. The Crown Prince left, and the Shizhou law firm terminated the agency. Mr. Tian knew very well that this case was very difficult to win, and he would definitely lose. Even though he had high hopes for the small-eyed young man who had just gone to his hometown, he still had no confidence. However, Mr. Tian actually didn't care too much about the outcome of the case. So what if the huge Guzhong company and the huge family property were all taken away by these old bastards? But he couldn't give the miss to them. If things really got to the point of no return, it would just be a mutiny in the Westwood Sunset Province. He would kill all the ungrateful relatives of the Zhong family, and then take the mist through the dark night Scorpion Nebula to Bermuda, which was beyond the control of the shameless Federation. He would wait for the mist to grow up, and wait for the small-eyed man and the little lunatic to become the most powerful men in the Federation. At that time he would take the mist back and take back the things that originally belonged to US.Mr. Tian could think like this because he was a man with such a character, but Mr. Xiao Wenjing would never think like this. He picked up the handkerchief in front of him, gently wiped the sweat stains on his earlobes, and calmly continued to raise his doubts. He once again mentioned the 7th supplementary clause of the law on the estate of the Federation, as well as the precedents in several famous family property cases in the past 100 years. He believed that when the relatives who raised the relevant rights had obvious conflicts of interest with the guardianship, the relevant rights should not be protected in advance. Very clear legal provisions and precedents. Xiao Wenjing believed that the high and mighty middle-aged female judge would not raise any objection. However, just as he was thinking about this, the female judge with old-fashioned curly hair said coldly, "For the trial of a guardianship case, we first consider the growth environment and possibilities of the person who has no civil capacity. As for the personal wishes of the person who has no civil capacity, it's just a reference. Mr. Xiao, it will be difficult for you to convince me that the little girl sitting beside you does not need the guardianship of her own family, but needs this Mr. Tian as her guardian. As for the related conflicts of interest, I need evidence, not you using the news reports of the Federation and repeating them over and over again." The middle-aged female judge frowned as she looked at Xiao Wenjing. Her fingers tapped on the trial table and she said unhappily, "This case has dragged on for more than a year. How much tax money has been wasted? The Federation's judicial system can no longer afford to waste too much judicial costs because of your delaying policy. I hope to get a result as soon as possible, so I hope you can present some substantial evidence." Xiao Wenjing's fingers froze in the middle of flipping through the case file. He raised his head to look at the curly-haired female judge, very confused and shocked by what she said. Substantial evidence? Did someone from the Zhong family attempt to murder Zhong Huiyan on the space station count as evidence? Did the unusual troop movement in the Westwood Sunset State more than a year ago count as evidence? No, these could not be used as evidence in court. Once he did, he would immediately be sued for slander. Thinking of this, a mocking and disgusted smile appeared on Mr. Zhao's face. He now had enough understanding of the darkness of the Federation's judicial system. He understood that the Federation government and the big families were determined to end the case of the Westwood's Zhong family before Justice He Ying's trial at all costs. Even if the curly-haired female judge behaved so stupidly and absurdly, as long as the trial process did not reach the Supreme Court, Justice He Ying would not be able to influence it even if she had other opinions. He was about to raise his voice to protest, but he caught a glimpse of the little girl's figure next to him. He thought of the things his colleagues at the Ministry of Justice were preparing, so he suppressed the anger in his heart and slowly sat down. Her black hair was smooth and neat as it rested quietly on the little girl's forehead. Zhong Huiyin, who was in the center of the whirlpool, did not seem to care about this important lawsuit that would determine her guardianship. She just lowered her head, held a thin digital pen, and seriously did her homework. When she encountered a difficult problem, she would cutely bite the pen. The cold, curly-haired middle-aged female judge, those old men with crutches, and that cousin who was acting like a family member were not in the little girl's eyes. The cold light of the winter sun shone down from the dome. The straight passage in the court appeared slightly dim. The heavy door was pushed open, and in this dim light, a straight figure walked in. His military boots made a clear sound as he stepped on the floor. Each sound was like stepping on the hearts of many people. The figure was getting closer and closer, and his face was getting clearer and clearer. Mr. Tian stood up and turned his head. The old men of the Zhong family on the side of the court suddenly tensed up, and Zhong Ziqi's eyes suddenly flashed with a few traces of fear. The figure walked to the front of the court, took off his military cap and slowly put it on the table. He passed a chip to the court clerk to play it. In the strange absolute silence in the court, he said to the female judge on the high platform, "My name is Su Lu, currently the Deputy Technical Supervisor of the 17th Mechanic Division of the Federation's 1st Military Region. I have entrusted lawyer Xiao Wenjing to submit my application for rights. I apply for full guardianship of Zhong Huiyin." Chapter 681. Su Lu walked into the courtroom and said a single sentence, eliciting many different reactions from the people in the courtroom. Some were speechless, some were silent like gold, and some were excited like boiling water. These reactions came from the clear meaning and strong emotions expressed in his words, and even more so from his name and surname. This name and figure already had too many meanings in the current federation. The expression of the high and mighty middle-aged female judge was still calm, carrying the indifference unique to Federation high-ranking judges. However, the gradually clenched right hand under the judge's robe betrayed her true emotions at this moment. Looking at the young Federation colonel below the stage, the female judge subconsciously leaned forward slightly, but was unwilling to look at him, only casting a questioning gaze towards Xiao Wenjing. Colonel Su Li's identity today is a special witness and temporary rights holder. Regarding his application to appear in court, our side has already sent in the documents last night. Xiao Wenjing's mood was extremely relaxed right now, looking at the female judge on the stage with a trace of ridicule, speaking unhurriedly and unhurriedly. The middle-aged female judge quickly flipped through the case file, discovering that the Zhong family's old residence's legal team did indeed request for a temporary witness last night, but these damned bastards actually deliberately hiding the name of this witness. What are they trying to do? Are they trying to surprise me? If it was a normal military officer requesting to become the guardian of the little princess of the Zhong family, she who was already famous within the Federation's legal system, wouldn't even bat an eyelid, and might even directly expel the other party for contempt of court. However, she couldn't do that right now because the young Federation colonel below the stage, or more accurately the youngest Federation colonel, was Colonel Su Lu. This custody case had always been proceeding according to the established process and plan, but who would have thought that Su Lu would suddenly appear in court, and moreover, he made an unexpected request for authority. The female judge's mood was gloomy and restless, thinking about the news that the Federation's news media had been broadcasting non-stop these past few days, thinking about the Federation's military god Li Pifu shaking hands with Colonel Su Lu on the screen. Her hands couldn't help but tremble as she flipped through the case file. Yes, the Federation's legal system was absolutely independent. Even that old man in Philadelphia couldn't do anything to influence the court's judgment. But people knew that, other than the many years old Supreme Judge He Ying, the so-called judicial independence was more like a joke. If the court could really be completely independent of the Federation's society, then why would she appear on the stage today and say so many cold words before? I object. In the strange silence in the courtroom, the lawyers on the other side finally reacted after a short period of tense negotiations. The Federation's leading civil law lawyer stood up, nervously wiped the sweat on his forehead and loudly said, "This is not in accordance with the case procedure. The name list of the claimants has been submitted 14 days ago, according to the relevant rules of the Federation's civil procedure law. Anyone who objects to the claim of authority must submit the relevant evidence and application within 5 days before the trial." But whether it's in court or us, we haven't seen the application yet. When saying this, the lawyer didn't even turn his head to look at Sulu, not sure if it was because he felt that his reasons were sufficient and didn't need to be too aggressive, or because he didn't dare to look at Sulu. Xiao Wenjing stood up, looked at the lawyer and said, "According to the supplementary provisions of the procedural law, if there is a reason that is not beyond human power, then the date can be extended appropriately. Is there any reason that human strength cannot contend against?" The lawyer finally turned his head and looked over. When his eyes fell on Sulu, he subconsciously nodded slightly in agreement. When the name list of the claimants was submitted, Colonel Sulu, who is my second client, was on his way back to the Federation from the Empire with great difficulty. Naturally, he couldn't have known that the Federation had a trial that involved his interests. I believe that everyone who has seen the news is very clear on this point, so I won't add any more. Xiao Wenjing swept her gaze over the people in the courtroom and said, "I believe that no one will object to this reason." Of course no one would object. After experiencing the live broadcast of the escape of thousands of miles, the Federation Society would no longer allow anyone to object to Colonel Su Li's words. There was a wave of nervous discussion in the seats on the other side of the courtroom. They had no choice but to accept this explanation. After a series of arguments that rose and fell, the enormous group of lawyers behind Zhong Ziki finally came to a consensus. The lead lawyer, who had been silent all this time, slowly stood up and bowed his head to the female judge and Sulu respectively. Then he said, "We agree, but because there is a new claimant, we need time to prepare. Court will be adjourned for half an hour." The female judge rubbed her forehead and said, "Because the original surveillance file is in the Department of Defense's archives, it's very troublesome to retrieve it, so we came a bit late," Sulu said to Xiao Wenjing. "I hope there won't be any problems. If we want to obtain evidence through the court, it will definitely take a long time. We don't have time to waste with the other party for too long." Xiao Wenjing smiled and said, "Since you have already brought it over, no matter what the other party does, this custody case will still be fought." Hearing this, Su Li's eyes narrowed. He knew what Xiao Wenjing meant by time. Only by winning the custody case could they take the family property case to the Supreme Court and in front of Justice He. Although he did not believe that the old justice would definitely give them the victory, at least he believed in the old man's wisdom and judicial spirit. However, Justice He was so old that she could die at any time, so they needed time. Thinking of this, he could not help but think of the old man in Philadelphia, and his heart became a little heavy. According to Tai Ziyuan's arrangement, he had been discussing with Xiao Wenjing and the lawyers behind her for the past 2 nights. Zhong Ziki and those old men were trying to regain the custody of Zhong Huoyan, so that they could fully obtain the ownership of the Zhong family's property. This move was really vicious and even made people feel a little desperate, because whether it was Fatty Tian or the old people in the West Woods trusted by Commander Zhong, they were not related to Zhong Huoyan by blood. However, at this time, lawyer He, who was forced to give up the defense, thought of a somewhat whimsical but absolutely earth-shattering idea. Let Sulu come forward to fight for the custody. Letting Sulu come forward to fight for the custody seemed to be no different from other people, because he was not related to the Zhong family in the Westwoods. However, after lawyer He's analysis, Xiao Wenjing and those former colleagues who secretly helped him were shocked to find that Sulu was indeed the best choice. More importantly, Sulu had an innate advantage that no one could compare with. "It seems that something has changed. Why didn't anyone tell me?" Fatty Tian looked at Sulu with a smile and patted him on the shoulder. "It seems that you want to take my job as your godfather? You don't want to?" Sulu looked at this old friend who he had not seen for a long time, and his mood was slightly shaken. He bent down and hugged him, saying, "Long time no see." At this time, the little girl, who had been quietly sitting at the table with her head down to do her homework, finally moved. The digital pen in her fingers fell on the table, making a soft sound. Then she turned around and her soft and neat black hair swayed with a bang, like a cute jumping watermelon skin. Zhong Huoyan, who was already 11 years old, stood up. Her eyes were as bright as stars, and she looked at Sulu without blinking. Her black hair was on her shoulders and old dolls were behind her. She exuded a kind of aura called Choo Choo, just like 6 years ago beside the huge porthole in Area 32 of the ancient bell. It seemed that she had not changed at all. But after all, a lot had changed. The little girl who had lost her parents had finally grown up. She stared at Sulu with her round eyes, stubbornly pursed her pink lips and puffed out her cheeks. After staring at Sulu for a long time, she shouted, "Didn't you say that you don't care about me anymore?" Sulu was stunned. He quietly looked at the little girl who was about to reach his chest. He did not know why, but his heart was filled with infinite fatherly love. He rudely reached out and interrupted the little watermelon's anger. He carelessly tore her neat black hair and said in a deep voice, "Don't talk nonsense." Zhong Huiyin shook her head angrily like a small animal. She wanted to shake off the big hand but found that it was somewhat futile. She said angrily, "Then will you still leave in the future?" "Not anymore. Liar. Why would I lie to you? I'm going to be your guardian soon. Then you have to win the case. Don't worry." The case of the Zhong family in the West Woods seemed to be going on for several years. If they did not fight until the end of time, the truth would not come to light. Because of the background power of both sides, in the beginning of the custody battle, they fell into an almost tragic battle. This kind of tragedy did not refer to the sort of words that could be seen in the court, but the allocation of resources and tricks that were hidden behind the scenes. And Su Li's appearance was undoubtedly the most powerful and fatal blow to the old house of the Zhong family. After half an hour of intense discussion, the huge group of lawyers that served the old masters of the Zhong family drafted a response. Due to the current environment of the Federation in the midst of war, the group of lawyers did not raise any doubts about Su Li's personal character. They only insisted that he had nothing to do with this custody case. And the relatives of the Zhong family who appeared one after another as witnesses put on a touching drama of the bitterness of the rich family. Xiao Wenjing's lawyer, Su Lu, and the others had been watching silently and did not care. When it was their turn to speak, Xiao Wenjing stood up and said calmly, "After listening to the many doubts of the other side, I have not heard anyone questioning the personal character of Colonel Su Lu. This shows that no one has been blinded by interests and presumptuously slandered him." Designing MX, exposing the plagiarism of the Federal Academy of Science, leading Group 7 to take on the most dangerous mission at the front line, venturing deep into the territory of the Empire. Over the years, Su Lu had done so many things. Not only did it mean that he had done something for the Federation, but more importantly, from these things, it could be seen what kind of person he was. Of course, if Su Lu was a small figure, then even if he was the most standard moral model in the eyes of the lawyers of the Federation, he would be a villain who committed all kinds of crimes. But in today's Federation, who could and dared to question Su Li's personal character? As a guardian, I think the judge and all of you know very well what kind of moral quality and personal background one should have. Then without a doubt, Colonel Su Lu is the most suitable candidate to be Zhong Huiyin's guardian. And don't forget, after Commander Zhong and his wife were murdered by the people of the Empire, who risked his life to avenge them. At this time, the leading lawyer with a full beard stood up and looked calmly at the female judge. Just as the opposing lawyer said, "No one will question Colonel Su Li's personal character, but I would like to remind the judge and the opposing lawyer that we are discussing the issue of guardianship today, not the issue of a moral model. If one can become a guardian because they are suitable, then wouldn't it mean that all the children in the Federation who have doubts about their guardianship should apply to be Colonel Su Li's guardian?" The middle-aged female judge's eyelids lifted slightly. She knew that the leading lawyer was hinting at which angle she should judge from, and her mood was slightly relieved. The leading lawyer turned to look at Xiao Wenjing and continued, "If that's the case, then I think Zhong Huiyin's guardian should be Lord War God. The spirit of the Federation's law regarding child guardianship has always been the most important. Even if Colonel Su Lu is the most suitable guardian candidate, he does not have any special relationship with Zhong Huiyin. He has nothing to do with this entire matter. If you don't object, I have no objection." Xiao Wenjing shrugged and said with a smile, "Of course you and I both know that this is just a joke, but can I interpret it this way? If there is evidence that Colonel Su Lu is related to this guardianship battle, then he is the most suitable candidate?" The leading lawyer lowered his eyes slightly and felt a trace of strangeness. However, at this moment he carefully recalled the records in the file. Although Su Lu seemed to have some contact with Commander Zhong and his wife, there was no direct evidence that he could intervene in the guardianship battle. After pondering for a moment, he smiled and said, "You can interpret it that way." "Very good." Xiao Wenjing said, "Just now, Colonel Su Lu took an audio file and submitted it to the court. Because of the adjournment, no one had a chance to listen to it. At this time, should everyone listen to it?" In the quiet courtroom, there was a slight electronic noise and the sound of explosions in the distance. Everyone listened silently and attentively. Then they heard a man's deep voice. Although the man was at the end of his life, his voice was still so clear and calm. "Is Su Lu here?" "Commander, I'm here. Help me take care of Huiyin." Yes. Chapter 682. That doesn't prove anything. The leading lawyer with a thick beard stood up abruptly. The worry in the corner of his eyes instantly turned into a strong automatic stress reaction. His voice was twisted and crushed until it was extremely sharp. He waved his arms and shouted loudly in the courtroom. The audio that was played earlier, the audio that had been kept by the Department of Defense for more than a year and had enough authorization, explained a certain problem. Deducing from that, it could completely destroy all of the confidence of the Zhong family's old master and the second young master, and it could turn the most terrifying legal team in the Federation into a pile of dog shit. That was why their reaction was so real and primitive. They were screaming and pounding their chests like children who had their lollipop stolen. Xiao Wenjing didn't care about the reaction of the legal team at all. She didn't even see the dozen or so lawyers standing up abruptly. She looked at the female judge in the courtroom and said calmly, "All the soldiers of the new 17th Division on the Monolith battleship and the relevant soldiers of the Federal Fleet can all prove that Commander Zhong gave his daughter to Su Lu before he sacrificed himself." Zhong Ziqi's expression was gloomy. The Zhong family's old masters stomped their crutches angrily. No one knew what emotions were hidden under the female judge's indifferent expression. Xiao Wenjing raised her eyebrows slightly and continued calmly, "President Pabre also listened to this audio file as soon as possible. I don't think anyone can doubt the authenticity of this audio file, so I implore your honor to confirm this evidence as soon as possible and complete the judgment of this authorization case through a simple procedure based on this evidence. The time and cost of the Federation's legal system shouldn't be wasted by us," Xiao Wenjing said very seriously. The two sentences seemed normal, but to the high and mighty female judge, it was undoubtedly the most blatant slap in the face. The slap made the blood vessels on her face gradually disappear, and it was bruised and swollen. She looked extremely pathetic and shameful. The female judge was silent. She looked at the case file under her eyes. She glanced at the dark shadows in the courtroom seats from the corner of her eyes, waiting for some people to express their opinions or support. Take care of? This is a term commonly used in interpersonal relationships. The outer meaning of the term is too vague, and it definitely can't prove that this is related to the transfer of guardianship authority, according to our opinion. The bearded leading lawyer wiped the sweat on his forehead and said in a deep voice. Xiao Wenjing interrupted, "I can accept your doubts, but it doesn't mean much to the court's judgment." Behind the packed seats in the courtroom, in a dark corner that didn't attract too much attention, there were about a dozen seemingly normal people listening in. However, in reality, everyone knew who these 10 or so people represented. They represented the Federation government, the military, and those few terrifying families. This was not a secret, or rather they had never thought that it could become a secret. The man in the round hat at the back was Brin, the director of the Office of the President's Residence. Even he had come, let alone the rest. After Su Lu appeared in court, Director Brin had been hiding his face in the shadows. He seemed to have made a phone call halfway through. Overall, he did not express any inclination that could be grasped by the two parties involved in the dispute between the Westwoods Zhong family. At this moment, when the curly-haired middle-aged female judge looked at Director Brin, what she saw was still an ordinary face with most of his eyes and brows covered by the brim of his hat. "I agree with Lawyer Wan's opinion. This audio file can't prove." The female judge glanced at the people in the courtroom and opened her mouth a little nervously. Sulu didn't think that there would actually be someone in the Federation who dared to do something so ugly and arrogant. Hearing the judge's words, his eyes gradually narrowed. His pair of thick, ink-like eyebrows gradually rose. The austere aura contained in the colonel's military uniform gradually thickened, turning into a kind of almost real pressure that pervaded and shook the spacious courtroom space. Commander Zhong's last words before he sacrificed himself for the country, can't it show his intentions? Xiao Wenjing stared at the judge, angry because of the absurdity. She said sternly, "Your Excellency, I don't know if this opinion of yours can be accepted by the soldiers of the Westwoods, if it can be accepted by the federal forces." There was a suffocating silence. The female judge raised her thin eyebrows, stared at Xiao Wenjing, and scolded with a sharp and slightly trembling voice, "Are you threatening the court?" Xiao Wenjing didn't answer this stern question. Su Lu, who had been silent for a while, slowly raised his head, stared at the high and mighty female judge and asked, "Yes, so what?" The courtroom was in an uproar, and the team of lawyers seized the opportunity to start acting out a show of public passion. Old Master Zhong and Zhong Ziki slightly pursed their lips, feeling that things seemed to be getting more and more interesting. However, no one noticed that the female judge, who carried the collective will of the Federation, had her eyes quietly falling on Director Brin's body in the shadows. The dim light scattered on Director Brin's body. This big shot, who wasn't very old, indifferently lowered his head, as if he didn't care about the judgment in the courtroom at all. He was minding his own business, fiddling with a high-class encrypted phone, and no one knew who he was contacting. The female judge's heart suddenly froze by a lot. I announce that Colonel Su Lu has obtained the custody of Zhong Huoyin, citizen number XLAS 21030011213. They won. Su Lu, Xiao Wenjing and Fatty Tian hugged the staff with slightly excited enthusiasm. This was the power of the combination of debate strategy and strange evidence. From another point of view, this was the first demonstration of the valiant taste of the trial that was destined to last for a long time. The 11-year-old little watermelon, no, we should call her Zhong Huoyin, did not jump up and down like a little girl. She jumped up with her feet in white socks at the same time and made scissors-like gestures with her hands. Instead, she looked up and smiled happily, her right hand tightly grasping Su Li's hand. The people from the Zhong family's old residence walked out of the courtroom and crossed the green field. After walking for about 700 meters, they arrived in front of the media interview area. Countless flashing lights clicked in the winter air, and microphones were pressed in front of them like gun barrels. Colonel Su Lu, we would like to know the competition for the custody of Miss Zhong Huoyin. Does this represent the clear attitude of the Philadelphia government? Su Lu held the little girl's hand tightly. He didn't let go, and he didn't want to let go. Facing countless news media of the Federation, he said seriously, "No, this just represents my personal attitude." After a pause, he looked at the withered leaves in front of him and said slowly, "And this can also represent the attitude of Colonel Li Feng. But I have to say that this is just our personal attitude, and it has nothing to do with the army god. In the final analysis, this is the attitude of Commander Zhong before he died," he said seriously. "I respect this point and I will practice it to the end." Chapter 683. For the ordinary people of the Federation, such as Su Lu, who was beside the Donglin mine many years ago, the so-called 7 great families were some kind of mysterious and lofty existence that only existed in legends. They did not know which 7 great families stood at the top of human society and had stood there for thousands of years. Relatively speaking, the media reporters who had access to the relevant secrets might be able to clearly list the names of the 7 great families. However, due to the almost instinctive awe and some kind of tacit understanding that had been passed down for thousands of years, no media dared to report in depth on the illustrious history of the 7 great families and the dazzling present day of the 7 great families. Only the Zhong family in the West Woods was an exception. From the time they opened up the Donglin mine many years ago to the time they were exiled to the far West Star region, this family that held military power and was almost like a separatist warlord had always been in the eyes of the people of the Federation. They were in the spotlight of the news media, just like the scene flashing in front of the court at this time. News about the Zhong family, especially such an explosive news about the custody of the little princess of the Zhong family, no professionally trained reporter would be stupid enough to miss it. And when they found out that the final victor, who was holding the little princess of the Zhong family, walking along the quiet snowy road from the direction of the court, was actually Colonel Su Lu, they realized that this news turned out to be more explosive than they had imagined. Holding Zhong Huoyin's cold little hand that was a little stiff because of nervousness, Su Lu calmly answered the questions of the reporters. The details of what happened in the court did not require him to retell the story to satisfy the interest of the general public, but he tried to understand some of the things behind the scenes of this lawsuit through his own words. He tried his best not to let people misunderstand the intentions of the old man in Philadelphia. After a brief answer, the group turned around and left. He held Zhong Huoyin's hand and walked to the side of the motorcade. When he was about to board the car, a familiar figure suddenly came into view. After a slight pause, he handed Zhong Huoyin to Mr. Tian and whispered a few words. The black motorcade slowly drove away. The elite special forces loyal to the Zhong family's old mansion escorted their princess away from the noisy and chaotic scene. Su Lu was not worried about little watermelon's safety. With the protection of these powerful Westwood soldiers who had been on the battlefield for a long time, as well as the terrifying Uncle Tian by his side, Su Lu did not notice that in the second bulletproof sedan, Colonel Lake, the direct commander of the Westwoods troops, was slowly taking off the sunglasses on his nose. His eyes were looking through the tinted windows at Su Li's silhouette as he stood above the snow. He was deep in thought. After watching the convoy leave, Su Li turned around to look for that familiar figure, but he saw Director Brin, who was wearing a hat, walking in front of him. "I don't think your actions today are rational." Director Brin put his right hand in the pocket of his windbreaker and held the high-class encrypted phone. He looked at Su Li's face and said with a serious expression, "Or, for such an important action, you should have handled it more carefully. For example, you should have informed me in advance." Su Li was silent for a moment, choosing his words carefully. Although the seemingly ordinary official in front of him did not have a high rank, the entire Federation knew that on certain occasions, he could represent President Pobre's attitude. No one dared to look down on him. Today, Director Brin came to the court to monitor the progress of this major event on behalf of Mr. President. For the man in the official residence, the Federation needed a united rear. He wanted the West Woods incident to be resolved as soon as possible. He wanted the government to strengthen its control over the West Woods, which was the situation he wanted to see the most. Su Li's sudden intervention could even represent the will of the old man in Philadelphia. It would only make this matter more complicated and drag on, which would be more disadvantageous to the Federation. "If there is a chance, I will personally solve this matter with Mr. President," Su Li replied. Director Brin paused for a moment, frowned slightly, and said, "Mr. President has been very busy recently, but I will clearly convey your message to him. Also, if there is a chance, please send my regards to the old man." Okay. Director Brin left, and so did the representatives of the several major families. The old man of the Zhong family with a gloomy expression, and Zhong Ziki, who had an even gloomier expression, also took separate vehicles and left this solemn place surrounded by green trees. The reporters in the distance keenly noticed that when the Zhong family left, the motorcade actually took a big detour and avoided the place where Colonel Su Lu was standing. It seemed that they did not even want to pass by Su Lu. The phone rang. It was Zhou Yu on the other end. Su Lu smiled and picked up the phone. At the same time, he quickened his pace and walked towards the dark shadow behind the tree. "I saw the news. Congratulations on becoming the godfather of the little princess of the Zhong family." From this sentence with a strong sense of sarcasm, it was obvious that Zhou Yu was not in a good mood at the moment. Without waiting for Su Lu to answer, she opened her mouth and said sharply, "Regarding the matter of the West Woods, every step you take toward what you think is victory is equivalent to stabbing a knife into the hearts of those big shots that you can't fight against." "I know." Su Lu answered very seriously into the phone, "But I think I should be able to handle it. No matter how bad the situation is, it can't be worse than a few years ago." "No." Zhou Yu said directly on the other end of the phone, "You're just one person. You don't have soldiers, you don't have an army. You only have the rank of deputy commander and the reputation of a hero of the Federation. Since you've already started, then I have to remind you that the situation you're about to face is the worst situation ever." As soon as she finished speaking, the phone was hung up. Su Lu stared blankly at the phone in his hand. He felt that even the busy tone had the unique coldness of the woman in red. He couldn't help but shrug self-deprecatingly. He looked at the handsome man in the shadow of the building behind the tree and said, "Now I gradually understand why you, who have always been successful in the matters between men and women, have never been able to win over the mother of your child." Shi Qinghai stubbed out his 37 brand cigarette with his fingers. He looked at the man in front of him, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. He thought they were separated by life and death, but he had reappeared in front of him. There was still a charming and hateful smile on his face. He said in a slightly hoarse voice, "Let's find a quiet place and have a few drinks first." In the simple tavern to the left of the South Bridge Gate of Yuan, the two men completed their reunion with 4 bottles of amber-colored liquor. They didn't sigh too much or exchange meaningless pleasantries for too long. Instead, they looked at each other in silence for a long time. They raised their glasses to each other and drank until their chests and abdomens burned with pain and happiness. Then they turned the emotions of the past year into tranquility. The alcohol was strong, but the two of them didn't continue in this small tavern. This was because this place was suitable for drinking, but it was still not the quietest place they needed. They casually left the black car in the parking lot and took the Underground Express line back to the apartment in Wangdu. The surveillance equipment in the apartment started up again. The two of them skillfully filtered the signal. After confirming that there was no possibility of being monitored, they sat down on the sofa. 2 glasses of water were placed on the table. Shi Qinghai and Su Lu took out 2 lists of names at the same time and placed them beside the glasses. Stone, this is what I found. Chapter 684. The transparent and colorless water remained stubbornly high in the cup. Since no one was drinking it, it refused to drop. However, there were a lot more cigarette butts in the ashtray. The burnt and twisted cigarette butts formed a weird mess. In the smoke-filled room, 2 people silently read the relevant information they had and then raised their heads almost at the same time. This kind of scene was not strange to Su Lu and Shi Qinghai. A few years ago, when Senator Macklin kidnapped countless people of the Federation under the banner of morality, one of them stayed in the grotesque modern society and watched coldly like a stone, preparing to smash the enemy. The other one hid in the dark and followed the clues of the past indifferently. They rarely contacted each other and did not cooperate, but they were very close to each other and welcomed the day of the final general attack. Today's scene was like the reincarnation preached by some religion in Bermuda, or maybe it was just a simple repetition. For people like Su Lu and Shi Qinghai, their personalities determined their choices. Therefore, when the whole Federation was about to forget the assassination plot and the ancient bell that had turned into fireworks, they were still looking for the truth and asking for answers. In Linhai State Gymnasium, the 2nd Military Region assassinated Tai Ziyuan. Yang Jingsong committed suicide. Many people from the 2nd Military Region died. At that time I followed the gray sweater and found Macklin. However, there was another middleman behind this assassination. Shi Qinghai pursed his thin lips and took a deep puff. The cigarette suddenly lit up. The smoke was so dazzling that he had to squint his eyes. One could faintly see that his peach blossom eyes were bloodshot due to tiredness. I've told you about this before. The middleman is an active military officer, at least a major. He has a head of reddish-brown hair. The force he represents is a senator. Regarding the assassination of the little princess of the Zhong family in Wood Valley Manor, after the government stopped the investigation, I entered the Federation Investigation Bureau and found some relevant information. The powerful gunman you stopped was not related to the 2nd Military Region. Now I'm investigating this friend surnamed Chin. Before he was expelled from the military academy, before he carried out the government's secret mission, I want to know who he was in close contact with. The most important thing is that the ancient bell was attacked. During the year you were in the Empire, I've been secretly investigating. Now, I can confirm that the seed of the Empire who died outside the military prison was indeed from the Empire. However, he did not have the opportunity to access this level of military secrets, let alone guide the Empire's fleet to the brilliant shadow in space. There's something very strange. The wreckage of the ancient bell was not allowed to drift in space as a memorial to the soldiers as usual. Instead, it was dragged back to the surface for further investigation. The problem is that the relevant departments did not drag it back to the West Woods. Instead, they dragged it back to the 23rd Research Institute of S2. Then it was quickly melted down. Shi Qinghai took out the cigarette and licked his bitter lips. He put out the cigarette and said with a smile, "But before it was melted down, I found a chance to take a look. I found that the escape system of the ancient bell had been tampered with beforehand. This also means that even if the clock commander did not choose to die in battle but chose to escape, there was no hope for him to survive. As the most outstanding intelligence officer of the Green Dragon Mountain anti-government army in recent years, Su Lu wouldn't doubt young Master Shi's judgment. For a person who had the qualifications to enter the Trinity Association, in addition to the fact that that place was S2, even if he did something even more outrageous, it wouldn't be shocking. I don't have too many people on my list, but I suspect that they are all involved in this matter." Su Lu gently bit the cigarette with his front teeth and leaned back on the soft sofa. He felt a little tired and continued, "The assassination of Tai Ziyuan, the assassination of Little Watermelon, the assassination of Commander Zhong, if it was a series of actions as you speculated, then, how long did these people prepare?" The bloody battle in the Linhai State Gymnasium that Su Lu would remember for the rest of his life was something that happened years ago. At that time he thought that after the suicide of Deputy Minister Yang Jingsong and the arrest of more than 10 officers of the 2nd Military Region, the militants in the military had been wiped out. However, what happened later proved that the forces had been hiding deeper than people thought and had been preparing for a longer time. As for how terrifying the strength of those people were, Su Lu did not express any feelings or doubts. No matter how strong or weak the enemy was, as long as they were the enemy they would have to fight. I checked the list of all the members of the management committee of the Federation at that time and sorted them according to the suitable conditions. Together with the information from my sources, I made a list. And in this list, there are not many people who have the ability to influence the military. Shi Qinghai pointed to the first name on Su Li's list and said, Vice President Byron is undoubtedly the most suspicious one. At that time, before he partnered with Pabre, he was a member of the Federation's Management Committee's Military Budget Director. In earlier years, he had served as the head of the General Staff Department of the 3rd Military Region of the Federation, a Major General. Very few major generals in the military would take off their military uniform and enter the political world and be successful, but Mr. Vice President has done it. The 3rd Military Region? Su Lu thought of the famous general of the Federation who came from the 3rd Military Region and couldn't help but frown deeply. After a moment of silence, he lit another cigarette and said with a hoarse voice, I have never heard of Commander Xiaoqing having any private contact with the Vice President. Also, there was a time difference. When Byron was the head of the General Staff Department, he shouldn't have been able to influence the Iron 7 Division. Don't worry so much. Let's first finalize the list and then adjust the direction. Shi Qinghai messed up his black hair, but he didn't know that he exposed a few strands of white hair behind his head. He said in a deep voice, Vice President Byron, Assistant Director Cui Zhedong of the Bureau of Proclamation, the head of the relevant department of the Military Research Institute, the former Vice President who died of illness, the Mechanical Army of the 2nd Military Region, Du Xiaoqing and his Iron 7 Division. Hearing this, Su Lu raised his right hand and interrupted. I don't have any evidence to support my suspicion of Du Xiaoqing. Although he and Tiger have always been enemies, I always thought that this person wouldn't shoot someone in the back. Do you have evidence for the rest of the people on the list? Shi Qinghai stared into his eyes and said, If you had evidence to prove that the Vice President of the Federation is suspected of murdering the frontline Commander-in-Chief, then you wouldn't be sitting here. You would be in the President's residence. I don't have any judicial evidence for the names on this list, but I do have evidence that leads me to believe that they are involved in this matter. This sentence was a bit of a mouthful because it involved the backtracking of the Federal Central Computer's database. Su Lu couldn't explain it too clearly. Shi Qinghai spread his hands and said, I don't have evidence for Du Xiaoqing and his Iron 7 Division, but I do have intuition. Let's not talk about this for now. Su Li's expression was a bit worried. He asked, You've been investigating for so long. Have you found out that those big families are involved in this matter? I don't know if I should say it's lucky or unlucky. There's no sign of this at the moment. Shi Qinghai said calmly, but this is very easy to understand. For the sake of benefits, the 7 big families can cooperate with any power. I even suspect that in the future they can treat the Emperor of the Empire as a reliable trading partner. But they definitely won't cooperate with the radicals in the army. He looked at Su Lu and said softly, When the politicians who control the administrative power of the Federation gain the loyalty of the radicals in the army, or even more frightening, when the radicals in the army gain the power of the Federation, this is the situation that the 7 big families fear the most, because this will shake the foundation of these families' survival. The only thing that can completely destroy the entangled interests and relationships that these families have spent tens of thousands of years to build, and those seemingly unshakable cornerstones, is violence. Absolute violence, violence that goes out of control. Then from this point of view, your Green Dragon Mountain should praise these radicals? Su Lu said with a bit of sarcasm. Different paths lead to the same destination, but because of the different paths chosen, perhaps when people reach that destination, it will not be in the same season, and the color of the flowers on the mountainside will be very different. You are a spy, not a poet. In this type of exciting and impassioned turning point in history, the blood of violence, the despicable schemes, it is very easy to stir up the poetic feeling within everyone's heart. Su Lu didn't pay him any attention. He just stared blankly at that list of names, counting from top to bottom. He thought about the power these names represented, and he suddenly felt his body become somewhat cold. He subconsciously said in a low voice, The Federation, from top to bottom, is about to rot. The Federation government from top to bottom has long rotted away. Shi Qinghai looked at him with ridicule, the cigarette between his fingers. This is something that Green Dragon Mountain has always been trying to tell people, but no one is willing to believe it. Su Lu was silent. Suddenly, he looked at him very seriously and said, This time is different from the Macklin matter. This is an internal problem of the Federation government, and it doesn't have much to do with you. I know that your current situation isn't good. Green Dragon Mountain's committee seems to have completely forgotten about you, this liaison officer, and they haven't given you any support. You should not take any more risks and continue investigating. An outstanding intelligence officer should and can only get used to working alone. Shi Qinghai seemed to have thought of something. His expression became somewhat desolate and he said in a low voice, "This is what that guy said. I heard that he's about to die of illness. In a few days I have to make a trip back to S2. If you have time, come with me." "Okay." Sulu replied very quickly. Then he didn't forget what he was most worried about. He continued to stare into his eyes and said with a serious expression, "Although I'm not a professional, it's more appropriate for me to investigate this matter. It's also safer. You have to promise me that you won't get involved in this matter." Shi Qinghai was silent for a moment. Then he revealed a smile. Hidden within that smile was a trace of a strange emotion. He stared into Su Li's eyes and asked with an incomparable seriousness, "I indeed always believed that there was no one more professional than me, but I spent over a year to find these things. You've only just returned from the Empire a few days ago, and you've already come up with such a list. It truly makes me feel incomparably shocked. Unless you're a candidate for the head of the Bureau of Proclamation, it really is difficult to explain all of this." Sulu was silent. He didn't know what to say. Right at this time his phone rang. There was no number displayed on the screen. Director Breen's emotionless voice came from the other end of the phone. "Colonel Sulu, Mr. President wants to see you." Chapter 686. On a certain New Year's Day in a certain bar, the two of them had once held a glass of hard liquor while looking at the back of a man wearing a windbreaker walking down the gangway of an old-fashioned transport plane. Amidst the cheering crowd they had softly said, "To our president." Today on the sofa in Wangdu condominium, Sulu and Shi Qinghai looked at each other, picked up the glass of water on the table and drank it in one gulp. They fell into a short silence and did not speak. They knew what each other was thinking. Could they trust the president that they had joked about? "Calm down." Shi Qinghai put the glass of water on the table and broke the silence. Sulu nodded. Although they were not raised by political tactics, they had seen too much life and death on the battlefield. Naturally, they were not hot-blooded youths who would bet all their money on a seemingly honest person in a casino. But after all, this is not the Medellin incident. He frowned as he stared at the materials on the table and said, "As I said just now, this is a big problem within the Federation. We need help. Mr. President should be trustworthy. And don't forget he has always admired you." He raised his head and looked at Shi Qinghai with a smile. "There are not many people who dare to admire you. But we will never be grateful just because someone appreciates us," Shi Qinghai replied with a smile. "Or rather, we don't need anyone's appreciation." Sulu stood up and walked into the bedroom to check the workbench in the black box. His voice came from behind the door and there was some echo. He was very serious. "Don't forget what I said just now." There was a light beeping sound and there was a light blue light. Sulu stretched out his hands and accepted the strict security check, waiting for the authorization to monitor the network. He had been to this building that represented the highest authority in the Federation many times. He had long lost his initial excitement and frustration. He was so calm that he even felt a little numb. He had extra energy to look through the glass and look at the snowflakes outside the official residence. After completing the security check, he was taken to the Oval Office by the Special Task Force's security personnel. However, as soon as he stepped onto the expensive carpet in the side corridor of the office, the antique door in front of him was pushed open. More than a dozen high-ranking federal government officials surrounded the dark-skinned Mr. President and quickly walked to the end of the corridor. As they walked, the officials kept reporting. Mr. President's footsteps did not stop, and he nodded gently from time to show his agreement. Sulu looked in that direction puzzled. If the president had something to deal with, when would he see him? Did he have to wait in the president's official residence for a day? At that moment, President Pabre suddenly stopped and asked Director Breen something in a deep voice. He then turned around and stared at Sulu at the end of the corridor and said loudly, "Follow me." Following the president's gaze and his order, the bustling interior of the official residence suddenly quieted down. All the officials in the official residence looked at the corner where Sulu was. When they saw that the officer was Sulu, they showed a look of understanding. Sulu was a little surprised. He carried the black workbench and quickly walked over. The staff surrounding President Pabre quickly made a path for him. When he got close, the president did not give him any instructions. He did not even exchange pleasantries. He walked straight out of the official residence with everyone, leaving only a simple word. "Let's go." "Where are we going?" Sulu looked at the president's shoulder and murmured subconsciously. "Parliament Hill," Director Breen said expressionlessly beside him. After a lively custody case in the morning, Sulu reunited with Mr. Sher. He drank a few bottles of liquor and gritted his teeth like a tabloid reporter who swore to uncover the secrets of the big shots of the Federation from a pile of shit. Then he was summoned to the president's official residence by a phone call. He began to carry the heavy black leather suitcase and followed the president to many places and met many people. Because his brain was still affected by the alcohol, he did not know how to react for a while. Many years later, he still remembered the busy silence and frustration in the deep winter of the 71st year of the constitutional calendar. For a full 7 hours, Sulu accompanied President Pabre to participate in a heated debate in the Military Budget Committee on Parliament Hill. He attended 2 afternoon tea parties that he could not refuse. He had a fruitful conversation with the corporate members of the 4 States Huanshan Foundation but did not get a specific amount of money. He also attended a dinner party organized by the Veterans Association. At the party, the president gave a passionate speech, expressing his full appreciation and strong confidence for the performance of the federal forces on the front lines of the empire. At night, the president entered the building of the Ministry of National Defense and began to listen to the military's latest battle report. During the whole process, Sulu stood less than 2 meters away from the president, replacing the position of the security staff of the Special Task Force. He narrowed his eyes uncomfortably and vigilantly looked around at the charming smiles, the enthusiastic people, the shrewd members of parliament, and the enthusiastic veterans who stood up and cheered enthusiastically. Parliament Hill, Lufeng Slope Clubhouse, Shishan Hotel, and the Ministry of National Defense building. The motorcade hurriedly shuttled back and forth. Wherever President Prabal went, everyone would stand up in silence. Everyone lowered their heads to greet him. Many people also noticed Sulu behind Mr. President. Unknowingly, countless smiles were offered. Those who noticed this had endless doubts in their hearts. They did not understand why Mr. President would bring Colonel Sulu to these occasions. There were too many such occasions and too many journeys, so much so that even Sulu felt that his ankles were a little sore. His well-ironed colonel's uniform began to get wet, and his expressionless facial muscles began to stiffen. Looking at the president in front of him, who was still full of energy, who shook hands with every officer of the Federation, and who still spoke in a deep and resonant voice, Sulu could not help but feel a lot of emotions. He felt extremely tired even when he was expressionless, so how could the president maintain a cheerful smile for an entire day? Standing behind the president in the most confidential war hall of the Department of Defense, Sulu put his hands behind his back and stood in an extremely standard posture. He did not pay attention to the puzzled gazes of the officers behind the glass door. His eyes behind the sunglasses narrowed slightly as he stared at President Pabal's tan neck and the few strands of white hair that dazzled his eyes. Time was indeed the most terrifying thing. Back then, the man who had won the support of the entire Federation with his charisma and became the president of the Federation from a small lawyer had entered the president's official residence for many years. In the end, he was still worn down by the busy political affairs and time. While guessing the real reason the president brought him everywhere, Sulu noticed that the president had changed. He had become thinner, which made the corners of his eyebrows appear taller and clearer. At the same time, Mr. Pabre was the most incisive orator when he was a lawyer and a member of parliament. Now that he had become the president, he had become a lot gentler and calmer. Although he was often silent, he gave people a feeling of strength. When they returned to the president's official residence that was covered in grass and snow, it was already close to the end. On the dining table covered in S3 gold-wrapped floral cloth, there were a few simple sets of food and 2 bowls of hot pea soup. Compared to the shockingly expensive oil paintings on the wall and the luxurious silver imperial-style tableware next to the food looked particularly shabby. President Pabre and Sulu sat at the 2 ends of the table. The 2 of them ate large mouthfuls of wheat bun without any manners and drank the pea soup that had been heated countless times. It had a strange smell of bacon. The waiter took away the cutlery. President Pabre said thank you, then patted his chest in satisfaction. He took a hot towel and wiped the corners of his eyes. He suddenly said, "What do you think?" The contrast between the white, scalding hot towel and Mr. President's tanned face was particularly stark. The sudden question seeped out from under the white, steaming towel, and the tone of the voice sounded a little strange. "Some thoughts, but I don't know if they are what you want." Sulu wiped his mouth with the hot towel and answered honestly. "The current situation is very good, very good." President Pabre put down the hot towel and looked at him from across the table. He said calmly, "But in reality, there is only a fine line between good and bad. Right now the government needs money, higher authority, more and more extensive support. The troops on the front lines need a stable and unshakable rear." President Pable's gaze was very calm, and there was no pressure at all. However, for some reason Sulu did not want to be looked at directly by him. He subconsciously lowered his head and looked at the hot towel in his hand, watching the steam slowly disperse. "The pressure on the government is great, the pressure on the military is great, and so is the pressure on me." President Pabre continued slowly, "I don't know when the temporary military budget bill will be passed. If the front lines can't keep winning, if the resource recovery of the X3 system can't be accelerated, I really wonder if this government will go bankrupt." Of course, this is a joke. The president smiled, revealing a mouthful of bright white teeth. However, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes showed that this joke actually made him very tired. Sulu held the hot towel tightly and felt the temperature disappear bit by bit. After a long silence, he finally said with difficulty, "I understand, but just like what you said during the election, no choice can be made with the premise of harming the interests of others." President Pabre nodded and said calmly, "I understand, but I have to remind you that the Federation's judicial process should not be interfered with. I have never thought about, nor do I have the ability to interfere with the Federation's judicial process." Sulu raised his head and explained seriously, "I am a stakeholder, and I believe that Commander Zhong's daughter should have the right to take back what belongs to her." President Pabre looked at him with a serious expression and said in a deep voice, "But you are not an ordinary person. Your words and actions will affect the views of many people and even the judge's decision. You are not only a hero of the Federation that is deeply loved by the people, but you also represent the will of the Marshal to a certain extent, so you must be careful." After a moment of silence, Sulu lowered his head and replied, "Schiller said that heroes also need to eat, clean their teeth, go to the bathroom and have sex. This is my right as a citizen and I will not give it up." Chapter 687. Furthermore. For some reason, Sulu felt a little uneasy when he saw the tanned and tired middle-aged man sitting across the table. He thought about the things that had happened in the past few years and the wishes he had for the president. He raised his head and said stiffly, "The one who really wants to influence the judicial process is someone else. It has nothing to do with me." President Pabre threw the cold, wet towel on the table and tried to suppress his anger. He criticized loudly, "What is this? A voice of injustice? Do you think that I or someone in the official residence have exerted any pressure on the court? You didn't, but it doesn't mean that your subordinates didn't." Sulu thought of Director Breen's gloomy face in the shadows and the family representatives who listened in on the court. He continued to say unyieldingly, "It doesn't mean that those families didn't. Otherwise, why would that curly-haired female judge make such a retarded judgment?" He raised his head and looked at the slightly thin face of the president without flinching. He said in a deep voice, "As for you in this official residence, silence is itself a kind of attitude." Silence was tacit agreement, indifference was bystander. President Pabre and his official residence had remained silent on the affairs of the West Woods for more than a year. They had not expressed any opinions on the trial. This was the best opinion for the sharks who were eating up the Zhong family's property in the West Woods. However, this was the problem that Sulu found the most difficult to accept. The porcelain plates and silver forks on the table had long been cleaned up by the waiter. The lonely flame on the candlestick in the middle of the room danced in the dim room. There were some traces of soup on the gold-wrapped tablecloth. After hearing Sulu's courageous question, President Pabre kept staring at the stains and looking at them seriously. It was as if he was looking at his truest heart. Accompanied by the sound of the heavy wooden chair dragging on the bright brick floor, Mr. President stood up. He walked to the window and placed his hands behind his back. His tired and sore body leaned up slightly, leading his gaze to look through the glass at the falling snow under the illumination of the street lamps. He was silent for a long time. "There is a very vulgar question. The president did not turn around and continued to stare at the scenery outside the window in a daze. He said, "Ever since I became the president of the Federation, all the scenery I've seen has been approved by the Special Task Force. Isn't this scenery, which has lost its taste of freedom, a nice scenery?" Vaguely, Sulu caught a trace of his true thoughts from the slightly hoarse voice. He slowly stood up with his right hand holding the cold wet towel and looked at the thin middle-aged man by the window who still had extremely hard shoulders. "There's a more vulgar way of asking." President Pabre's blurry face was reflected in the mirror. His lips twitched slightly as he said with a self-deprecating smile, "Are you one of my people?" This question was indeed very vulgar. Whether it was the content of the question or the way it was asked, there was a sense of vulgarity. Probably only the worst gangsters in Donglin would use such a tone to recruit underlings. Who would have thought that the most powerful president of the Federation would not have the eloquent demeanor he had when he was a lawyer and would just throw out such a vulgar sentence so harshly? So Sulu was stunned for a moment. After a while, he subconsciously narrowed his eyes and stood straight. He raised his right hand to the tip of his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, "As a soldier of the Federation, of course I will obey your orders." This should not be the answer that President Pabre wanted, but it was not the worst answer either. So, the president in the window smiled slightly and said slowly with deep emotions, "I'll say some words as one of my people. Regarding the lawsuit in Westwoods, I can understand your anger because many times I'm also very angry." President Pabre looked at himself in the window quietly in the snow in the light and said in a low voice, "I'm angry because of my own shamelessness and despicableness. This shamelessness and despicableness is because I clearly realize that Commander Zhong's death is a very good thing for the Federation. I have to admit that whenever I think of this, I even feel very lucky." He slowly turned around. His deep eyes hid fatigue as he looked at Sulu and said slowly, "Sometimes in the middle of the night, I even think of something even crazier. If Commander Zhong, the tiger, was still alive and still had dozens of powerful mechanics in his hands, insisting on not being the vanguard and only staying in the West Woods, coldly watching the federal forces invade the galaxy, would I have pushed the government and the military to use illegal means to kill him?" Sulu was silent. He knew very well what the West Woods meant to the Federation's expedition. He also knew very well that what the president said was true. Commander Zhong's life was not good for the Federation, but his death could bring endless benefits to the Federation. In fact, the radical faction of the military and the important person in the government who created this conspiracy must have considered this as well. However, he had never imagined that Mr. President would actually admit that he had such thoughts. He raised his head in astonishment and looked at President Pable's silhouette by the window. He thought about the sincere care and protection that President Pable had given him all these years. He thought about how he had lamented earlier. Perhaps it was because Mr. President's silhouette by the window was too thin. He decided to say something. "I need a safe place." Sulu checked the password lock on the black workbench and suggested to President Pabre, "Otherwise I wouldn't dare to say those things." President Pabre could not help but laugh. He waved his arm and said mockingly, "This is the official residence. Where can you find a safer place?" "I'm talking about information security," Sulu replied calmly. President Pabre frowned. His voice was deep and powerful. "Do you think someone dares to eavesdrop on me? It's not like this has never happened before in history." Sulu looked at him stubbornly. Holding the black workbench, he said, "Mr. President, you will find later that there is no one around you that you can trust." The president's dark cheeks appeared more and more solemn. He pressed the call button and ordered the relevant staff to prepare. While waiting, the first daughter, who had woken up in the middle of the night, rubbed her eyes and walked down the stairs. The girl, who had been fighting against the illness, was thin and weak and lovable. She gently hugged President Pabre. Then she noticed Sulu standing to the side. The girl's pair of indifferent eyes that made one's heart palpitate suddenly lit up, but in the end she did not dare to go up and hug Sulu. She just lowered her head shyly and squatted a little. Then she covered her face and ran back to her bedroom. This somewhat cute scene would have been something that the president would tease or warn Sulu under normal circumstances. However, the atmosphere in the middle of the night was a little strange. There was only silence. The staff of the Special Task Force in black formal suits were like diligent worker ants that did not need to sleep. They cleared the path as quickly as possible. Then they protected the president and Sulu as they walked into the emergency tunnel under the official residence. After walking for about 10 minutes, the stairs gradually extended upward. They should have entered a building. What is this place? Sulu looked at the big iron door in confusion and asked, "Are you sure it is safer than the official residence?" "This is the Ministry of Finance's fully blocked bond database." President Pabre turned to look at him with a smile and said, "Young man, welcome to visit the Federation government's treasure vault." At this time, the senior director of the Special Task Force said with a serious expression, "Mr. President, I strongly object to you and Colonel Sulu entering the vault alone. This is a serious violation of the relevant regulations." The senior director looked at Sulu indifferently. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. "Colonel Sulu, I think you should understand the importance of discipline." Sulu did not answer. "Don't worry about anything. Colonel Sulu is the person I trust the most." The president patted the shoulder of the senior director with a smile and said, "If even he wants to kill me, maybe it means that I really should be dead." Ha! This became a famous saying in the future. That is my report. There must be something wrong with the attack on the ancient bell. But the most urgent problem now is that you can't trust the people around you, Mr. President. It will be easy for big problems to happen. The fully blocked database deep underground was in accordance with the usual extravagant style of the Ministry of Finance. There were as many as 7 security clearance scans outside the vault. Sulu followed President Pabre into the vault, but found that it was empty. There were only a few cold computers running silently for a long time. So Sulu's last sentence reverberated several times before it gradually subsided. President Pabre had been quietly staring at the light screen on the workbench, as if he wanted to burn through the list and inference on the light screen. After hearing Sulu's words, he got up and walked to the wall full of Dean vines. He stretched out 2 fingers with his right hand and said in a hoarse voice, "Please give me a cigarette." Sulu took out a 37 brand cigarette, put it between Mr. President's fingers and then lit it. President Pabre took a deep breath of the cigarette and choked on it. Suddenly, he roared angrily at the wall full of Dean vines, like an enraged lion, using the most vicious words and the most dangerous posture to announce his uncontrollable anger. He turned around abruptly, stared into Sulu's eyes and shouted hoarsely, "You want me to believe that my vice president and so many pillars of the Federation are a bunch of murderers who have committed all kinds of crimes? Evidence, you must show me evidence." "Evidence can be found through investigation." Sulu replied in a low voice, "I know that it is very inappropriate to investigate the attack on the ancient bell, but I can investigate in secret. I need the authorization of the Ministry of Justice." President Pabre threw the cigarette to the ground. The expression on his face was very complicated. There was sadness and anger mixed with some indescribable emotions. He said slowly, "If you don't have the authorization, you won't investigate?" "With or without authorization, I will investigate," Sulu replied. President Pabre slowly raised his head and looked at the face of the young officer in front of him. After a long silence, he said firmly, "Then investigate." Chapter 688. Far away from the Federation, billions of astronomical units away, in the unfamiliar star system belonging to the Empire, the dazzling flames of war blossomed violently and were instantly extinguished in the darkness of space. The majestic Federal fleet carried dozens of Federation mechanical troops and left the transit base on planet Yellow Disaster. Following the few predetermined pathways, they bravely advanced deeper into the Empire's belly. The war that had been interrupted because of the First Order incident determined by the Federal Central Computer lifted the curtains once again. The Federal Forces' attack on the X-3 system went very smoothly. The Empire's royal family, who carried out the strategy of exchanging space for time, had already begun to draft a great retreat plan long before the start of the war. In fact, when the Federal Forces forcefully passed through the space door and arrived at the outskirts of the X-3 system, the Empire's grand retreat strategy had just reached its end. Without encountering too strong of a resistance, without losing too many battleships and mechas, hundreds of thousands of Federation field troops successfully landed on the various large administrative planets and mineral planets. After a short rest, the Federal forces began to clean up the remaining Empire forces on the surface of the planets, while the Intelligence Department used the important name list provided by Colonel Sulu to search everywhere for the members of the Underground Resistance Organization. It was an exceptionally smooth victory. The Federation's frontline command was not blinded by this great advantage, but this did not mean that all the Federation soldiers could keep their cool. In the eyes of many Federation generals who had entered the Empire's territory for the first time, The Empire's beasts were truly too weak to withstand a single blow, their combat strength ridiculously low. It was precisely in this atmosphere that the Fourth Army from the Second Military Region ignored the strict orders of the headquarters and stubbornly and arrogantly reported to the headquarters, requesting to continue pursuing a certain Empire electronic unit. That night, Commander Yi Changtian slammed his fist on the table in anger. The next day, the Fourth Army, who had just passed through the space door and was about to reach the outskirts of the L9 system, was suddenly ambushed by a nameless Empire mecha squad the moment they landed on an inconspicuous administrative planet. That night, the mecha clashed like streams of iron, the sound shaking the heavens. Blood and cannon fire sprayed across the plains. The Empire's mecha squad was indescribably strong and ferocious, and the Fourth Army of the Federation's Second Military Region suffered heavy casualties. Late into the night, the commander of the Fourth Army was assassinated by a new Empire mecha. The mech was covered in broken metal boxes. If the Federal Army's attack on the homeland of the Imperium in the first few months seemed to be as unstoppable as a wildfire or as endless as a giant wave hitting a black reef, then, when the Empire's mecha, with a broken metal box hanging all over its body and a long spear silently held in its right hand, passed through the smoke and dust like lightning amidst thousands of cannon fire and killed the Federation's commander in one strike, then stood proudly on the morning light of the hill. The Federal forces that were like wildfire seemed to have been blocked by a cold river. The white tide seemed to have been burned into bubbles by the magma spurted out from the ground, and they could not move forward at all. On the battlefield, it was rare for the highest military commander of one side to be directly killed, not to mention that the one who died was a commander of an army. It should be known that in the past few decades of space warfare, the Federation had only lost a total of 7 army commanders. The Federal forces on the plains had lost their highest commander, and even their most crucial morale had taken a huge hit. Faced with the iron tide of hundreds of Empire's Wolf-Fang mecha surging out from the cities, the Federal forces began to tremble, especially when they later found out that the mecha covered in broken metal boxes and silently standing on the hill with a spear in hand was that legendary Empire princess. This was a tragic surface battle. The Empire used a large amount of blood and cruel images to announce to the Federal Army that their bottom line was here. The Empire's princess, Hui Chaoshi, did not hesitate to take the risk and stand on the battlefield as a noble figure to kill the enemy and avoid them because she wanted to let the Federation know clearly that her father would not take another step back. This battle on the plains, other than being bloody and tragic, was also recorded in the history of human wars for another reason. This was because this was the first pure mecha battle in the universe after the Federation was equipped with the MX mecha and the Empire was equipped with the Wolf-Fang mecha. All over the mountains and plains, high-speed whistling, the cold, tall and highly mobile mecha completely ignored the supporting artillery fire from both sides. They charged, crashed, fell and crawled back up. The deafening sound of metal, flying rocks and mechanical limbs, no sound could be louder, no momentum could suppress the simultaneous charge of hundreds of ferocious alloy mecha. At that moment, the entire surface was trembling in fear. Faced with the Empire's long-prepared and vicious counterattack, faced with that Her Royal Highness the Princess who was as strong as the sun and moon, faced with those high-speed and mobile Wolf-Fang mecha, faced with the strategic bottom line that the Empire's people were determined to protect even at the cost of their lives, the Fourth Field Army who had committed the mistake of recklessness paid an extremely heavy price. After 3 brief charges and a cleansing, the Federation's position was already a tragic sight to behold. Countless large holes had been blasted through the defensive cluster formation, the corpses of Federation soldiers flying everywhere. If the situation on the battlefield had continued to develop, perhaps the Fourth Field Army really could have become the first army to be completely wiped out in the war. Fortunately, at the most dangerous moment, the 38th Division of the Westwoods Military District made a risky and sudden landing on the back of the planet. Among the first batch of mecha troops to make the sudden landing was Colonel Li Feng, who had just rushed over from the capital ring after surrendering himself, and his specially made MXT mecha from the Nutshell shell. Without rest, Madman Li drove the black MXT indifferently and violently, leaping into the battlefield, leaping into the midst of the iron flow of mecha, towards the Peach Miasma mecha. The late winter of year 71 of the Federation's standard constitutional calendar was a winter of victory for many people. The successive victories of the troops at the front lines spurred the citizens of the capital ring into one after another celebration after another. The commander who sacrificed himself at the front lines received an honor that he shouldn't have after his death. The citizens of the Federation only knew that both sides had temporarily maintained a balanced situation at the outskirts of the X3 system. However, they didn't know that in order to protect the frontline troops from the few administrative planets at the edge of L9, the Federation's frontline headquarters had put in a lot of effort, and how much blood and sweat Colonel Li Feng had sacrificed in order to fight against the powerful Peach Miasma Mecha. Su Lu, who had obtained the authorization of the Ministry of Justice and the secret support of the President, seemed to be gaining victory after victory within the Federation. Through investigating the military prison and collecting analysis materials on the wreckage of the ancient bell from the Research Institute, he had obtained more evidence. He was very clear that in the special context of war, any investigation had to be done carefully, especially to not affect the overall morale of the Federation. Therefore, his investigation was carried out in a very low-key manner, trying not to attract the attention of those big shots. Now, it seemed that his efforts had some effect, and until now he hadn't met with any resistance. The Westwoods family property lawsuit was also slowly but firmly moving forward according to the procedures. Su Lu, who had become the legal guardian of the little princess of the Zhong family, was naturally forced to attend many court hearings, and today was no doubt the most important one, because according to the procedures, the one presiding over the hearing today was the Federation's Chief Justice He Ying. There were still more than 10 days before the new year, and the snow in the capital special district was getting more and more intense. Not far from the square, there were still traces of electronic fireworks, which should be the result of the citizens celebrating the victory at the front lines last night. Sitting in the back row, Su Lu narrowed his eyes and looked at the burn marks on the snow through the window. His left hand held onto little Watermelon's slightly cold hand, and after a moment of silence he said, "In court later, no matter what the Chief Justice asks, just answer according to your true thoughts." Okay. Zhong Huoyin, who was not yet a teenager, but had a childish look that could be described as childish beauty, hugged the old doll tightly with her left hand and squeezed out a sound from her slightly raised little nose. She looked at the monotonous snowy scenery outside the window and couldn't help but pout. She missed the beach a little, so she lowered her head and said softly, "Brother Sulu, I miss home." Her delicate and childish voice seeped out from between her neat black bangs, as moving as the rain brushed by the strings of a zither. Sulu was slightly stunned and said with a smile, "Actually, you've been in the capital ring for a little longer." Zhong Huoyin raised her head and looked seriously into Su Li's eyes. She said, "But I'm still from the West Woods after all, right?" Sulu paused for a moment and nodded. Looking at the old doll under her left armpit, he asked doubtfully, "Is this the doll you had when you ran away from home?" "Yes." Zhong Huoyin lowered her head and was silent for a long time. Then she suddenly replied, "I won't run away anymore because my parents are no longer here. Don't worry." Sulu turned sideways and narrowed his eyes at the dry snowy scenery outside the window. He looked at the approaching Supreme Court of the Federation in silence. According to the complicated and troublesome judicial process of the Federation, especially when the case involved such a terrifying object as the Zhong family's property in the West Woods, the court trial would naturally evolve into a long and drawn-out drama. Therefore, Sulu knew very well that today's court hearing was more of an announcement that the family property case had entered a new stage, and there would definitely be no conclusion. Therefore, he was not very nervous, but he couldn't help but be a little curious about the old judge who was about to appear. The only position in the Federation's power structure that was subject to tenure was the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of the Federation. Without the approval of 4/5 of the members of the Management Committee, the President could not nominate or dismiss the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. When Judge He Ying was 42 years old, he was nominated by the President of the time to be the Supreme Court of the Federation. This also meant that he, who was now 90 years old, had already been in this position for 50 years. What did 50 years mean? 9 presidents came and went like a merry-go-round, 2,000 members of parliament crawled in and out of the mountain that was full of ant nests, the leaders of the 7 major families changed 1 or 2 batches, and Li Pifu went from an ordinary military officer to the Federation's god of war. And Judge He Ying was still, had always been, and seemed to always be the Supreme Court of the Federation. This was very scary, or rather very worthy of respect. Chapter 689. There was a saying in the Federation, "Man cannot fight against time." This saying seemed so simple and clear, but when one thought about it carefully, it could easily make people feel sad and even tragic. Whether it was the unparalleled hero who sailed a battleship through the colorful clouds and returned home, or the poor people who struggled to find shellfish in the black mud, they were all equal and equally helpless in the face of time. You could shout to the red morning sun, "I am the sun. Even if I sink, I will still rise tomorrow." But in fact, there would always be a day when your sun would never rise again after it had sunk. Therefore, for those who could temporarily fight against time, even if it was a tie on the surface, people would always treat them with sincere respect and courtesy, such as the old man who was slowly walking into the court with a bent body. For half a century, this old man had been sitting on the Chief Justice's high-backed black rubber chair as usual, as if he was sitting on his own sofa, watching the start and end of countless important cases that shook the Federation or became cited cases. When the people in the court saw the old judge who was resting with his eyes closed, they subconsciously lowered their voices, and even moved their feet more gently, as if they were worried that they would wake the old man up. Chief Justice He Ying, the lifelong Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of the Federation, turned out to be such an old man with age spots all over his face, who was so tired that he seemed like he could fall asleep and die at any moment. Looking at the old man, Su Li's mood was a bit strange, and his eyes gradually narrowed. He thought of the feeling he had when he first saw military god Li Pifu in the military prison of Qingqing. At that time, in his eyes, Li Pifu was just an ordinary, thin old man when he was not angry and silent. But the Chief Justice in the court, who had once embarrassed military god old man, seemed to be an ordinary old man when he was asleep or awake. Immediately, Su Lu knew that his judgment was completely wrong. Zhong Ziqi's team of lawyers requested for the final confirmation of custody. Judge He Ying slowly opened his turbid eyes with great difficulty. Looking at the adorable little girl in front of him, his drooping lips suddenly twitched nervously. After a moment, he asked in a hoarse and gentle voice, "Little girl, who do you like to live with?" The chief judge's voice was old to the extreme, but gentle to the extreme. It seemed that in the eyes of this old man, Zhong Huoyan was like a newly born lotus, on which there were dewdrops that had condensed last night. If the voice was slightly louder, the rolling dewdrops would be frightened and fall into the pond, disappearing forever. Su Lu was stunned, and so was Zhong Huoyan. After a long while, the little girl tilted her head and looked up in disbelief. She hugged the old doll tightly and said in a low voice, "I want to live with brother Su Lu." Judge He Ying was comforted by her words. He chuckled hoarsely, moved his arm with difficulty, and signed his twisted name on the electronic judgment. Then he said with a smile, "Little girl, you can live with whoever you want." At this moment, Su Lu looked at the old chief judge in the court and couldn't help but think of many years ago, the same chief judge who might have used the same tone to ask Jian Shuier, who had just become a little girl, "Do you like to act in TV shows?" At the same time he finally understood what Tai Ziyuan said by the railing, the old chief judge likes little girls. Far away in the left sky galaxy, in the periphery of the Gamma Galaxy which was not far from the X3 Galaxy, the battleships of the Federation had already appeared. Especially in the space near the three mineral stars, there were large transport ships moving back and forth from time to time. The Imperial troops had already retreated to the L9 Galaxy, and the vanguard forces of the Federation were also forced to retreat after the painful defeat. The Gamma Galaxy was not in the middle of the power gap between the two sides, so it was very quiet and peaceful. The pirates of the Empire followed the targets of their robbery and retreated to the depths of the galaxy. The Federal fleet was busy reorganizing, so no aircraft dared to confront these large transport ships. On the abdomen of these large transport ships, there was a semi-regular physical pattern. It looked like a seal, but it also looked like a deformed ancient alphabet. Only a few people in the Federation knew that this pattern represented the oldest and most glorious family in the Federation. The transport ships that followed the Federal forces to the territory of the Empire and used all the time they had to excavate minerals, and the large engineering mechas that were released to the surface, which looked like giant steel beasts. Without a doubt, they all belonged to the Crystal Mining Consortium, which was owned by the Tai family. The Crystal Mining Consortium, which used to be the most important giant enterprise in the Federation, finally started to show its charm after the continuous victories in the war. The mineral content of the few barren mineral stars in the Gamma Galaxy was far less than that of the mature mineral stars in the X3 Galaxy. However, for the Federation and the Tai family who had been lacking mineral resources for a long time, even these few barren mineral stars looked so delicious. How could they give up? More than 40 self-propelled engineering mechs dug deep into the depths of the heavily weathered surface with their solid 3-section drill rods. Then they drove the mining surface to slowly move on the surface. Gradually, a huge pit was dug out between the rock peaks and the stone plains. It was like a spread open pie. In the middle of the big pit, the ore segment analyzer with sophisticated electronic equipment was working, waiting for the mining and sorting process that was about to come. The crystal mine engineers, who were wearing equipment similar to that of the individual soldiers of the Federation, stood on the engineering corridor that was almost 30 meters high and looked down at the engineering mechas working below. Because of the low temperature, traces of dry ice had already formed on their half-mirrored helmets. Outside the busy mining site, bypassing a rock peak and passing through a rugged landscape, there was a metal spaceship that had been burnt into black charcoal, enjoying the loneliness by itself. This was a tri-wing spaceship of the Bureau of Proclamation that should have been placed in a history museum. However, because it was too damaged, it could only stay in a corner that was forgotten by the federal military like a black stone. However, the tri-wing spaceship was not lonely today. Chaotic electronic noises were faintly echoing in the seemingly empty and chaotic cabin. Behind the tri-wing spaceship, a self-propelled mecha of the Federation of Crystal Mines had been miserably disassembled. Some of the important components on it had disappeared without a trace. The tri-wing spaceship that looked like a black stone slowly retracted its hydraulic maintenance arm. A dot of light appeared on the light beam that was full of dust. Then it turned into a row of white symbols of light. If Sulu were here, he would definitely be very familiar with these symbols of light because he often saw them in his eyes. It was a kind of self-examination or self-questioning. The white symbols of light flashed non-stop, as if they were ignoring the environment of the surrounding barren planet and the passage of time. For that great mechanical intelligence, time seemed to be the only enemy that he needed to defeat. After a certain period of time, the tri-wing spaceship of the Bureau of Proclamation that looked like a black stone took off silently. Then, it flew into the depths of the universe, its destination unknown. The verdict is very clear. There shouldn't be any problems with the Gu Clock Company. It's just that the Zhong family still has a lot of hidden properties. The ownership of those properties is too troublesome and difficult to sort out. As for the military, it's also an extremely troublesome matter. In my opinion, these things shouldn't be touched at all, but Uncle Tian isn't willing to accept it. No one can accept it. If the old house of the Zhong family doesn't have any soldiers in its hands, then it will really become a little white rabbit that is at the mercy of others. However, to be able to take back the Gu Clock Company is already a very great victory. If such a giant company is really in turmoil, it will also be troublesome for the Federation. After all, the metal ball-like forward base in front of the Night Scorpion Nebula and the newest floating feather warship. The Gu Clock Company contributed a lot. The Supreme Court's verdict must have been unexpected to many people. What was unexpected was the speed of Justice He Ying's verdict. Who would have thought that this old man actually only used 10 minutes to make a decision? The justice is really a great person. Although the way he smiled at the little girl was indeed a bit wretched. Sulu smiled somewhat helplessly. He took off the cigarette and lightly flicked a third of the way, letting the ashes flutter freely in the spring wind, and then slowly fell on a grave. Shi Qinghai, wearing sunglasses, silently looked at the grave in front of him for a long time. He took out the cigarette from his mouth and fiercely stuffed it into the wet soil in front of the tombstone, cursing a few words in a low voice. "What did you say?" Sulu asked. Shi Qinghai shrugged, squinting his eyes and said, "Such a great guy, but in the end he died because of the most tacky liver cancer. What a boring thing." The two of them were now in an ordinary cemetery on the outskirts of S2's Oak State. S1 was late winter, S2 was late spring, and the spring wind was intoxicating. The last time they came to this planet together, it was to assassinate Macklin. At that time, the person responsible for providing them with information was already lying in a cement-lined grave. No matter how beautiful the spring wind was, it couldn't brush his body. The age of the dead man in the grave was unknown, and they didn't know his background. Even the senior leaders of the Green Dragon Mountain anti-government army didn't know how many faces this good teacher and helpful friend had. I heard that when he died, the leader of Nanshui cried. Shi Qinghai lit another cigarette and said mockingly, "Bah. When those old dogs in the committee were messing with him, did the leader of Nanshui say a word for his close comrade?" He looked at the cold grave, his eyes somewhat red. After a moment of silence, he suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Old dog, do you regret it? The people who fought against time were all dead. The people who fought against windmills were all dead. The most outstanding intelligence leader of the Green Dragon Mountain anti-government army, the most outstanding spy of the Federation's 37 constitutionals, had quietly died like this. He who was codenamed him had died like this. It seemed that he didn't bring any shock to this world. The Green Dragon Mountain Committee issued an obituary, and the Federation's Ministry of Justice revoked 17 arrest warrants. 2 equally outstanding juniors came to his grave and painfully questioned him a few times. The him in the grave was already unable to answer. Only the words engraved on the tombstone quietly agreed. If one day I suddenly leave, please bury me in the spring. You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.